Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter entered Westeros as the immortal master of death. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Here is short summary. After outliving his own dying world, the immortal master of death steps through the veil, and awakens in Westeros. In a land ruled by war, dragons, and prophecy, Harry possesses power beyond imagination and time that cannot touch him. As kingdoms rise and fall around him, Harry must decide whether to remain a hidden observer, or reshape Westeros with the magic and immortality only he commands. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry would have liked to leave all the rebuilding business to Kingsley Shacklebolt, but he was reminded of the past where the Death Eaters got free through bribes. So, he rolled up his sleeves and stepped to the forefront of dismantling the whole blood purist faction. The first thing that he did was to storm Azkaban with the help of the Order and release all Muggleborn and half-blood prisoners. Many of them readily joined his side to bring an end to all the pureblood bullshit once and for all. After a few weeks of recuperation, they attacked the ministry and put everyone there in prison. Many of them protested, but Harry was having none of it, especially after he saw and heard from the Muggleborns that were sentenced to Azkaban. Many of their families were killed or tortured. Most of the women were by these so-called purebloods. He spoke personally with each victim, and he was adamant to bring the full might of justice upon those responsible. Every wizard and witch who worked in the ministry was questioned under veritaserum. Those who were found guilty of colluding with the Death Eaters were transferred to ministry holding cells pending further trial. The depth of their involvement and how they were recruited had to be ascertained. The Death Eaters that were being slowly weeded out were sentenced to Azkaban and their assets seized to reimburse their victims for the ordeal they went through. The goblins tried to protest, but one visit from Harry saw to it that the little buggers bow before his orders. Turns out, showing up with the sword of Gryffindor and the might of overwhelming magic power was all it took for the goblins to grit their teeth and work with him. He even went as far as allowing the goblins to take goblin-made artifacts from the vaults of the sentenced Death Eaters. That little trick earned him the reluctant cooperation of the goblins. While this was going on, many pureblood families banded together to push their agenda to disrupt the remodeling of the wizarding world. He put a stop to that by arresting every single one of them, as he was ruthless against his enemies. Their family manors were put under siege by the new Auror force that Harry had built up. The Auror force was filled with Muggleborns and half-bloods with a few purebloods in between. With overwhelming force, he subjugated families like Knott, Carrows, McNair, Bulstrode, Rockwood, etc. He did not stop at merely arresting them. He had their entire family homes looted and forced the goblins to turn over their overseas fortunes and investments to the ministry. The extra flush of gold was a godsend, and he used it to reform the ministry and to provide assistance to the victims of the war. It took him 2 long years to bring a semblance of normalcy to magical Britain. It was no easy task, but he managed to reform the Wizengamot into a more balanced governing body. He received aid in that venture from a most unlikely group. A group of pureblood houses had banded together and stayed neutral throughout the war. They were led by Damian Greengrass, and the good news was that the guy was willing to work with Harry in rehauling the ministry, but only for a price. The price being a marriage alliance. Damian wanted his eldest daughter Daphne Greengrass to become the wife of the new leader of magical Britain. Not to mention, the man wanted explicit influence in the way educational reforms ought to be implemented. According to Damian, the wizarding culture was under attack by the Muggleborns, who were piling up, and their lack of integration into the world is causing fissures in their society. While Harry was skeptical of Damian's objectives, they talked in detail about many of his concerns. Harry personally disagreed with many of Damian's policies. Having said that, he felt the man offered him a fresh perspective on a segment of the pureblood cause. Damian was not that much interested in blood purity. Rather, he was focused on preserving the culture and traditions of the British wizarding world. He was all too happy and insistent to have Muggleborns and half-bloods be part of the culture rather than being excluded from the society. At least, this made Harry listen to the man and accommodated Damian's views while he shaped the wizarding Britain. The last 2 years after the war of Harry's stay in the wizarding world jaded him. He was no longer the naive Gryffindor that jumped at the slightest provocation. He knew that he needed to secure peace and stability in Britain as fast as possible. He agreed to Damien's proposal and made Daphne his wife. While the marriage was on a political basis, both of them committed themselves to work out their relationship. Of course, many were not happy with what he did, and chief among them were the Weasleys. For the next 10 years, Harry ruled Britain with an iron fist. He smashed the corrupt beast that was the previous administration and established a system of meritocracy to support the ministry. In his 1-decade rule, he expanded the wards around magical Britain as he had a feeling that something was brewing right around the corner. Unfortunately, this bad feeling just remained a feeling throughout his tenure as Minister for Magic. After a decade of his life spent in the halls of power of magical Britain, he retired to civilian life, preferring the company of his wife and 2 daughters. He was the youngest wizard and the longest-serving wizard to hold that office. His father-in-law tried to persuade him to stay in the office, but Daphne managed to talk her father out of that, as she preferred to have Harry home now that they had children to raise. She had become enamored with the Potter charm after a decade of married life. Now that he was voluntarily returning, she preferred to have Harry all for herself and her children. With his retirement, he concentrated on completing his newts, which he had abandoned in his pursuit of rebuilding magical Britain. He didn't attend Hogwarts again, but rather took the exam independently. With that part of his education over, he was planning to write a book on defense against the dark arts, but he was offered a position in the Department of Mysteries. Daphne was the one that insisted that he join the department as he could further his magical knowledge. Seeing the idea had its merit, he accepted the offer. These were the best years of his life as he researched obscure magic in the Dom and returned to the warm embrace of his family. Sadly, these good days were not to last. Just as his instincts implied, something really bad happened in the Muggle world. The Muggles, with the aid of advanced technology, managed to find the hidden magical enclaves all across the world. The Muggle governments at first tried to keep the news from leaking out into the public. But this was a wasted effort. By the year 2017, almost all Muggle governments acknowledged the presence of magical enclaves in the world. There was quite a bit of fear and equal amounts of curiosity among the Muggle population of the world. The Muggle governments of many great democracies had successfully implemented the separation of church from state. So no more witch burnings and honor killings were favored by any world governments. Owing to the rather benign reaction despite the exposure, the ICW passed a resolution to make overtures to the Muggle public. This decision led to the Free Terra Pact that guaranteed fundamental rights to Muggles and Magicals in either world. Slowly, the magical world began to open itself up to the Muggles. The ICW and the UN framed the basic laws and norms that framed the basis for coexistence. The magical lands were far minuscule compared to the vast lands controlled by Muggles. Some more laws and frameworks had to be implemented for safe coexistence, but Harry was pleasantly surprised the Western civilization easily accepted the existence of a new species. It was not to say there were elements of concern, but the dilution of Greek influence in Christianity certainly helped matters. The Christianity of the Dark Ages was not the Christianity of the millennium. If anything, the discovery of a new species seems to have dissolved the hold of religion in the world in egalitarian societies. Unfortunately, this was not a common phenomenon. Large tracts of Western Europe remained largely not bothered by the discovery of magical kind. But religion and bigotry held much larger sway in Eastern Europe, the Middle East and the Americas. The ICW came to the decision that individual magical enclaves have the right to determine whether they chose to engage with their Muggle counterparts. The magical communities of the Americas, Middle East, Asia and Western Europe closed down their borders with harsh wards. Western Europe, on the other hand, increased collaboration between their different communities. It was from these political differences Harry found himself unable to age like others. At first, it was not much of an issue as wizards and witches age far slowly compared to Muggles. But it came to a point where his body remained in a permanent state as if he was in his 20s. Even as his wife and children aged, he remained young and strong. He had to depend on some wide use of glamour charms to alleviate suspicion. He even had to fake his death after Daphne passed away. After making sure his children and grandchildren remained safe after his demise, he went on a journey. He traveled the known world and already he could see Muggles were destroying nature in their bid to dominate the planet. They bred like rats, exhausting and polluting the resources of the planet. It came to a point where the world nations began to fight for basic resources like water. It is not that water began to suddenly disappear from the planet altogether. It is just that, as the number of cities began to increase, water began to disappear from the urban areas. It didn't help that the coastal areas were no longer safe to live as the sea level rose steadily over the years. Gigantic storms began decimating the cities, and yet the Muggles never learned. The Muggles refused to give up their polluting ways and began demanding the Wizarding World fix the planet. It was a demand the Wizarding World was quite adamant to ignore. Then war broke out in Western Europe. Over resources, and for the first time, the magical world decided to do away with the Muggles. The war was first fought between Ukraine and Russia, but it devolved into Muggles versus Wizards in the span of a few months. Harry personally partook in the war under a different identity. It did not take too long for other nations to get involved. Within a year the world was at war, spurred on by lack of resources, politics, racism and the need for a new world order. With essential resources turning scarce, the war only made the situation worse for the inhabitants of Terra. The World War destabilized the planet in ways that Harry never thought possible. The use of nuclear weapons triggered more disasters and consumed large parts of the planet in nuclear winter. Other natural disasters only accelerated the near-total annihilation of the planet. Even magic began to disappear from the world altogether, but Harry managed to sustain his magic. The years he had lived had only accelerated his power and healing abilities. The reason he had joined the war in the first place was so that he could die in the field of battle. He didn't have it in him to commit suicide, but a warrior's death was preferable. Unfortunately, a bullet to his head or heart no longer ensured him the gift of death. With the world on the brink of a cataclysmic disaster, he was no close to finding a solution to his death. It was at this point he decided to try the Veil of Death. All the research on the archway in the Department of Mysteries had let him learn the archway was a portal. A portal to where remained a mystery. But, it was a portal unlike any other. The only thing he knew for sure is that anything that enters the archway never comes back. With his world's destruction inevitable, he decided to take his chances on the Veil. On the 1st of September of the year 2075, Harry stepped into the Veil of Death, disappearing from the world altogether. Eddard Stark was tired. Oh, so tired. He was tired of war. He never imagined all that would happen in the last 2 years. It all started with that godforsaken tourney of Harrenhal. In the beginning, it was a tourney like any other. He was not so fond of tourneys, but Robert was so fond of tourneys. Besides, Lord Arryn was going to the tourney, and his father along with his siblings were also expected to be present. This he went to Harrenhal, and at that time he never knew it'd be the last time he would interact with his family jovially. Rhaegar Targaryen, the crown prince of the Targaryen dynasty, won the tourney and crowned his little sister as his queen of love and beauty over the prince's own wife. It was a pivotal moment, and the prince later absconded with Lyanna. Eddard's elder brother Brandon Stark and many of his friends rode into the Red Keep demanding Rhaegar's head for kidnapping Lyanna. The Mad King responded by throwing his brother into the Black Cells. The Mad King executed many of those who accompanied Brandon. Eddard's father, Rickard Stark, traveled to King's Landing and appealed to the mercy of King Aerys Targaryen. His father's pleas fell on deaf ears, prompting Lord Rickard to ask for a trial for Brandon. For this reason, the Mad King had his father burned to death while Brandon choked himself to death trying to save his father. The Mad King then sent ravens to the Eyrie ordering Lord Jon Arryn to deliver Robert's and Eddard's heads. An order the Honorable Lord of House Arryn refused to comply. Instead, Lord Arryn raised his banners in rebellion to unseat the tyrant who styles himself the Master of Westeros. The banners of falcons, direwolves, stags and trouts were raised in rebellion. Together they crowned Robert Baratheon the King of Westeros, and the war began. A war that lasted 2 years, the War of Usurper. The Targaryen loyalists would call it. Eddard preferred Robert's rebellion, or maybe he sometimes preferred it'd not have taken place at all. A war that was fought for nothing in the end, it'd seem. A sigh escaped him as he rode inside the walls of Riverrun with his sister's body in tow. The war was won and Robert stood victorious over Rhaegar at the Trident. Roberta was even crowned king at the Great Sept of Baelor, but Eddard felt no happiness. He only felt loss, for his sister had passed away at the Tower of Joy. He had to sacrifice many of his friends to even gain access to his sister at the tower because a bunch of men remained stubborn. He was tired of war, tired of death. He seemed the warm halls of Winterfell where he would bury his sister beside the remains of his father and brother. Lord Hoster and his lady wife Catelyn approached him to greet him. "Eddard, I'm glad you finished your journey safe and sound. Please accept my condolences for your dearly departed sister. We held 7 days of prayers for her soul after we learned of her fate," said Lord Hoster, holding Eddard's shoulder, squeezing to comfort him. "Thank you, my lord." Eddard didn't know what else to say, as he was either numb to the empty platitudes he has been receiving from the many lords of the realm. "My daughter has been waiting for you, Eddard. And you have ample cause to be merry," said Lord Hoster as he gave way for his daughter to approach Eddard. Eddard watched 2 servants accompany his lady wife with 2 bundles in their hands. Catelyn Tully was a beauty, there was no doubt. A beautiful bride, but one he felt he did not deserve. It was Brandon who should have married Catelyn. It was Brandon who would have become the Lord of Winterfell. Edward felt as if he was stealing his brother's position. "My lord husband." Catelyn curtsied and looked at him with her blue eyes alight with happiness and pride. Her red silken mane drifted to the silent tune of the wind. "My lady." He acknowledged her with a nod and pressed a kiss to her rosy cheek. "My lord. Meet your sons," said Catelyn, taking one of the bundles from the servants and presented the baby to his eyes. Eddard couldn't help but smile as he greeted his first child. A child that had quite vivid red hair and blue eyes, looking eerily similar to his Tully wife. "He is the eldest. I thought to name him only if my lord gives me the honor," said Catelyn. Eddard nodded as it was such a simple request. "Then how about Robb as his name? Named after your friend the king. Robb Stark, the heir of Winterfell." Eddard smiled and nodded. "A good name, my lady." Catelyn handed young Robb to a servant while taking the second child into her hands. This time when Eddard looked at the child, it was all Stark. With hair as black as night and eyes as grey as many of Eddard's ancestors. Would not think to say they are twins at first glance. Born a few seconds younger than Robb. "What shall we name him, my lord?" asked Catelyn. Eddard guided his fingers through the black tuft of hair on his second son's head. "Harrion. His name will be Harrion Stark." All around her she saw snow. To the east, west, south and north she saw snow. It has been 6 years since she became the Lady of Winterfell. Despite her long stay, she remained unaccustomed to the cold winds of the north. Catelyn had known she would become the Lady of Winterfell one day. After all, her father had prepared her for this eventuality when Lord Rickard Stark agreed to the betrothal. She was supposed to marry Brandon Stark, but her betrothed was cruelly murdered by the Mad King. Catelyn was horrified when word reached Riverrun of the cruel end her betrothed met. She had prepared herself to be the wife of the rough Northman. Brandon was headstrong and far more temperamental than anyone she had met. She had prepared herself to be a dutiful wife to her lord husband. Yet, it was the will of the Seven that she marry the younger Stark. She married Eddard Stark after the rebels smashed the royalist army in the Battle of Bells. She had never seen the younger Stark brother before her wedding day. Eddard Stark had remained a ward of Lord Arryn the few times Brandon had visited Riverrun. Hence, she had never met the younger Stark brother. Even so, she married the man her father found for her like a dutiful daughter. Their marriage brought the Riverlands and the North to an alliance. With her dear sister Lisa marrying Lord Arryn, House Tully became the linchpin of their grand new alliance. It was an alliance strong enough to overthrow the yoke of Targaryen rule over Westeros. She cared not for the games of High Lords. At least, she didn't care for that all too much ever since she came to Winterfell. In Riverrun, she had to act properly and be courteous every heartbeat lest she offend someone. In the North, it was the opposite. The ladies of the North were not so welcoming towards her and graced her with distant politeness. She remembered the aloofness and disinterest shining in Lady Barbrae's eyes. The lords of the North on the other hand treated her as if she was the queen. Her husband was held in great regard by the lords of the North. The Stark name held power in the North far beyond the Tully name could garner in the Riverlands. Perhaps, this was how all the former royal houses of the old kingdoms were received. It was a change she struggled to accommodate. Ever so slowly she was becoming far more of a child of the North than a child of the South. Before she departed from Riverrun, Her uncle had warned her the people of the north were gruff in looks but hold their hearts on their sleeves. It was as her uncle said, and it was refreshing in its own way. In the north, there were no plots to usurp positions of power. The servants of the castle were not spies for rival lords. There were no rival lords, to begin with. The Starks were loved and respected in the north. The only house of concern were the Boltons owing to the actions of their ancestors. For centuries, the Boltons have remained loyal to the Starks. Even the former Red Kings have become staunch allies as seen in the rebellion. The Vale, Riverlands and Stormlands all had houses that rebelled against their liege lords. In the north, this was not to be. When her husband called the banners, the whole north marched under the direwolf banners. The entire north marched in one pace under one leader to cast down the tyranny of dragons. The people of the north were simple people. It is hard to earn their trust as an outsider, but once the trust is established you become one of them. This was something she loved about the north. She may have left her family home for that of her husband, but she never felt Winterfell alien to her. Well, except for the Godswood. She could never feel welcome in the Godswood of Winterfell. She had tried to do so much to Septa Mordane's charging. Not that she held any notion of abandoning the Seven and convert to the worship of old gods. It's just that she tried to see the Seven in the weirwood trees. In Riverlands, this was the norm, as many houses hosted weirwood trees and considered them a part of their culture. They were planted close to small septs and considered to be a part of the Seven, with the faces of the Seven etched on the woods. It was a long tradition dating back to the coming of Andals. Although, it was a tradition not universally followed. The Starry Sept never acknowledged such fallacies. Most Riverland houses don't consider the Starry Sept as an authority in spiritual matters, especially after Aegon the Dragon liberated her people from the cruel rule of the Ironborn. This schism in the faith had led Riverlands to develop different traditions. Catelyn touched her belly and sighed. She was carrying the fourth child of her dear husband. It was only 2 years ago she delivered her first daughter Sansa. Her first daughter was named after a famed lady of House Stark who was set to inherit Winterfell during the conquest of Dorne. While her twin sons were born out of duty, Sansa was born from love. Her daughter was the apple of her lord husband's eye. Even at the young age of 2, her daughter managed to subjugate her husband to her will. Not a night had passed without her husband caring for Sansa before she went to sleep. Catelyn was immensely happy watching her daughter and husband sleep. Sometimes Ned would sleep with their daughter sleeping on his. Catelyn never imagined she would fall in love with her husband. From an early age, she had learned love was scarce in the world when her mother passed away. As the eldest, it has been her duty to care for her siblings in the absence of her mother. She considered herself blessed, for she had found love even if she married for duty. That doesn't mean her marriage was without ups and downs. While she loved her husband dearly, her only complaint would be of the bastard's presence in Winterfell. She could understand men, especially those who go out for war, cannot be expected to remain faithful to their wives. They face death frequently on the battlefield. Her septa had taught her that men fall to wicked ways because war was never meant to be of man's nature. Wars should be fought for the divine, and that was the sole just war. When men fight for material gain, they shall often fall prey to sin. Catelyn could understand why her husband lay with another woman. She had learned of her husband's bastard even at Riverrun, and she had forgiven him long before he even reached her home after the war. What she could not forgive was the fact that Jon Snow was set up in Winterfell long before she even set foot in the castle. She fiercely fought for the bastard to be removed from Winterfell, but her lord husband always dismissed her concerns. Did Ned love the woman who birthed Jon Snow that much to have the bastard grow with his trueborn children? This was the question that burned in her mind, not to mention the threat the bastard posed against her children. Surely, Ned should know bastards are dangerous. Surely her lord husband knows of the Blackfyre rebellions and understands the threat posed by Jon Snow to her Robb. It had seemed despite her lord husband growing up under Lord Aaron's roof, he had yet to gain the wise teachings of the Seven. Children born from sin will only thrive in sin. If her husband refused to see the danger posed by the bastard, she decided she would not let her sons remain ignorant. To that end, she decided to teach her 2 sons the wisdom of keeping adherence to the tenets of the Seven. It was at this point she realized the colossal mistake she made when discarding that the North held different views about bastards. It took her 5-year-old son to teach her this lesson. Catelyn had charged Septa Mordane to teach Robb and Harrion of morality. The first 2 days of their teachings remained about topics like justice, honor, chivalry, kindness, etc. On the third day, Septa Mordain taught her sons about sins and the punishment the seven dealt upon those who sin. It was there the Septa explained to her 2 sons about the sins of bastards. Robb dutifully listened, but Harrion, her fiercely intelligent Harrion, immediately asked a question that attacked the foundation of her faith. If someone sins, then shouldn't the fruits or punishment of that sin be held over those who sin rather than those who could not take part in the sin? That question had stumped Septa Mordain, who spluttered and quoted the 7-point star. The word of the 7 is unquestionable, dear Harry. The gods themselves have spoken their will. The response that came from her son was something neither she nor Septa Mordain expected from a 5-year-old. If your God tells you that someone has sinned just because of the circumstances of their birth, which they had no control over, then that God is evil. Those who believe such nonsense are ill in their minds, and people like them are those who commit the worst of sins. The sin of willful ignorance and blind hatred. Septa Mordain had once again tried to correct her little Harry to no effect. The Septa had even asked her to discipline her children, but she was reluctant to do so. Despite Harrion challenging her religious beliefs, Caitlin was struck by her son's reasoning. Can I truly believe a child is inherently evil? Any mother who loved her children could not bear thinking of children as a source of evil. The mere fact that she thought of her husband's bastard as a source of sin was influenced by her own hatred of her husband's unfaithfulness. It was there she understood that her anxieties regarding Jon Snow are birthed from hatred within her mind. She had tried not to hate her husband's bastard, but it was oh so difficult. It was difficult to let go of her fear towards bastards, and very difficult to not worry on her behalf. Would Ned set me aside for Jon Snow's mother if he could? This was a thought that burned in her mind. Could it be that the love that blossomed between her and her husband was an illusion? Does Ned love the mother of his bastard more than her? All these worries inhibit her from seeing Jon Snow as just a child. She could not let these worries go from her mind that easily. To make matters worse, her Harrion was too close to Jon Snow for her comfort. No matter how much she tried to, she could not change Harrion's mind. She had subtly tried to remove her children from playing with the bastard. She had tried to have the bastard take his meals from the kitchen just like the servants, but Harrion would take his meals from the kitchen as well with his bastard brother. Caitlin tried to persuade and even physically force Harrion away from doing so, but her son would refuse to take any food. This had caused her husband to be cross with her, and she eventually allowed the bastard to take his meals with the rest of her family. Although, she would never allow the bastard a seat at the table. Again, this posed a problem, as Harrion would not take his meals if Jon was not allowed the same privilege. Harrion would join Jon Snow and take his meals on the floor. All these events created rifts between herself and her second son. She had even fought with Ned over the issue, but her husband would not chastise Harrion. There was one time Ned had done so, and that was on behalf of Septa Mordain, who complained Harrion rejected the teachings of gods. Caitlin still remembered the fiery argument her son made that disarmed even Ned at that time. If I'm to believe in the tenets of the 7-pointed star, then I'd have to believe the vast majority of the North is filled with heathens that ought to be put to death. I also have to consider anyone born in Essos will be going to hell simply because they were born in the wrong culture. If this is the book I'm to get morality from, then I respectfully decline those teachings. I don't need my morality to be based on ramblings of fanatics and genocidal barbarians of antiquity. What turned out to be a supposed chastisement resulted in Ned ordering Septa Mordain to not teach Robb or Harrion of the 7. Since then, Ned took the boys to the Godswood to teach them of the old gods. My lady. Her musings were cut short as Maester Luwin called for her attention. Master Luwin. My lady, a raven has arrived from King's Landing. From King's Landing? She asked in surprise. The capital has been silent for a long time. I'm afraid so, my lady. Where is Lord Stark? In the Godswood with the children, she answered before a worry settled in her mind. Has something untoward happened in the capital? Aye, my lady. War is coming to Westeros once more. Balon Greyjoy has declared himself king of the Iron Islands. The Lannister fleet anchored at Lannisport has been attacked by the Ironborn fleet. The king has called the banners. Eddard felt the gentle rustle of the leaves. The chirping of sparrows gave the Godswood normalcy that soothed his mind. It was funny to think this is how he found peace in his life. If Brandon or Lyanna was to see him like this, they would have teased him endlessly. Sadly his brother and sister passed away. Or maybe, he thought, as he looked at the face carved on the heart tree. Maybe they are watching him from beyond, he thought. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the trunk of the tree, breathing in deep from the misty northern air. If you are watching, Leah, I kept the promise. Your son is safe by my side, and so long as I breathe he will live. Opening his eyes, he glanced at the 3 children sitting on a large branch of the heart tree. The branch was not so high, so he had no reason to fear for the children to fall down. He smiled at his sons chatting away excitedly over the new story he told them of the old Stark kings. Sitting in the middle was Harrion, who has an uncanny attention span and an inquisitive mind when it came to knowledge. Maester Luwin had repeatedly informed him of the sheer intelligence exhibited by Harrion. From a young age, Harrion remained inquisitive of his surroundings. Growing up, his son only seems to have expanded on this trait. At first, Eddard had doubted Maester Luwin's observation about how alert young Harrion was. As Harrion grew to the age of 3, he also began to note how calm Harrion was compared to Robb or Jon. Harrion also learned to walk and talk far earlier than his other 2 sons, who only managed to gurgle out sounds. It was also noted by Maester Luwin how quick Harrion was to learn his letters and numbers. By the time Robb and Jon began learning the letters and numbers, Harrion was already reading books from Winterfell's library. If all of the above hadn't convinced him, the incident with Septa Mordain convinced him of how much sharp Harrion was compared to normal children. At first, Eddard had thought Harrion to have a specific problem against the faith of the 7. It turns out, he was wrong, and instead his son decided that he was not going to believe in any gods. Belief without evidence brings less clarity to the truth. Those who do not seek truth will court ignorance. Those who do not recognize their ignorance will become a disaster to themselves and those around them. These were the words Harrion said to him when he had asked the reason for his son's skepticism in gods. His son apparently decided to coin the idea that there is no God. Eddard felt that was the truth, but an inconvenient truth regardless. If there was any God, wouldn't they have stopped wars from happening in the world? Wouldn't gods would have stepped in and lent the righteous people aid? These were queries Harrion raised on different occasions to which he had no answer. Even a well-learned man like Maester Luwin has struggled before Harrion's questions. Despite Harrion's skepticism of the divine, his son found no discomfort in visiting the Godswood. Like him, Harrion preferred the peaceful air of the Godswood. He took notice Harrion had increased his visits to the Godswood recently. Eddard took that as a good sign. My love. Eddard looked up from his musings to see his lady wife approaching him with a parchment in her hand. His lady wife is a beautiful woman, and the baby bump in her belly only increased her beauty tenfold. Her beauty only grows as years go by, Eddard thought. Have you come to join us, my lady? He asked with a smile. He amusedly watched as Robb jumped down from the branch he was sitting on to jump into Catelyn's arms. Robb has always been far closer to his mother than Harrion. I'm afraid not, my love. The somber tone in his wife's tone clued him to an unsavory event. Robb, Harrion, Jon. Please take your leave. After the children left the Godswood, he turned to his wife with a raised eyebrow. King Robert has called his banners my love. The Ironborn have rebelled. His wife's words were a knife to his heart. Gods he had prayed and hoped he would not have to fight another war in his lifetime. He could see why Harrion chose to believe there are no gods. But he could not refuse the call to arms put forth by his king. You could stay, my love. The king will be sending the fleet to combat the Ironborn. Surely, the North lack a fleet, and you will be needed to defend the shores of the North. Catelyn said, hoping to keep her husband with her family. I shall serve where the king commands me to serve. Knowing Robert, he will ask for me to stay by his side. It won't do to reject a king's command, said Eddard as he led his visibly disappointed wife towards the castle. War was coming to Westeros once more, and like last time he would fight as is his duty. He just hoped his children would not fight in wars. If peace could be achieved in the time of his children, he would fight 1,000 wars to do so. Long has it been since Harry knew of love. Ever since he found out he was an immortal, he had tried to live the life he had with Daphne and his daughters Stephanie and Gwyneth in full. He knew he would live to see his children and grandchildren grow old, yet he lived by their side as happy as one could be. He made the best of the time he had with his family before quietly fading away into anonymity, lest seekers of immortality and power target his family as a means to capture him. The only one with whom he confided his woes was his wife. Daphne was the one who concocted the plan and made him swear to live out the rest of his life. It was her advice that gave him the strength to plow on and live the time he was gifted. She was the one who taught him how precious life was, and as she said on her deathbed, all life has a purpose. But, purpose does not appear in an instant. We create a purpose in life. After I'm gone, I want you to find another purpose. When Daphne closed her eyes never to open them again, he followed her advice to the letter. He found a new purpose, one that ensured he would be detached from emotional attachments. His new purpose was knowledge. After making sure his daughters stood on their own legs, he began his journey around the world. It was a changed world he stepped into as the existence of the wizarding world became public knowledge. Despite some rising tensions, he began his quest to acquire more knowledge. Muggle or magical knowledge didn't make a difference to Harry. He studied everything worth studying regardless of their origin. He traveled the world learning different languages, experiencing different cultures, adopting new cuisine. Those travels even helped him cope with his existence as he observed the troubles that bothered other people. His woes were trivial in comparison. Then, the war happened. It was inevitable in his opinion. Anyone who was intimately aware of human behavior could have predicted war was inevitable. Despite stringent progress within wizarding communities across the globe, they failed to realize how destructive Muggles and their ability to wage war can be. The Muggles were not a single tribe, just as the people of the wizarding world. They were more than ready to destroy themselves so long as their perceived enemies were destroyed. Not to mention the political leaders of Muggles were mad lunatics believing in an all-powerful god who demanded an apocalypse to cleanse the unworthy from Earth. Seriously. One would hope people have enough sense not to worship genocidal maniacs. Nope. People were perfectly happy to trash the world so long as they were allowed in their heaven, a concept cooked up by Bronze Age barbarians. Well, if one needs to get to heaven, they've got to die first. Of course, this led to all religious nut jobs in the world to wage a holy crusade in the name of their god. What started as a war for resources later turned into a stupid genocidal war based on humanity's imaginary friend in the sky. Growing up, Harry cared not a single whit about religion. It was only when he saw how religion became a mental sickness to vast proportions of people did he realize the dangers it held. This is why he felt a deep aversion to any of the new religions of the world he found himself in. Despite coming to care for his new family, he didn't like their beliefs, especially his mother's religion. The faith of the Seven gave him too many vibes of another religion that employed some sick childing weirdos as priests. It felt like he was living in a cheap imitation of a medieval version of his Earth. It was a strange world, and in an even more strange way, he arrived here. Harry knew he was most likely walking to his death when he walked into the Vale, but never had he imagined he would be reborn as a newborn. Sure, there were theories that the Vale was a doorway to another world, but those were theories. Either way, he was reborn into this new world as a Stark of Winterfell. Harry, and they named him, and he grew alongside his twin brother and half-brother in the castle of Winterfell. It was mentally exhausting for him to bear the early years of his infancy. He retained little control over the motor functions of his body. And when he finally managed to regain a semblance of control, he was constrained by the weakness of his young body. Even his magic had suffered quite a blow, but surely he was growing more powerful each day. At the age of 3, he could barely make a stone lift a few inches from the ground. Now, he could cast the hovering charm easily, all thanks to the Elder Wand which returned to his hand on his 5th birthday. So far, the Resurrection Stone and the Cloak of Invisibility was nowhere to be seen. Despite his less than wobbly magical power, his access to Elder Wand gave him a certain advantage. An advantage he was going to use for the benefit of House Stark in the north. War has been declared in the Seven Kingdoms. The land of his new family was going to war with the Ironborn, who he was fascinated to note was a far worse version of ancient Vikings. While he had nothing against some bunch of barbarians on an island far away, he was not prepared to have his father and the people of the north suffer needlessly in this war. It was this decision that led him to the armory of Winterfell. Harry felt the familiar weight of Elder Wand settle in his right-hand palm. Rows upon rows of swords, shields, armor and spears lined the armory. More was being made by the smiths of Winterfell and Wintertown. Taking a deep breath, he began his work in earnest. It took him a while, but he managed to cover enough tools of war with spells that ought to give Northerners an edge in the coming battles. Applying the unbreakable and repelling charms on chainmail, armors and other weapons, he was sure there will be a far less death rate. He had already repeated this feat with his father's set of armor and shield last night. With the deed done, he quietly extracted himself from the armory. The armory of Winterfell was placed right at the center of the inner walls near the courtyard. So, Harry had to walk through the courtyard to the library where he was supposed to attend the daily lessons with Maester Luwin. On the way to the library, he slowed down his pace to watch the men train in the courtyard. With his father calling the banners of the north, Winterfell was gathering men to fight the Ironborn. More and more levies were being drawn up from the lands under Stark rule. A lot of lords from the east and north side of Winterfell were also arriving one by one. Last he knew, there were quite a few clansmen of the northern mountains being welcomed in the Great Hall by his father. The library tower was one of the largest structures in the castle. Winterfell, being one of the oldest castles in the Seven Kingdoms, boasted a great repertory of books in the library. It was one of Harry's favorite places in the castle other than the underground hot springs, crypts and Godswood. Standing at the base of the tower, he felt like the tower was too high to climb. Well, his young legs could race all the way to the top of the tower without much strain. That was not the case for Maester Luwin, who was old. Yet, the old maester retained his stellar health while climbing the steps of this tower on a daily basis. "The old maester has been askin' for ye, little lord," said Brown Wendell, one of the guards that usually was on guard duty at the tower. "Is he cross with me, Wendell?" Harry asked. "Saw him lookin' all over the courtyard a moment ago. He didn't look happy to me," said Brown Wendell with a shrug. "Are you going to fight the Ironborn?" "Maybe, if Lord Stark would allow me, that is. The Squids Avenue kept away from northern shores from what I heard. Good sense if ye ask me, 'cause we ain't like the Southerners." Harry laughed before entering the tower and began to climb the stone stairs. The tower somewhat reminded him of the towers of Hogwarts, especially the Ollery. While the ravens of Winterfell were kept in the Maester's Tower, a few of them usually hung back at the top of this tower. This made him remember his trips to Hogwarts Ollery, where Hedwig would be waiting for him. As he climbed the stairs, he could hear the sound of Maester Luwin teaching Robb and Jon. "A black battle axe on a field of silver. Which house's banner is that, Robb?" asked Maester Luwin. "House Dustin," Robb answered hesitantly. "Wrong, Jon, what is the banner of House Dustin?" asked Maester Luwin. A black crown between two crossed longixes on a field of yellow," answered Jon after taking some time to think it over. It was at that time Harry stepped into the room with Maester Luwin eyeing him in a dissatisfied manner. "Harrion might be able to remind us the banner of House Serwyn," said Maester Luwin with a pointed look. Harry rolled his eyes as Robb looked at him with a cross look. He knew that look. His twin oftentimes was too clingy, always wanting to join him in one of his escapades. Jon, on the other hand, waved at him enthusiastically and moved a bit to the side to give him a seat between Robb and the black-haired boy. "A black double-headed battle axe in a silver field," Harry answered, and looked at the offered seat on the small wooden bench pointedly. "You may take the seat if you can answer this question. What are the words of House Serwyn and the name of their castle?" asked Maester Luwin. "Honed and ready are their words. House Serwyn's seat is called Castle Serwyn," Harry answered, and took the seat he was offered with Maester Luwin's permission. "Where were you this time, Harry?" asked Maester Luwin, leaning over the large book he was holding. "Just here and there," he answered evasively. "How many times have I told you to be on time for your lessons?" "Many times, Maester Luwin. I shall endeavor to be on time from now on. This is what you said yesterday when I had to drag you out of the crypts." "But I heard a sound that led me deep into the crypts. I swear it was the builder," Harry said with an exaggerated whisper at the name of their famed ancestor. Robb was now looking excited while Jon looked scared. It has been his bit of entertainment to tell ghost stories to Jon, who was scared of ghosts. Robb, on the other hand, was excited and wanted to see the ghosts his twin kept talking about. "There are no such things as ghosts, Harry," said Maester Luwin, who eyed him with a warning look as he patted Jon on his head. "Jon, your brother is only trying to scare you. There are no ghosts in the crypts of Winterfell. I know what I saw. Only those with Stark blood can see the builder." "Is he strong? Did he teach you his magic?" asked Robb, all but jumping in his seat with excitement. "I'm learning, but I'm just a novice compared to the builder. When I'm grown, I'll build a wall twice as big as the one we have right now," said Harry with a smirk. "Yes, But one with steel this time. And it should be around Winterfell. Bad men won't be able to attack Winterfell that way, said Robb. Harry had to admit his twin had some weird ideas floating in his head. But, he got to admit, the kid sure has a vivid imagination. Harry, how many times have I told you? Maester Luwin trailed off as they all listened to a horn being blown in the distance. It's from the north gate, said Jon. Robb and Jon raced towards the window side and began to pull a chair near the window. They began to climb over the chair and onto the window to see what was happening. Harry also joined in on the fun, but he was given assistance by Maester Luwin, who gave him a lift. Harry saw his two brothers' eyes shine with excitement as they saw men marching in lines behind long lines of horses, and on the far back, they could see carts being drawn by bulls. "Who are they?" asked Robb excitedly. Winterfell getting filled with banners had turned his two brothers into excitable little hell-raisers. A white sun on a field of black are their banners. "Surely they must be of House Karstark," said Harry. "Right, you are young, Harry. It'd seem we will have to cut our lessons short," said Maester Luwin. The excited yell let out by Jon and Robb was amusing to watch for Harry, who was reminded of his two children. At the same time, his smile disappeared as he trained his eyes on the marching men. He held no notion that most of these men were going to return alive or even whole. War always took some toll, be it life, injury, or the mind itself. He just hoped his enchantments would help save as many lives as possible. Harry frowned at the work being done inside the smithy. The smiths of Winterfell were busy using their hammers, chisels and files to make tools for warfare. The tools of the blacksmiths were pounding away, and if one had the necessary allure to the profession, they could listen and recognize the music hidden within. The ringing of steel as hammers pound away to shape the fine contours of the weapon being made. The chisels that help in etching engravings or even chip away slags. The files that remove the rust and keep the edge as sharp as it needs to be. These tools were indeed musical instruments. Perhaps not of the same proclivity as regular musical instruments, but certainly they were instruments of fine arts. The music they brought forth gave birth to weapons that sung the song of steel across the world. The weapons these tools made carried the song of death, and yet they also brought salvation. In his travels around the world, he came to love the craft of a blacksmith. There was something primeval to that profession that called him to this ancient art. His curiosity had led him all the way to Sri Lanka and southern India, where the origins of Damascus steel lay waiting for someone with the right resources to claim. The original techniques were lost in time, but that wasn't going to constrain someone like Harry. He, after all, commanded the ability to summon spirits of long past. The only thing that inhibited his ability was the knowledge of those ancient souls. It was for this knowledge he traveled to these places, to trace the lost arts of these ancient civilizations, and his trip was not in vain. He managed to succeed in accessing several old archives, and through them he managed to summon the relevant spirits to the world of the living. From them, he cracked several methods of constructing Damascus steel. It was no easy task, but with the aid of magic, he could ease the efforts put into the making and even improve upon the quality of the steel. He had tried to access the secrets of goblin steel or even the mythical metal mithril. Sadly, he knew not how those were constructed. The secrets of mithril eluded Harry, as any information on the old metal was lost to the ages. No records survived about that metal, and if there was such a record, they were heavily shielded under a veil of anonymity. Goblin steel, on the other hand, was available to be studied. The sword of Gryffindor was more than enough of a specimen for Harry to study. The goblins were a tough bunch, as even the long-dead spirits were not willing to share their knowledge with anyone outside their race. So, he went the old-fashioned way to recreate the properties of goblin steel. Trial and error was the norm he used, and to his surprise, it worked. The key to constructing a strong magical sword was spell forging. He trained for 6 months to properly use spell forging techniques by casting bronze swords. Then he went to steel casting after he became familiar with casting spells to bind layers upon layers of metal within a sword. While goblins found a way to bind spells within layers with their unique style of magic, Harry had to be more innovative. He used spells to bind the layers at the moment of casting, but also included runes to maintain the spell's everlasting nature. He suspected the goblins found a way to inscribe runes into the layers inside a sword. It was an art he was sadly unfamiliar with. But he knew to use the runes over the metallic surface. To preserve the aesthetics of a sword, he could keep the runic inscriptions invisible to the eyes. The combination of spell forging and the secrets of metallurgy behind Damascus steel led him to create an entirely new form of steel. What got his attention, however, was the new world he was born into already housed a similar version of such steel called the Valyrian steel. The Valyrians who inhabited the Valyrian Peninsula had managed to produce this metallurgical and magical marvel. They named it Valyrian steel. Rumors claim Valyrian steel was made from dragon flames. Harry knew that to be untrue. Well, maybe the Valyrians used the flames of dragons to melt the steel and keep the temperature as high as possible, but magic was the backbone of Valyrian steel. He knew that for sure when he studied the ancestral Valyrian sword of House Stark, Ice. In Westeros and Essos, a Valyrian steel sword was priceless. A mountain of gold could be acquired by selling a Valyrian steel blade. Owning a blade was also a mark of prestige, as no more Valyrian steel blades were being made. But that was not why Harry was in the smithy of Winterfell making his first attempt in making a sword and armor in this world. He had found out another bit of problem in his plan of charming the weapons and armors of Northmen with protective spells. His spells were not lasting more than a week. It seemed despite using the Elder Wand his magic was not strong enough to properly use the abilities of the Deathstick. Usually, a spell cast by the Elder Wand would not easily weaken with time. Unfortunately, that's what's happening right now. Harry had found the spells he used inside on his father's armor and shield had disappeared after a week. He didn't know why, but he was curious to find out why magic was being drained. Meanwhile, he came up with a short-term solution of spell forging a new armor and shield for his father. While he was at it, he decided to spell forge 2 swords as well. Harry was not so worried by the underperformance of Elder Wand, nor was he worried about the absence of the other 2 hallows. His research into ancient Norse rituals in Norway and Egypt made him learn of his quite accidental involvement in an old ritual. The hallows were not gifts from death as the tales of Beetle the Bard would have one belief. The hallows were linchpins to an old ritual. A ritual that had Nordic origins. The 3 hallows were powerful objects, but they were assembled by assigning them an epithet of 3 powerful ideas. The Elder Wand was tied to the idea of power, the stone tied to the idea of spirit, and lastly the cloak tied to the concept of invisibility. The ritual succeeded in making their objects phenomenally powerful, but his studies over the ancient runes and glyphs used on the 3 hallows led him to conclude the ritual was never completed. The hallows changed hands over the years through different wizards assimilating their power, character and magic throughout the years. But, like all cups, there is a limit to which it can be filled. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on the situation, when Harry came to possess the 3 hallows he unwittingly managed to fulfill the thirst of the 3 hallows. Being an unwilling Horcrux to Voldemort also did not help, and he came to possess the Elder Wand after surviving a killing curse from Voldemort. The remnants of these 2 unnatural magical energies became a catalyst for absorbing the 3 aspects of power, spirit and invisibility into his soul. Power made his body endure time. Invisibility gave his body a kind of invulnerability that allowed him to survive mortal wounds. For a long time, he had wondered what the aspect of spirit has given him. He had explored soul magic to its extremes, but he never came to a solid conclusion. Well, his present situation gave him an idea of what the aspect of spirit gave him. It'd seem he obtained the ability to reincarnate with his identity intact. In a way, the concept of spirit is synonymous with the identity of a person. He came to this conclusion based on the simple fact that he remembered everything that pertains to his identity as Harry Potter. The Elder Wand was indeed as powerful as it could be. The only problem was that the world he lived in seems to out any shred of magic unless it was tethered by runic inscriptions. He had noted runic magic to function adequately, as Valyrian steel blades have not suffered any drain of magic. Harry looked at the melting pot sitting inside the raging magical fire he had created. The blacksmiths were looking at him as if he was a god. The Northerners were pagan worshippers, even if they don't identify themselves as such. At least, he considered them pagans. Anyone who worshipped the forces of nature without devolving into organized religion was pagan in his eyes. The old gods of the forest sounded more and more like a disorganized pagan religion which only asked 2 things from their followers: say no incest and rye. Both of those ideas he could easily get behind. He also loved the fact that the Northerners worshipped trees and sees them as the divine embodiment of gods. He couldn't find a better way to instill nature preservation in a bunch of muggles. Harry noted the crucible steel ingots he prepared had turned into a fluid state inside the melting pot. Without his spells, it would have been nigh impossible to use this method and cast steel swords or armor. Pour it into the mold, Master Wegner. The local smith nodded and took the mold out of the fire Harry provided and poured it into the mold. Harry would have done the deed, but his arms were not strong enough to bear the weight, nor were they steady enough. As Master Wegner poured the molten metal into the mold, Harry began chanting in Latin. He began casting a long chain of spells that would shape, bound and link the layers of metal with magic. As Master Wegner finished pouring the last drop into the mold, Harry finished his chants. Then a helper of Master Greg took the clay mold and placed it in a bucket of water. The water hissed as it rushed into the metal and began to quench it. Harry immediately cast a spell that removed the clay mold from the sword and began carving out runes all over the blade's periphery with his wand. The runes have to be drawn before the blade loses its heat, so he supplemented the runes with heat-preserving charms. When all was said and done, the sword was complete, and with a small swish of his wand he made the runes flare up with magic before disappearing altogether. Then he removed the heat-preserving charms and allowed the blade to cool down. Harry looked over the sharpness of the blade and the distinct ripples over the surface. It looked exactly like Valyrian steel, and now he could focus on other works. Harry looked around and saw his twin and John looking wide-eyed at the sword he produced. The other blacksmiths were not faring any better. "So, there really is a ghost of the builder in the crypts," whispered John, turning pale white. Harry barely suppressed his laughter. Oh, it was one of his best ideas to claim he was interacting with the ghost of Brandon the Builder. Now, he has got a plausible explanation for all of his miracle works and magic. Let's start again, Master Wegner. This time with more steel. After all, a single sword alone would not do the trick. XXXXXX. Ned, I'm concerned about Harry. Surely, you see his obsession with the Smiths and his far-fetched claims are not healthy, complained Caitlin. Eddard frowned but otherwise remained unreceptive of his wife's concerns. It was not that he didn't understand Caitlin's concerns regarding their son. It was just that he didn't find much trouble with Harry's interests. He remembered a time when all he could think of was swords and horses. He had also been fascinated with how swords were made, and he had itched to use one in his youth. Eddard vividly remembered the first time he held a sword in his hand. It was no wooden sword but a castle-forged sword. Brandon was the one who helped him get access to the sword. He was so grateful to his brother for doing that. His father, on the other hand, was not so pleased to learn about the incident. If he was to pretend to be cross with Harry, he'd be a hypocrite. It'd seem his son inherited a lot more than just his looks. As for Harry's claims of ghosts and whatnot, he was somewhat concerned. The crypts of Winterfell is a dark place, especially if one goes deep enough. Even Eddard dared not travel too far into the depths of the crypts. In part, this was because of Lyanna's attempts at scaring him in his childhood. Though elder to his sister, he remained vulnerable to her mastery of scaring people to their death. Harrion is a child cat. It is only normal for young children to find swords, horses and soldiers fascinating. It is only natural for him to be scared of the crypts. Remember what Maester Luwin said. A child's mind is creative and comes up with most silly explanations to those which they do not understand. But Ned, Harry claims he saw a ghost. Not just any ghost, but the ghost of your famed ancestor. Caitlin argued most fiercely. Eddard loved it when his wife became all flustered and angry. A fish in hot water, his wife was, when she became all angry and protective. Not to mention her cheeks would turn red, synonymous to her fiery hair. That is most likely because of old stories he loves so much to read. Harry has been learning even the old tongue to read some of the old scrolls in the library. Ned, he claims the ghosts talk to him and teaches him things. Are you not concerned? Caitlin asked with her nostrils flaring. Now, he became concerned. Not because Harry made up some story to scare Rob and John, but because of his wife's rising ire. Even he knew he should not let her fall too hard into anger, as she was pregnant with their fourth child. So he petted her hair and tried to calm her down. I'll talk to him, Cat. You worry too much, my love. Eddard whispered into her hair as he pressed a chaste on her head. Thankfully, that drained the anger out of his wife. Now he understood why his father always said his mother was beyond his understanding. Women were difficult to deal with. Sometimes later he sat in the great hall entertaining the guests he held under his roof. Much of the north was still mustering up the troops. The northern army won't be sailing from the shores of the north. For one, there was not much of navy to speak of to accomplish such an undertaking. Eddard hoped to raise 20,000 men or at least close to that number. Then he'd march that army south and help Riverlands in throwing the Ironborn to the seas. From there he and his men could board the ships of the royal fleet and eventually attack the Iron Islands. There were quite a number of northern ships in the Sunset Sea. But, they'd be tasked to protect the shores of the north. Looking at the Great Hall, he took note of Karstark, Bolton, Manderley, Lake, Tallheart and Glover men. There were other notable houses like Forrester, Whitehill, Locke and many more. The lords were all gathering in Winterfell for their long march to Riverlands. At the moment, many houses have yet to arrive like Umbers and Mormonts. Strangely enough, Lord Orbert Stain of Skagos decided to answer the call. The man and the rest of Skagos had arrived together with the Karstarks. Lord Orbert even gifted him unicorn horn, which was a rare item in itself. After Aegon's conquest, the Skagos have never answered the call of Starks of Winterfell unless it was to defend the north against wildlings. It was for this reason the Starks before him never bothered the Skagos. Then again, the oaths houses Stain, Crowell and Magner swore was to raise their banners in support to defend the wall or to protect the north from southern invaders. Lord Manderley seems to be in a good mood, said Lord Rickard Karstark as the Lord of Karhold approached him. The Karstarks were Starks in all but name. Lord Rickard had more similarity to him than anyone else in the hall. For a stranger, Lord Rickard would look like an older brother or an uncle to him. I, Lord Karstark. A raven from King's Landing arrived informing the Ironborn has attacked Shield Islands. Anything that sets back the Reach is a cause of celebration for Lord Wyman, Eddard said with a somewhat amused smile. Ha! The man always says the story of Manderley's arrival to the north to his guests. I'd wager he is obsessed with the Starks, said Lord Rickard, shaking with laughter. Don't forget you are a Stark as well, my lord. I'm a Karstark. Is there that much difference? Asked Eddard. I suppose when you put it like that, my lord Stark. I noticed you named your second son Harrion. My eldest son is also named Harrion. I named him after the builder's son, said Eddard. You Starks have a penchant for naming your children after men of the past. Lord Rickard just grumbled good-naturedly. A trait that is common among Karstarks as well. Eddard reminded his kin. The doors to the hall opened, snatching Eddard's attention. It was the local blacksmith who was accompanied by Robb, Harrion and John. Some of the Stark men were even pulling in a small wooden cart with its top covered with a cloth. What is this, Master Wegner? Eddard asked with a frown, as he did not remember asking the man's presence, least of all in the great hall in the presence of other lords. Apologies for the intrusion, my lord. But, this could not wait. A most extraordinary event has occurred, my lord. Your son managed to forge Valyrian steel. Eddard's mouth hung open and the whole hall became silent for a moment. Eddard stared at the blacksmith confusedly, wondering if the man lost his mind. He was not the only one who was thinking along those lines. What kind of foolishness are you talking about, you fool? You dare to lie in the presence of a Stark at the heart of the north? Thundered Lord Rickard. But, my lord Karstark. I'm not lying. Look for yourself. The blacksmith then removed the cloth from the cart to show a shiny new set of armor, greaves and a helmet. It was a full-plate armor painted pitch black in color. But that was not the detail that took the collective breath out of the hall. What surprised many was the shining rippling pattern that surrounded the armor. The paint may have covered the whole armor, but the distinct ripple pattern was there if one looked close enough. If you still don't believe me, look at this, said Master Wegner, after which, the blacksmith picked up a sheathed sword from the cart. With a flourish, the blacksmith drew the sword, and the steel singing was all too familiar for Eddard, who was intimately familiar with ice. Old gods give me strength, Eddard heard Lord Rickard say with utter surprise. He was not far away from saying something along the lines, but he tried to keep a smooth face. Instead of saying anything, he turned to his three sons, who were sporting different expressions on their faces. Robb was positively thrumming with glee. John looked happy and yet a bit more concerned at all the attention they were garnering. Harrion, on the other hand, looked at him with an innocent smile. Told you Harry could speak with the ghost of Bran the Builder. Everybody made fun of me then. What say you now, huh? Eddard palmed his face at his eldest son's outburst. It did not help at all, and the inhabitants of the hall began excitedly whispering with each other. He could make out whispers like Stark blood being strong, wolf blood, blessed by the old gods. What have you done now, Harry? Or maybe could his son truly speak with Bran the Builder? Eddard wondered. Looking at the Valyrian steel blade which was now in Lord Rickard's hand, he could believe his son's claim. Or maybe, could it be that his son is the second coming of the Builder? Eddard eyed his son as if seeing Harrion for the first time. The Northern army had marched off to Riverlands to relieve them of the Reaving Ironborn. Last Harry heard from Maester Luwin, the Northern army was near Moat Cailin. The army would then cross into Riverlands through the perilous path of the Neck. Then they would march for Seaguard and relieve House Mallister along with the entire western Riverlands from the Ironborn invasion. At least, that was the general plan. In war, plans may not necessarily survive in contact with the enemy. Harry has personal experience to attest that. You'd think having magic gives you an advantage over the Muggles. The Muggles of his world proved that magic, while certainly a powerful tool, was not all powerful, and it had its weaknesses. The Muggles were masters in bio-warfare, and they used their subtle weapons to unleash terrible diseases and viruses to cripple the wizarding army. At one point, the Muggles even managed to cripple magic as well. There was a time when Harry would have scoffed if anyone told him Muggles have the ability to cripple magic in the world. The Muggles of his world proved him wrong, and the Muggles of this world once again repeated that feat. He had thought they could not have advanced that far enough to cripple the magic of the entire world. Well, he was not sure magic was crippled all over the world, but it was crippled in Winterfell. The only smudge of magic he could feel in Winterfell was from the crypts, the hot springs underneath the castle, and the weirwood trees of the Godswood. When Harry realized he could not bind magic outside his body indefinitely, he started searching for the cause. Something was draining magic from Winterfell, and perhaps even the North or Westeros for that matter. His failure to enchant weapons and armament of Winterfell's armory certainly led him to this conclusion. Thus, he began his search, and he was no closer to find the reason. The first place he looked for was inside Winterfell. Winterfell is the ancestral seat of House Stark and was the capital of the North before Aegon's conquest. According to Maester Luwin, Winterfell is among one of the oldest castles in Westeros and one of the largest. While legends claim the castle was built by Brandon the Builder with the aid of giants 8,000 years ago, Maester Luwin dismissed such claims. Harry agreed with the Maester. Winterfell was burned down twice before Andals invaded Westeros by the Red Kings of Dreadfort. So, the claim of Winterfell being 8,000 years old falls flat. The outer walls stand 80 feet high while the inner gate stands 100 feet high. If legends are to be believed, these two walls were built by giants. An obvious lie that could be easily dismissed. The oldest structure in Winterfell was the first keep, and that has been rebuilt before the Andal invasions. So, the claim of the walls being built by giants is just superficial claims. Now, there was indeed a portion of the first keep that remained unblemished by time, and that was the crypts. The ancient crypts remained untouched by the happenings of the outside world. Well, not entirely untouched, as there were portions of the crypts that were decaying or are under the process of deterioration. However, for Harry's keen senses, he could feel the ancient magic woven around the crypts and its 2x2 pillars along its length. It was one of the reasons why he spent so much time in the crypts. From his limited probing, he learned there was an ever-expanding charm woven into the structure of the crypts. However, it was not a charm simply woven into the bricks by some wizard. The charm was somehow a self-charging runic work that seems to charge occasionally by absorbing magic from the Godswood. And try as he might, Harry could not find any runic inscriptions inside the crypts. He was still looking, but his search has so far turned up with no success. He also theorized there is a preservation charm woven into the structure. For whatever reason, that piece of magic is not functioning everywhere. Perhaps, the runic inscriptions were shoddily done, or a portion of the inscriptions are damaged. Whatever the case, he couldn't confirm his suspicions because he had yet to find the runic scripts. As if that was not enough, the fabled hot springs of Winterfell was another magical marvel. Magic was positively thrumming in the hot springs. His senses would go haywire whenever he could sneak into the hot springs. It was a perilous journey to reach the very bottom of the first keep. The hot springs lie far beneath the first keep, immersed in total darkness. This was also another place that made no sense if there was no magic involved. For all the talk of hot springs, none in the castle had seen the fabled hot springs with their own eyes. That's mostly because of a common misconception. It is believed that the Great Keep is built around the natural hot springs. Nothing could be farther from the truth. If this was indeed the case, then there was no need for servants to make warm water for baths. They could have just taken the warm water from the hot springs. The reason the servants could not do that was that the hot springs were not at all beneath the Great Keep. The hot springs lie beneath the first keep, and to access it one needs to evade some of the wreckage and find the ironwood door far down the dungeons of the old structure. Harry found it only by using the Point Me spell. While the hot springs was indeed a natural one, there was no way it was keeping the whole castle warm by its sheer existence alone. No, magic was once again involved. The water from the hot springs flows over to the pipes that are spread out across the castle. Water cannot simply flow through the pipes without something priming the movement. Natural flow has its limits, and what he saw in Winterfell cannot be possible with the natural flow of water. So, something was forcing the water from the hot springs and circulating it through the different buildings within the castle walls. The obvious culprit was magic, as he was sure the first men were not tech-savvy to invent a rotary pump when they were not even aware of steel. Now, the third and last place of magical consecration was in the Godswood. He had some experience in dealing with magical trees in the Amazon forest, and that experience warned him to bide his time. He didn't want to poke at the heart tree without certain precautions. So, this left him with two options. He could investigate either the hot springs underneath the first keep, or he could look into the crypt. The hot springs would need to be examined by physically slipping into the water. With his present physical age, that was suicide even with magic. It'd only take a small mistake for him to slip into a watery grave. So, exploring the crypts became the safer option. If only it was so bloody simple, he thought as he stepped around another cluster of broken stones. The deeper one goes into the crypt, damages could be seen at a progressive rate. Yet, he could not find the runic scripts anywhere. The Point Me spell and all known scanning spells in his repertory were ineffective in this endeavor. For some reason, even his natural sensing skills, which he had honed over the years, were failing him. Harry. It was Maester Luwin seeking him out once again. Letting out a disappointed sigh, he looked around the stone faces of the Winter Kings of old. All of them were holding onto rusted swords while sitting on a throne. Only very few Starks had sculptures who were not kings or lords of Winterfell that remained in the crypts. Their towering statues seemed to mock his inability to find their secrets. But Harry was not going to give up that easily. There was still one more method left to try out in his arsenal. "Harrian, you have archery lessons to attend. If I've to come down, I'm going to ask Lady Stark to confine you to your room for a week." Harry stopped at that threat and decided to cut his search short. It'd seem he'd have to find alternative ways to find the runic scripts. "I'm coming," he shouted back, lest Maester Luwin decides to step in. Picking up the oil lamp, he made his way out of the dark halls of his ancestors. His footsteps echoed throughout the otherwise silent chamber as he made his way out. It took him some time, but he finally managed to arrive near the spiraling stone stair and began his climb. He was far below and searching in the older sections of the crypts, which means he had quite a number of steps to climb. At the very top, he found Maester Luwin with an oil lamp of his own, looking none too pleased. "How many times have I told you not to wander into the crypts?" Maester Luwin asked him once he managed to climb out of the stairs. "The builder called me, and I can't say no to the builder 'cause he is the builder," Harry squeaked out with wide eyes. If someone ever doubted his acting skills, this particular piece would have shut them up. It turns out the trick to act like a child is to make as much trouble as possible and give the most ridiculous reasons for said trouble. He also took it as a credit when he saw Maester Luwin refused to correct him on his ghost claims, unlike the last few times. His ability to spell forge swords has put doubt into the mind of Maester Luwin. Eyeing the Valyrian steel link on Maester Luwin's neck, he was not so surprised by the Maester's easy acceptance of his usage of magic. Harry was pleasantly surprised to know, while the Citadel disapproved of magic and its studies, they still hold a long tradition of exploring higher mysteries. That doesn't mean the Maester was wholly supportive of his magic, nor does it mean the man had anything to contribute to his specific craft. Despite Maester Luwin's studies in regards to higher mysteries, it remained theoretical studies. The Maesters of Citadel believes magic died with the death of the last of Targaryen dragons. Harry found this view interesting. He knew for fact magic was not dead as he could feel it in the air around him. Nonetheless, magic was in serious peril. It was diminished in some sense due to reasons unknown, yet pockets of magic remained. He was curious how the dragons supposedly fit into everything. But, that could wait, cause first he had to grow up to a suitable age and then journey out of Winterfell to have his answers. Harry noticed the strange and sometimes worshipping eyes of the castle's inhabitants following him. His apparent ability to cast Valyrian steel sword had elevated him to something of an elite among the elite status. According to Septa Mordain, he was supposedly blessed by the smith. The old god's followers believe he was blessed by the old gods of the forest with magic. Some believe his story wholeheartedly, that he was communicating with Brandon the Builder. Another group believed he is the reincarnation of the Builder. Harry had openly laughed at Septa Mordain's face when she had made the ridiculous claim of his magic being a gift of the smith. So, you are saying I am blessed by your imaginary god which I don't believe in. This god of yours sure seems to be out of touch with reality for blessing heretics with powers. That was his response to the Septa's ridiculous claims. But, he had to give it to the woman. She was one stubborn woman who took his retort without rising to the bait. Instead, the Septa muttered a hasty goodbye to his mother and himself before retreating to Winterfell's sept. Since then, he heard no tales of the Septa's whereabouts, which he found very pleasant. Now, the old gods are another matter entirely. Since he credited his ability to spell forge on the ghost of Brandon the Builder, he had to keep his silence on the claims of old gods' followers. The claim was also politically safe considering he was living at the heart of First Men culture. Despite his recent rise in popularity and literally being worshipped by the people of Winterfell, there were some who didn't give a damn. One such person was Sellos Poole. The man was thin like a chopstick and shorter than most men, with sandy brown hair and black eyes. While a distant cousin of Vayan Poole, Sellos was their archery and horse riding trainer. Harry eyed his brothers who were practicing with a bow. Owing to their young body, they were only required to learn the basics of archery, which was boring as hell. Look who decided to turn up. Thought you could escape training again, didn't ya? Growled Sellos before dragging Harry by his hand towards the archery range. I wasn't trying to escape. Harry growled back as he rubbed his arm while Sellos picked up a practice bow. You weren't. Then you wouldn't mind to show me the pose we practiced yesterday, wouldn't ya? Challenged Sellos, looking expectantly at Harry with his black beady eyes. Harry took the bow into his hand and tried to remember the exact pose. He kept his right foot behind his left foot while raising the bow with his left hand. With his right hand, he drew the string back and looked quizzically at Sellos. Give a bend to those knees and keep them at least shoulder width apart. Harry followed the instructions and allowed himself to move into the position. Good. Sellos muttered while circling Harry, looking for any more defects. Keep the drawn portion of the string just underneath your jaw, or keep it close to your nose. Harry stole a glance at his brothers, and they were now out of their stances, relaxing their arms. A slap to the back of his head broke him away from observing his brothers. Eyes front Harryan. An archer does not know anything else but his target. Sellos growled. With a scowl, he focused on the boring task of holding a bow properly. It was going to be a long day. XXXXXXXXX. It was a strange journey from Winterfell to the Neck. The last time Eddard had led the Northern Army was to save Lyanna and seek justice for his brother and father. He was inexperienced then, and he had struggled to control the Lords of the North. They were a rowdy bunch, and it took all his patience to have them follow his orders. This time around he found them far more malleable under his command. You are more at ease now, my lord. Command suits you. Eddard glanced at his fellow lord and friend Howland Reed. Originally, the Lord of Greywater Watch was his sister's friend. He still remembered the tale Howland told him before they embarked on their journey to Dorne. Howland had felt guilty that it was because of him Lyanna came under Rhaegar's line of sight. Only I know how alienable it feels to be the Lord of Winterfell when it should have been Brandon. I was supposed to inherit Moat Cailin by my father's schemes. It was his wish to restore the castle to its former glory, said Eddard, shaking his head ever so slightly to shake away memories that forced old wounds to reopen. That might be the case. Howland agreed curtly. But, you are doing well. The lords of the North respect you. Eddard let out a grim chuckle. Not all of them. Lady Barbary surely holds a grudge. She sent as less number of men as possible. No one in a position of power will be loved by everyone, my lord. Your lord father was respected by the lords of the north. That doesn't mean everyone loved him. There were quite a few who disagreed with many of his decisions and perhaps even disliked him for it. Yet, when a grave injustice was visited upon Lord Rickard, the whole north rose to avenge him. Edward nodded thoughtfully before patting the Lord of Greywater Watch on his shoulder. You are right, Howland. We find our true friends on the battlefield. I certainly did. If you consider me a friend, then I should be by your side, said Howland, making Eddard sigh. In truth, Eddard would have loved to have Howland by his side. The last time he survived the war was because of Howland. If Howland was not present at the tower, then he would have most likely perished at the end of Arthur Dane's sword. Even now, thinking about Arthur Dane caused him equal amounts of misery and hatred. The man had kept Lyanna locked up in the tower just because some rapist prince ordered him so. The man also had the guts to prohibit him to see his sister. At that moment, it felt right to slay all the 3 Kingsguard. On the other hand, he knew the 3 knights were just doing their duty. They swore vows before the gods to serve their king. They served the Targaryens to their last breath, and for that, they have his respect. Arthur Dane was the most skilled swordsman he ever crossed blades with, and if it wasn't for Howland stabbing the Sword of the Morning from the back, he wouldn't be alive. No matter how dishonorable the act was, Howland saved him and brought him a few moments with his sister before she passed away. For that alone, Howland deserved his humble gratitude. The man had given him a chance to say goodbye and console his sister before she passed away. It was a debt that he could never repay. I'd rather you stay here in your home and watch your children grow, Howland. War is a grim affair, and I know your son is ill. Greywater fever was it. A most common fever in the neck. He will survive, my lord, said Howland. I will pray to the gods old and new for his recovery. But your son needs his father more than anything else. Go and be with your family. The gods know that's what I prefer instead of this war. Eddard muttered, looking at the long lines of caravans tumbling along the King's Road escorted by loyal men of the north. Speaking of your family, how fares young Robb, Harrion and Jon? Asked Howland curiously. A smile came to Eddard's face at the thought of his children. They are doing well. Robb is the most excitable one. Harrion could give lessons to Lyanna on how to make trouble, and Jon tends to be the responsible one. That's strange. I'd have expected Jon to be the troublemaker, commented Howland, and together they shared a laugh in the memory of Lyanna. For a moment, they stayed silent, reminiscing of the past, forgetting the troubles of the present. While Greywater watches far away from Winterfell, we have heard rumors of Harrion's feat. Is it true that he forged Valyrian steel swords and a full suit of armor? Asked Howland. Eddard frowned as he didn't know what to feel about the whole mystery surrounding his second son. He didn't know whether to believe Harrion's claim of being taught by the ghost of Brandon the Builder to forge Valyrian steel of all things. Despite his misgivings, he felt the gods have blessed his son with a great gift, but a dangerous one. Many would kill to own a Valyrian sword. So it stands to reason that his son, who is now shown to have the knowledge to forge Valyrian steel, would be coveted by dangerous people once word of his accomplishment spreads. It was one of the reasons why he had increased Winterfell's guards before he left his home. The rumors are true, Eddard admitted with some reluctance. I don't know exactly how, but Harrion can forge Valyrian steel. He claims he learned the art from the ghost of Brandon the Builder, which doesn't make any sense. That's very intriguing, said Howland before looking incredulously at Eddard. The ghost of Brandon the Builder taught him. I know. It doesn't make any sense, but that's what Harrion claims. I see. Howland mumbled while looking thoughtful. What are you thinking? Eddard asked, seeing the ponderous look on Howland's face. Have you considered Harrion might be a greenseer? Asked Howland. A greenseer? Surely, you jest, my lord. Don't be so easily dismissive, Lord Stark. Howland warned. You do have the blood of Warg King running through your veins. How do you think your ancestors defeated the Marsh King? I know not, my lord. Talks of magic and myths are not my strong suits. Eddard admitted. If anything, he'd have to ask Benjen, who was far more informed in the myths and magic. For reasons beyond my understanding, my son has a unique gift. I just hope that gift serves him well and bring good fortune. If your son's gift involves forging Valyrian steel, then I think he will bring great fortune. I suspect offers will flow in from 4 corners of the world once his gifts are known, claimed Howland. Speaking of which, are you going to show me your son's work? I gave the Valerian steel sword Harrion gave me to Esser Roderick. The other one Harrion gifted it to Jory Castle and charged him to protect me with the sword. As for the suit of armor, I have that in my tent, said Eddard. Then let's go to your tent, my lord. I'd have an eyeful of the craft of the second builder in House Stark. Esser Satin Mud's arms shook as he gripped the sword fastened to his waist. He prayed to the gods old and new to protect him this day so that he may return to the warm embrace of his wife. His wife was expecting and she may give birth any day now. Instead of being there for her, he was at the forefront of the war. Satin cursed the Ironborn for starting this whole mess. If it wasn't for them, he'd be in his modest holdfast instead of hiding amongst the trees on this sunny day. He'd have been most likely collecting taxes from the villages for Lord Mallister. Since the burning of the Lannister fleet, Seaguard has been preparing for an Ironborn attack. Lord Mallister had readied his meager fleet and had brought the coasts as much time to properly face the Ironborn threat head-on. The Mallister fleet now lay broken beneath the waves, but those brave men certainly brought the Riverlands time to raise enough men to defend their lands. They were still recovering from the fires of the rebellion. Even so, there were brave men ready to take up arms just as the generation before had done so. Satin's own father had fought in the rebellion only to lose his life at the Trident. He had been forbidden to join his father as he had yet to earn his knighthood. 6 years later this was no longer the case. Satin served Lord Jason Mallister most dutifully just as his ancestors have done in the past. His vaunted ancestor was just a common soldier from the north. Just a mere mounted soldier sworn to House Dustin who was blessed by the gods old and new. Barrow was the name of his ancestor. Satin's ancestor was part of the northern army that crossed into the Riverlands under Cregan Stark for the Black Queen during the Dance of Dragons. In a twist of fate, his ancestor saved the life of Desmond Mallister's second son in a battle. For this, his ancestor was given a knighthood, a plot of land and Lord Desmond's natural-born daughter as wife. This was how House Mud was born, and since then the Knights of House Mud had served the Lords of Seaguard in protecting the coasts from Ironborn reavers, bandits and other miscreants looking to break the peace. Esser Satin, longships are approaching. A scout precipitously called out to their company. There were 50 men under his command and a better part of them was quite tired from riding along the coasts in rotating patrols. Ever since the war began, they have been riding all across the land to keep peace and evacuating the villages nearby to the coasts. It has been tiresome work, but Satin was proud to say he worked with good men. They had carried out Lord Jason's command and probably saved the lives of many innocent small folk. The Riverlands could ill afford to lose more hard-working small folk lest there would be hardly any hands to work the fields. Oftentimes, it is the innocent that suffers in the war, and far too many had fallen when they deposed the mad dragon and his rapist heir from the Iron Throne. Are there any small folk living near the shores? He asked the scout. No, Esser. Are you sure, lad? The small folk can be stubborn and may have refused to move from their homes. These Ironborn won't be as considerate as our men. They will the woman and spirit them off to their barren rocks to serve as glorified s. No, Esser. I'm sure we had all the people moved to safer locations. Satin nodded at the scout. Now that he knew for sure there were no innocents in his way, he could spring the trap on those reaving lunatics without worry. You hear that, men? It looks like we will be wetting the sands of our coasts with Ironborn blood. Let's go kill those rapist thugs. That was more than enough words to rile up them to a frenzy. No one here was ignorant of the Ironborn and their reputation. Failure meant the desolation of their homeland, and most of the men Satin was leading had families to protect. They could ill afford to let these Ironborn establish a foothold in these lands. Satin led the men towards the beach still under the cover of trees. In the distance, they could make out the Ironborn longships as well as the small rafts carrying readers abound for the shores. I count 4 longships in the distance, Esser, said the scout. Aye. If we wait too long more Ironborn will take positions, he mused, looking at the disembarking enemy. Satin led his men out from the trees. He only had 8 mounted men including himself. The rest were all peasant soldiers, and among them only 10 archers. Most of the men were in Seaguard fending off the attack from Greyjoys. Got to work with what I have rather than what I'd prefer, he thought grimly. He rode at the front leading the men. He had the archers stay back and pin down the Ironborn with arrows from higher ground. It also meant he'd have the advantage in the initial bout. And he was proven right when his men cut through the disorganized enemy who was running around trying to avoid arrows. Saturn took the life of an Ironborn, cleaving the head off with his sword. It was his first kill in this war, and soon he was in the thick of the battle. An axe-wielding maniac tried to bring him down from his horse, but he smashed that fool's head with the flat of his sword. It was completely unintentional, as he was aiming to cut the man's neck. Saturn's mistake notwithstanding, the Ironborn remained disoriented, and his horse, it seemed, didn't like the Ironborn one bit. His horse surged ahead and kicked the Ironborn with his hind legs. The distant crack of bones and the scream the Ironborn let out made him aware that his horse had done his work for him. "Good boy. Now, let's kill the rest of them," he whispered to his horse, and so continued the carnage. Despite being a small battle, Saturn took in the smell of blood, piss and shit. Men were screaming in pain or in fear. Some were screaming for no reason at all and was just hacking away at long-dead enemies in a frenzy. Despite the lack of quality of his men, Saturn stood victorious on the beach. When the last Ironborn died, he let out a victorious cry that was taken up by his men. At that moment, he felt like he could fight 100 battles and win all of them. Despite the euphoria that was filling his body, he took note that the longships were lowering more rafts filled to the brim with more Ironborn. "We need more archers. Archers," he called out, and to his surprise, two horns blew from the east as if answering his call. The tree lines rumbled, and from them emerged a large army. Men poured in from the tree lines carrying the direwolf banner. Rows and rows of horses, archers and simple soldiers poured out in droves. Leading them was a black armored figure on a black steed that seemed to out the very light itself. A large number of archers poured into the beach and began raining death on the Ironborn. Saturn noted that very few rafts survived the Northmen's assault. Those that survived had the good sense to turn around and take their leave. Those that tried to brave the arrows were now probably with their drowned god. The black armored figure removed his helmet, and Saturn immediately knew this was the Quiet Wolf. He had only met the Lord of Winterfell once, and that was when Lady Catelyn wed the Northern Lord at Riverrun. He wouldn't forget the face of Eddard Stark, as it was also the last day he spoke to his father. The Lord of Winterfell hadn't changed much in the years since the wedding. The man still sported a thick beard, and he felt a primal fear by looking into those judging gray eyes. It felt like he was being studied, and the feeling did not sit well with him. "Lord Stark, I'm Esser Saturn Mudd, a knight sworn to Lord Jason Mallister." "Well met, Esser. Any word from Seaguard?" asked the Lord of Winterfell. The voice, in contrast to the looks of the Northern Lord, was far softer. "Perhaps, that's why men call the man the Quiet Wolf. The last I had word, Lord Mallister was pinned down in his castle with repeated attacks from the Greyjoy fleet," he reported. "Far be it from him to show disrespect to a Lord Paramount, especially when said Lord commanded a large army. In that case, we would help Lord Jason. Will you join us, Esser?" Saturn perked up at the offer. He thought the Northerners would just leave them here. "I would be happy to accompany you, my lord. But the Ironborn, I will leave some of my men to guard the shores. We would appreciate someone more knowledgeable of the shoreline. It'd ease my men to traverse these lands." "Of course, my lord. I'd be happy to help." With his admittance into the Northmen's army, he was a bit happy. He knew the real fight was not going to be on some unknown beach. The real fight was going to be where the High Lords of Westeros would gather. And that's where Saturn preferred to be, so that he may earn favors for his family. It also helped to be in the company of a large army. The chances for him to return to his wife was looking up for the moment. As Lord Stark began barking out orders to his troops, Saturn noted a peculiar detail. The black armor the Lord of Winterfell was wearing looked so smooth and shiny. He felt self-conscious wearing his less than stellar armor, but it was to be expected, he supposed. He was just a no-name knight in a backwater place, while Lord Stark ruled an entire kingdom and was the lord of one of the largest castles in Westeros. There was bound to be differences in the quality of steel between them. Even so, he didn't feel like it was the trick of the light, but he was sure he took note of the rippling pattern etched on the armor plate. Shaking away such thoughts, he instead began concentrating on gathering his own men and having the wounded treated by some of the healers the Northerners brought. XXXXXXXXX. Jason Mallister felt the weight of the last few days on his bones. He was so tired and felt like he would keel over any moment. For days and nights, he had toiled without rest to keep Seaguard out of the hands of those barbarians from the Iron Islands. At long last, After weeks of resisting the Ironborn attacks, he had managed to finally expel the Ironborn with the aid of his brave men. A great toll has been extracted from him in this war. He lost many of his family. He lost uncles and nephews in this war, but it was a price worth paying, as he had managed to keep the Ironborn from gaining a steady footing. If they had done so, he shuddered to think what would have happened. There was no Aegon the Conqueror to teach these filth fear. The dragons have all died when Robert Baratheon caved in the last dragons at the Trident. The Lannister fleet burning at Lannisport was the first sign of the kingdom's unraveling at the seams. If Robert Baratheon fails to crush this rebellion, he was sure the Targaryen loyalists will become a problem. Dorne was also going to intervene, as they are hungry to shed the blood of those who took part in the butchering of their princess. This was one of the reasons why Lord Tully has pulled some of the lords to concentrate on gathering at Harrenhal. There was a strong chance the Targaryen loyalists might rebel in the absence of King Robert and the royal fleet. If that was the case, it was better to be prepared, as southern Riverlands would be the first to act. Similarly, the Gulltown fleet has been charged to guard the narrow seas. Jason could see an uncomfortable tension gripping Westeros. It looks like the kingdoms were once again looking into the abyss of war and destruction. If King Robert failed to crush this rebellion, his tenuous hold on the throne might weaken. And that was a situation Jason was not looking forward to. Hence, receiving this particular guest had to be done despite his personal tragedies or exhaustion. Announcing Lord Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell. The herald proclaimed, and in came the Lord of Winterfell, striding in with a powerful presence. Gone was the young boy who was new to the position of lordship 6 years past. In his stead, there was a true Stark of Winterfell. Jason could feel the confidence with which the Lord of Winterfell carried himself. Lord Stark, please accept the hospitality of House Mallister. Jason opened with the pleasantries, offering bread and salt. Lord Mallister, it'd be my pleasure. As the guest rights were given, Jason took note of the gleaming armor the Lord of Winterfell was wearing. Rumors had reached even his ears of the Valyrian steel armor the Lord of Winterfell possessed. He had considered them rumors and talk of misguided small folk. But, giving a closer look, he confirmed the validity of those rumors. The Starks have always been held in great regard in Seaguard since the Dance of Dragons. Your late brother Brandon Stark, bless his soul, was a friend of House Mallister. My family bled for him under the unjust heels of the Mad King, said Jason as he shook hands with Lord Stark. Many good men died under the Mad King, honorable men. Lord Eddard said grimly. It'd seem we are to go to war once again, my lord. Jason could hear the exhaustion in Lord Stark's tone, and he doubted it was solely because of the journey. Any word from King's Landing? Lord Eddard asked as Jason led the Northern Lord to better lodgings while his sworn lords and knights welcomed other Northern lords. Lord John Arryn holds the city together. The Knights of the Vale will be riding out of the Bloody Gate to strengthen the capital. The Gulltown fleet guards the narrow sea just in case any dragon loyalists decide to break the king's peace. Jason told what he knew, which was not much. Lord Hoster and Lord Arryn were keeping everything suppressed in the Crownlands. If there was a rebellion, the two had ensured it will be snuffed out in quick order. What about Robert? Asked Lord Eddard. The king has ridden straight to Castle Rock while Lord Stannis has sailed the royal fleet around Dorne. It is hoped the royal fleet will join the Redwyne fleet, and together they drive the Iron Fleet back to their dreary islands. You have certainly done exceedingly well in defending the Riverlands, my lord. We missed the battle by a few days, it'd seem. Jason grimly chuckled. We Riverlanders know what it means to be under the yoke of Ironborn. We fought to the last man, and the Ironborn were tough, but when I slew Roderick Greyjoy they fled instead of continuing the fight. Well, that is a surprise. We could hope Balon sees the error of his ways with one of his sons' death. Jason snorted. I doubt that, my lord. Balon is a stubborn fool with delusions of restoring the old ways of reaving and raping, said Jason, eyeing the armor Eddard Stark was wearing with great interest. I was not aware House Stark holds a Valyrian steel suit of armor. We didn't. It is a recent addition, said Lord Eddard, sparking Jason's curiosity. Not even the Targaryens possessed a full suit of armor made out of Valyrian steel. There are rumors that the purebloods of Volantis possess such relics, but he doubted their claim. If one of the 40 Dragonlord families does not possess such expensive relics of the freehold, then he doubted some bunch of merchants possess these precious relics. Ever since the Doom, there have been no new Valyrian steel objects in the world. To his knowledge, only the smiths of Qohor possess the ability to rework Valyrian steel. Seeing as most surviving Valyrian steel relics are swords and daggers, he found it odd that House Stark possessed a full suit of armor. He knew the Starks possessed a Valyrian steel greatsword named Ice. Maybe the Starks had more Valyrian steel lying around in their ancient castle than that was led to believe. I've heard rumors that there are 2 more Valyrian steel swords as well. Please do indulge my curiosity, my lord. With bleak days ahead of us, your new Valyrian steel collection is something of a strange event that distracts me from darker thoughts and deeds. Perhaps it was his heartfelt plea for something else to bother his mind rather than the grim realities of war that made Lord Stark spill the source of his Valyrian steel. Either way, he could only see truth shining in the man's eyes as the Lord of Winterfell spoke of his gifted second son. If it was anyone else, he'd have thought them a charlatan for claiming their children could produce Valyrian steel. But, this was Eddard Stark, and the man did possess a lot of Valyrian steel. He didn't know what to think at this point. On one hand, he felt the urge to see this lad who unearthed the secrets of a lost art. But, questions surfaced in his curious mind of how a boy of 6 days managed to replicate the greatest work of a long-lost people. The boy didn't even possess a smudge of Valyrian blood in his veins. So, how come a Stark of all people managed to reproduce Valyria's greatest secret technique when those of Valyrian blood had fallen short all these years? It was a query he was sure might remain unanswered for a time. But that doesn't mean he was going to waste such an opportunity to pass. He was going to meet this lad and perhaps even commission a sword for himself as soon as he secured the funds for such a purchase. Jason wasn't quite aware, but his maester was within hearing distance. Not just the maester but many servants as well. By noon, rumors began to wildly circulate from Seagard. Even a raven took flight to the deep south, where those who claimed dominance over Verity sat assured in their wisdom and accumulated knowledge. And so spun the wheel of fate that governed the chaos of mortal life with utter disregard to the consequences that'd emerge in the near future. Catelyn worried for her husband. It has been months and word of Ironborn rebellion was hard to come by, as most of the battles were now fought in the sea. Not to mention, all news has to travel through the neck and make it all the way to Winterfell. She had of course kept in touch with her father, and he had kept her appraised of what was going on in the south. Usually, her father would not have done so, but circumstances have changed. She was not the one to start their correspondence through ravens. It was her father who took the first step, and it was evident why very quickly. Her father's inquiries were almost always focused on her Harrion. Her second son's gift in forging Valyrian steel has lit a fire among many nobles of the south. Not a day goes by where Winterfell was not hounded by ravens carrying offers of betrothals for her son. Of course, she was proud as any mother would. She was keenly aware of just how gifted her son was, but she was also aware of just how much danger her son was in. She knew that all the attention her son was garnering would spell doom. The lords of Westeros were easily offended, and it'd only take a simple misunderstanding to offend someone. That offense would later transition into enmity. And she could ill afford the enmity of southern lords while her husband was away fighting a war in the south. Therefore, a better part of her day was spent carefully answering ravens from lords across the 7 kingdoms. It didn't help that she was always tired and angry with a babe growing in her belly. Maester Luwin was a great help, but the old maester was already busy as it is burdened with many duties. As if that was not enough, she had to worry about Winterfell's security as well. Harrion's magical powers have attracted northerners from all over the land to flock towards Winterfell. She had to increase the security of the castle and have men regularly patrol all entrances so that nothing bad happens. She would have rested easy if it wasn't for her son's stubborn wanderings around the castle. No matter how much she tried, she could not keep Harrion confined to his room. The boy would always find a way to escape the room and wander around the castle, especially near the first keep in the Godswood. For some reason, her son had taken to visit the Godswood regularly. She doubted this happened because Harrion suddenly became an old gods devotee. It was something else, but she didn't have the courage to investigate the matter. The Godswood always gave her ill feelings, and so she remained ignorant of her son's newfound interest. Harrion had so far not informed her of his interest when she asked, which made her drop the matter for now. When Ned returned, she'd ask him to keep an eye on Harrion's activities in the Godswood. The last thing she'd need is for Harrion to do something with the Godswood and attract the ire of faithful northerners. Letting out a sigh, Caitlin brought her attention back to writing a response to her father's latest raven. Her father wanted Harrion to squire for Edmure. While she loved her father and brother dearly, she was not ready to let go of one of her babies. So, her answer was a resounding no. She'd have screamed that answer on her father's face if he was physically present. Did he think her so stupid that she'd fail to discern her father's true intentions? Over her dead body would she let anyone make a puppet out of her children? She'd have some words with her uncle if her father was going to persist in attempting to foster Harrion in Riverrun. If there was someone she could trust to truly care for her son and teach him all that is to be a knight, then her Uncle Brynden would be the man she'd choose. She dearly loved Edmure, but he was hardly someone of knightly renown. Either way, the final decision would be with Ned. Perhaps, Ned also had some plans for her children that he had not shared with her. As someone who fostered at the Vale under Jon Arryn, Ned would know more about the matter than she ever could. So, she'd defer to her husband on this matter. A knock on the door to her chamber shook her out of her thoughts. "Come in." The door was pushed open and Caitlin nearly screamed when she saw the person. "My lady, it is I, Septa Mordane." Caitlin had the urge to call the guards, but seeing as 2 guards were standing behind the supposed Septa Mordane, she was somewhat mollified. But, that doesn't mean she was going to allow this abomination to enter her chambers. "Stay where you are. Guards, what is the meaning of this? Who is this woman?" Caitlin shouted at the guards standing behind the creature. And what a wild creature this was. With red horns protruding from its bald head with skin, the color of blood. "My lady, this is Septa Mordane," one of the guards accompanying the creature claimed. "What trickery is this? This is not Septa Mordane." Caitlin screamed at the guards, wondering why they were behaving like simpletons. Couldn't they see the creature with their eyes? She thought, eyeing the creature with apprehension. "My lady, I'm Septa Mordane," the creature claimed. Seeing the earnest look on the faces of the guards, she took a closer look at the creature. It was then she noticed several similarities. If the red skin and large bullish horns could be kept aside, the creature looked remarkably similar to Septa Mordane. "What happened? How is this possible? It's all because of your son," Septa Mordane claimed, bursting into tears. As the Septa began narrating what happened, Caitlin felt pain flaring across her forehead. "Oh, Harrion, what have you done?" Caitlin walked through the great keep with purposeful long strides, with Septa Mordane right behind her. As she strode out of the keep, she could feel many eyes follow her, and she unconsciously tucked in her woolen cloak around her body for comfort. The sun was nearly out of the sky, which had placed the castle under the cover of a long shadow. Avoiding all the curious looks, she aimed straight for the courtyard, where she found her children surrounded by many of the guards and servants of the castle. Just as she reached her destination, bright balls of light flew high into the air before bursting apart in a shower of sparks. The gathered crowd burst into applause and excited chatter. Once again, several more bright globes of light began to spring up and burst apart in the sky. Getting over the shock at the spectacle, she found her children as the guards made way for her. Right at the center of the crowd were Harrion, Robb and Sansa. Jon Snow was also there, but she paid no attention to the boy. Just as Septa Mordane warned her, there were 4 stones glowing with symbols carved all around its surface. Everything that she meant to do and was prepared to do fled the moment she took in the excited and happy eyes of other children. Not just her children, but all the others standing around her children. Little Sansa was clapping away, her eyes firmly trained on the sky as multiple colors sprout up in the sky. Robb was looking far too proud and happy, jumping around in excitement whenever the stones on the ground would spit out bright globes of light. Even her husband's bastard looked quite happy, not to mention all the adults were looking to the sky with radiant smiles. She had lived long enough among the Northerners to know how rare they smiled. The North is a harsh place, and the people living here always had far rough conditions to live in compared to the South. So, she knew just how rare it was for a Northerner to smile. Even her husband looked cold and disinterested most of the time, and he was the lord of all the North. "Look at this, my lady. Your child is being possessed by a demon. This is witchcraft, and Harrion is possessed by a demonic spirit from the depths of 7 hells. Something must be done," the Septa whispered into her ears, startling Caitlin. She looked at her Harrion, catching his eyes. Her eyes locked into his gray eyes, so similar to her husband who was far away fighting on a distant battlefield. Out of her 3 children, only Harrion retained the stark look. In a way, Harrion remained a living monument of her marriage more so than Robb or Sansa. Looking into her second son's bright gray eyes, she could see curiosity shining in them. At that moment she realized her son was waiting patiently to see how she'd react. She was reminded of Maester Luwin's words that Harrion was far too intelligent for his age. Her son could deduce what was happening, and he obviously knew she was here because of the altercation between him and the Septa. The Septa had tried to intervene to prevent Harrion from teaching Sansa and Robb magic. According to the Septa, she claimed Harrion was teaching her other children to draw runes, the magical language Harrion was using to perform magic. The Septa had tried to drag away Sansa, but Harrion had stepped in. This had caused the Septa to accuse Harrion of committing a sin in the eyes of the Seven. The guards accompanying the Septa had so far corroborated the story. The next bit was where the guards and the Septa's explanation left her flummoxed. Harrion had somehow conjured up a stick from thin air and supposedly jabbed in the Septa's direction. Whatever the case, the end result was the Septa's changed demonic appearance. She didn't understand how that happened, but it has happened somehow. The only plausible explanation before her was magic. My lady, your other children will have to be kept away from the demon's influence. It cannot be allowed to live with your children, else it will corrupt their souls. The Septa whispered into her ears, and once again Catelyn found herself observing Harrion, who had yet to look away from her eyes. When their gazes locked, she was suddenly reminded of a conversation they had not too long ago. If your God tells you that someone has sinned just because of the circumstances of their birth, which they had no control over, then that God is evil. Those who believe such nonsense are ill in their minds, and people like them are those who commit the worst of sins. The sin of willful ignorance and blind hatred. Those words were spoken by her son, and those words echoed inside her mind. My lady, you must order the guards to take away the demon. Catelyn surged forward and struck the Septa right across her face with all the strength she could muster. You dare call my son a demon? Know your place, you shriveled old coot. Lady Stark. You cannot, how dare you? The Septa mumbled incoherently on the ground, nursing her swollen cheek. You dare order me to lock up my son? Take this filth into the dungeons. Come morning she will be hung for daring to slander and plot treachery against House Stark. Catelyn's order was met with actual cheers and approving comments from the gathered crowd. She was truly stumped on how the crowd reacted. She had thought many would oppose her or at least request her to reconsider, not this outright happiness. This goes to show just how much the people of Winterfell despised the Septa and how ignorant she was to the whole matter. Good riddance to bad rubbish, I say. That hypocrite was strutting around the castle like she had the key to the secrets of the world. That comment came from none other than her son Harrion. You troublemaker. Catelyn rounded on her son and caught his earlobe between her fingers. Just what is it that you are doing? Why are you always getting into trouble? Let me see whether I can't instill some discipline into you. Catelyn dragged her son away after the guards dragged a screaming Septa Mordain from the courtyard. She just hoped her husband would return as soon as possible. She needed to have some word with her husband about Harrion's future. XXXXXX. Work was progressing at a fast pace, but not fast enough in Tywin's opinion. The Ironborn attack has crippled Lannisport. His fleet lay broken and burnt at the bottom of the sea. He had invested a lot of gold in building up a strong fleet, and all that work was gone in a moment because of the Greyjoys. He had built the fleet with the Reach and Dorne in mind. The Iron Islands was also an enemy he hoped to crush in the near future, but before his fleet could achieve the necessary strength it was burned down. If it wasn't for the fact that most of the sailors and captains perished with the fleet, he'd have hanged them for being criminally negligent. As it is, he lost a lot of gold in building up the fleet, and he intends to reclaim what was owed by the Ironborn at the end of this war. To that effect, work was afoot on restoring the ports of Lannisport. With the Ironborn beaten back to the sea by the concentrated efforts of the Lannister army and some enthusiastic help from the combined Stormland and Crownland armies, the need for a functioning port became all the more relevant. This war was not going to end with just beating back the Ironborn. An invasion of the Iron Islands was imminent. The invasion of the Iron Islands required a large fleet, and thankfully the Redwyne fleet, as well as the Royal Fleet, was sailing towards Lannisport. But, to facilitate their troops to board those ships, the wreckage surrounding the waters of Lannisport has to be removed. Not to mention the damages done to the ports have to be reversed in a speedy manner. The good news was that work was progressing and the Ironborn were being beaten back on almost all fronts. The Westerlands has almost completely thrown off the Ironborn to the seas, and the same goes for the Riverlands. Thanks to the timely arrival of those sturdy northerners, the Riverlords were quickly able to throw off the Ironborn without incurring many losses. Standing atop a hill overlooking the city of Lannisport, his eyes couldn't help but trace the long line of tents rising up on the outskirts of the city. At the very center, he could make out the grey direwolf banners of House Stark. "So, Lord Stark refused to take up your offer to stay in the Rock?" asked Garyon. Tywin could feel a hint of mocking tone from his younger brother, but he chose to ignore that. It has always been Garyon's purview to make a joke or tease him from time to time. He dealt with that by totally ignoring those attempts and instead focused on the important matters. Among his 4 siblings, Garyon was the wildest and free-spirited. Anything he could say to reprimand his younger brother would only embolden the fool. "We extended the courtesy to house him in the Rock. It is not our fault the man preferred to stay with his fellow lords," said Kevan, defending his brother. "I heard the king has been spending much of his time with the Warden of the North. Should we be worried?" asked Tygett, gruffly. "It is only natural. Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon were fostered at the Vale. With this rebellion threatening to split the kingdoms the old alliances have to be strengthened lest the Targaryen loyalists think us weak," said Kevan. "I wouldn't worry too much. Hoster Tully and Jon Arryn are prepared to knock down any Targaryen loyalists. I'm rather interested in rumors about Lord Stark's suit of armor made of Valyrian steel," said Garyon, looking keenly towards the Stark camp. For once, Tywin agreed with his younger brother's assessment. Not even the famed pureborn of Volantis could claim to own a full suit of armor made of Valyrian steel. Even the Targaryens never owned anything like that, and they were one of the 40 ruling families of the Valyrian freehold. "Rumor has it Lord Stark's second son forged the armor and 2 swords with Valyrian steel," said Kevan, eyeing Tywin's firm gaze on the northern camp. "Probably these are lies made up by superstitious small folk." Tygett dismissed his 2 brothers with a negligent wave of his hand. "There is no smoke without fire. What do you think, Tywin?" asked Kevan. "We are one of the houses in Westeros, and yet we do not possess a Valyrian steel sword. Even dirt-poor houses like Mormonts possess a Valyrian steel blade. This cannot stand," said Tywin before turning on Garyon. "I'm assigning you to oversee the needs of the Northmen. While you treat with our guests, you shall learn of the truth behind these rumors." "How do you propose I do that?" "Lord Stark is not exactly fond of our family," said Garyon, frowning at Tywin. "You do what you do best. Just as you befriended the king through wine, do the same with those rowdy northerners. Their tongues will be loose once their belly is filled with the finest wines," said Tywin, directing his gaze back to the northern camp. He had no idea whether there was any truth to these rumors. If there was some truth, then he would ensure House Lannister benefit in some way. It was frankly a ridiculous rumor, to begin with. House Stark could not claim any descent from Valyrians, so he doubted their claim. Even so, there have been several rumors behind House Stark, and they were an old house dating back thousands of years. He'd not believe such rumors without proper inquiries. After all, the game always threw in some wild pieces from time to time. Last time, it was Lyanna Stark who ended up dismantling the entire Targaryen dynasty. He was curious to see whether another Stark could become a centerpiece in the game. Robert guffawed as he watched Garyon Lannister get punched by Mage Mormont square on his jaw. His wife's nuncle had boldly put his hand where it was not welcome and got a bloody nose for his trouble. "Take that, you bloody Southern. Next time you try something like that, I'll have you swallow your balls after I cut them off." Robert could hear the she-bear threaten the youngest sibling of Tywin Lannister, and that made him laugh hard. He was not the only one. The strong and sturdy Greekjon was also roaring out his approval. He always found it fascinating that the Mormonts were allowed to do as they do in the north. As far as he knows, the Mormonts are the only house that allows their women the freedom to pursue a martial lifestyle in the 7 kingdoms except for Dorne. Those desert dwellers must have gone mad with living in scorching heat for so long. Maybe, this was the case for the Northerners as well, seeing as they have been living in bone-chilling cold for centuries. For whatever reason, only the Bear Islands seems to be comfortable with sending their women into war. It seems the northern bears are more ferocious than the lions of the west. Robert said amusedly as Garyon Lannister sat back down, rubbing his reddening nose. "She's just unfamiliar with us lions," said Garyon, waving away the servants trying to treat his nose. Robert liked the man. Out of all the Lannisters, he thought Garyon Lannister is the only one with a likable personality. The rest of them were greedy lickspittles looking to hoard power and influence in his court. Here, drink this. Robert offered a chalice full of wine to his wife's uncle. It is a strong batch of Dornish red. It should dull your pain and your embarrassment. Robert smirked and laughed uproaringly as Garyon drained the chalice in one go rather than the usual uppity style these blonde-haired cunts portray. Case in point, his wife was a marvel when it comes to drinking wine in a sophisticated way. That was the only time his wife managed to excite him a bit. Most of the time her stellar personality drained him of any feelings for that shrew of a woman. Cersei, when she opens her mouth, always demands something from him. She also thinks that she and her family is the Seven's gift to the world and everyone should treat them as such, which made his skin crawl. At least, there are a few good apples in the colossal tree that is House Lannister, Robert thought, eyeing Garyon Lannister. A man who can hold his ground while filling half his belly with one of the strongest wines is trustworthy in Robert's eyes. "Don't you think you have drunk enough, your grace?" asked Eddard, disapproval shining out from the Warden of the North's grey eyes. "Ha, you know me, Ned. I'm only 3 pitchers in and I can go further," said Robert, draining a cup full of wine. "Besides, there is nothing to do here until Stannis arrives with my fleet. Come join us, Lord Stark. In this world you've got to enjoy life as much as you can, cause happiness is fleeting," said Garyon Lannister. "What he said," said Robert, raising his wine cup in salute. "Come sit by my side and stop calling me, your grace, all the time. We are no longer little boys running around the area pretending to be knights, Robert. You are the king," Eddard reminded. Even so, he took a seat to Robert's right. "Don't you remind me of that, Ned. If I had my way I'd be traveling across Essos cracking skulls rather than sitting on that pointy chair all day long listening to whiny courtiers." Robert growled, thinking of the shit-stained capital and his wife. Thinking about that made him drink 2 more cups of wine, in quick succession. Robert considered himself a simple man. He has very few likes and was mostly happy with his lot. He loved to drink wine and any wenches he could get his hands on. There was also his recent hobby of crushing skulls of men underneath his warhammer. He would have balked at killing a few years back, but ever since the rebellion he loved killing people. Each time he swung his hammer he thought of that rapist inbred Ponce's caving in. This had let him sleep soundly at night no matter how many lives he took. Killing, and drinking was also the only way to alleviate the guilt and loss he felt. He had fought a war that ravaged the 7 kingdoms to save his one true love, Lyanna Stark. At the end of the war, all that was left of her were bones and a few fond memories. Those inbred shits took his heart from him and he would never forgive anyone with the Targaryen name. Perhaps, he'd have forgiven Rhaella Targaryen's remaining 2 spawns if Lyanna had survived. But now, he lived to see the last seeds of the dragons be wiped away from this world. Then he could rest easy and hand over the ruling of the kingdoms to Jon till his son came of age. Till then he'd have to sit on that stupid chair. "Robert, remember your duty. If not for you the entirety of 7 kingdoms will fall into a constant state of warfare," Eddard cautioned. "Pa, you are like Jon, always talking about duty and honor." Robert waves away his friend's concerns. "Jon is wise," said Eddard. "On that, we can agree. This is why I left him in charge at the capital," said Robert. "Enough talk about politics. What is this I hear about your son making Valyrian steel swords?" "Yes, Lord Stark. Word is that your son made a full set of Valyrian steel armor and 2 swords in a single day." "Is there any truth to such rumors?" asked Garyon Lannister. "I could speak all day on that issue, but I think it's better if I show you," said Eddard. A few moments later Robert was marveling at the work of art before his eyes. He was standing inside Ned's tent where the suit of armor made of Valyrian steel was on full display. The craftsmanship on the armor was beyond compare. Although the armor remained pitch black, he could see intricate patterns of wolf heads etched on the surface. The customary ripple pattern was also present, authenticating that the armor was indeed made of Valyrian steel. It has always been his dream to own a Valyrian steel sword. He preferred using a warhammer, but he knew there was none to be found. The only way he could get a Valyrian steel warhammer was by reforging Valyrian steel swords and daggers. He was no good in finances, but even he knew it'd be horrendously expensive to melt down Valyrian steel swords and daggers to make a full metal warhammer. Truth be told, he was incredibly jealous of Ned cause he got to wield a Valyrian steel greatsword. But now, there is an opportunity before him to get a magnificent warhammer made of Valyrian steel. The good part is there will be no incest-ridden dragon spawn involved in making the Valyrian steel. The fact that a Stark of all people had unlocked the secrets behind Valyrian steel felt like another snub against those sister Urs. For Robert, it felt like the gods old and new were finally in agreement to snub those dragon spawns by gifting the secrets of Valyrian steel to his friend's second son. But he was not the only one to be impressed by the work of art sitting inconspicuously before his eyes. Not since the fires of doom devoured Valyria has there ever been a new Valyrian steel artifact been made. "This is a wondrous accomplishment, Lord Stark," said Garyon Lannister, never taking his eyes off the armor. "I had always wondered how the Valyrians managed to create Valyrian steel. The maesters say there was magic and dragon flame involved. Obviously, they were wrong, or is there a hidden dragon in Winterfell, Lord Stark?" Robert noticed the fearful look on his friend's face. "Oh, come on, Ned. You don't have to fear those giant fire-breathing monsters. They are all dead," said Robert, shaking his head at how easily scared his friend was when dragons were involved. Robert knew his friend had a fear of fire ever since the Mad King had Rickard Stark murdered with wildfire. Perhaps that's why Ned looked frozen with fear. So, he decided to cheer up the man away from darker memories. "Tell you what, I find myself curious how your son accomplished this historic feat. After we crush these squids, I'll travel to Winterfell and see your son's work with my own eyes. Maybe I'll even have your son make me a weapon," Robert suggested. "A wonderful idea, Your Grace. I've been planning to travel to 7 Kingdoms. The North would be an exemplar place to start, seeing as it hosts one of the oldest cultures in the known world, not to mention the Wall," said Garyon. "There you have it," Robert happily crowed. "Once these ironborn bastards are beaten back and I have Balon Greyjoy kneeling before me, we all go to Winterfell." Robert could feel giddy at the prospect of visiting Winterfell. There was no Jon Arryn to hold him back, and he could disappear into the wildlands of the frigid north without worrying about some random trouble surfacing in that shit-filled capital. He'd also be far away from his nagging wife, which is also something he looked forward to. In the past few days, despite being surrounded by members of his wife's family, he found himself enjoying being far away from his wife's reach. "Robert, I don't think." "Oh, shut up, Ned. I'm your king and I'm ordering you to prepare for my arrival in Winterfell," Robert ordered. It was one of his brightest moments to pull his position as king over his friend. He didn't like to lord over his position, but sometimes it helped. He was the king of the 7 Kingdoms. The reluctant acquiescence from Ned was proof of this simple truth. It was good to be king. XXXXXXXX. Winds howled as it blew across the snow-covered landscape, carrying sleet and bone-chilling cold. Harry could feel the chill in his bones despite his fervent attempts to use his magic to ward off this horrible cold. Yet, his attempts were in vain. His magic remained unresponsive and fear settled deep in his mind. Looking around, he was confused to note nothing remained in his line of sight except for the snow. The high walls of Winterfell were nowhere to be seen. Even the bustling courtyard or the dark alleys of Wintertown were beyond his line of sight for some odd reason. As he waded through knee-deep snow, he was confused and angry. Outside of seeing an occasional tree covered in snow, the whole world looked like it got painted in white. Even the clouds were stark white. His arms were shaking uncontrollably while his legs felt like they weighed a few tons. He was struggling to drag himself in this frozen hell he found himself. After long hours of trek, he finally found a cliff. To get a better lay of the land, he waddled over towards the cliff while wrapping his cloak tighter. The closer he got to the cliff, the worse the cold became. At one point, he nearly fell over when his legs refused to budge, frozen by the cold. Somehow he managed to put himself in a position where he could look down the cliff. Snow was everywhere and the blizzard kept visibility very low. Harry suddenly frowned when he noticed something moving in the distance. He strained his eyes to get a better view, and all of a sudden the blizzard dwindled, clearing up obstructions to his vision. Harry nearly stumbled back as he looked at the large army of what seemed to be inferi gathered down below. All of them stopped moving all of a sudden and turned their crystal blue eyes towards his direction. For the first in a long time, he felt fear settling inside him. He tried so hard to use his magic out, but it refused to budge. Without his magic, he felt like he was crippled. "Wah, what is this?" He muttered in horror as he looked beyond the assembled inferi. In the far distance, he could see a sea of inferi marching down from a hill. There were thousands upon thousands of inferi, but that was not the worst part. There were giants, bears, lions, wolves, leopards and many other creatures, all of them with matching blue eyes. All of a sudden a raven flew towards him, which made him stumble back. The raven settled on a boulder and began crying, "Dead! Dead! Dead! Dead!" Strangely enough, the raven had 3 eyes instead of 2. When he stared curiously into the raven's third eye on its forehead, everything went black. With a gasp, Harry jerked awake from his slumber with sweat rolling off his forehead. Letting out a breath of relief, he calmed down while eyeing the book on his bedside table. He had fallen asleep last night heavily engrossed in the tales of the long night. No wonder he was dreaming about inferi, or as the first men called them, whites. "You were not dreaming, Harry Stark." The childlike voice shocked him and he blanched when a small creature sitting in his open window came into his view. It had nut-colored skin, clawed hands with only 3 fingers and a thumb. The large yellow slitted eyes of the creature glowed ominously in the dark. While overall the creature had an ominous look, the flowers decorating its black hair gave it a sifter appearance. Not to mention it was dressed in tree leaves and vines. "The children of forest," he whispered. "That's what your ancestors called us, but we are far older than mankind could ever perceive. Men, they are the children. Not us," the creature claimed as it jumped down from the window into his room's floor. "Our name in the true tongue means those who sing the song of the earth. For 10,000 years we have sung the song of nature while your kind ravaged this world with cruelty, greed and conflict." "Earthsingers," Harry muttered, frowning in thought. He had come across their kind in the Amazon forests of Earth in his travels. "What's your name? Why are you here?" he asked, stepping out of his bed while discreetly summoning the Elder Wand into his hand. "You can speak the true tongue." The druid sounded impressed. "I speak the tongue of noble serpents," he hissed back. Voldemort may have been one right prick, but he was indebted to the Dark Lord for passing down the ability of Parseltongue on that fateful night. The ability had come in very handy in his travels across the world. The creature seemed to straighten up and gave him a waist-length bow. "Greetings, speaker. My name is Spring. I've come here to aid you, Harry Stark. The 3-eyed raven believes you to be the key to destroy the others." Quote. Harry rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and shook his head. 3-eyed who? Lena remembered her daughter to be a spry little girl. She was always running around the streets of Wintertown obsessed with flowers. Her daughter Mina was the light of her life. Her husband was a drunkard who brought little earnings to their family, and thus she raised her daughter solely on her earnings from working in the kitchens of Winterfell. Working for the Starks was not a bad thing, all things considered. She earned a steady sum of silver every month because of her position. And that KS to her earnings, her daughter had known only full bellies all her life. She was even allowed to bring her daughter inside the safety of Winterfell thanks to Lord Stark's kindnesses. For Mina, who lost her father to the rebellion and mother to a harsh winter, life was not so bad. Now that Lord Stark had marched the Northern Army south once more, her husband marched with the army, and that left Lena and her daughter all alone. While her husband Ben was a hopeless drunk, there were times Lena would wish his presence. This was one of those times, cause her daughter has fallen ill. It was not just her daughter though. A whole lot of other people in Wintertown has also fallen ill, and the numbers continued to steadily rise day by day. All of this started with the arrival of foreign merchants into their lands. Supposedly, these strange-looking foreigners were Bravo Sea merchants traveling from White Harbor with Lord Manderley. Foreigners rarely visited Winterfell, and it'd seem this time these strange SOC have brought death and disease with them. The Maester promised her dear Mina will recover, but she was not so sure. This was why she was carefully sneaking through the corridors leading to the only person whom she felt could save her daughter's life. Standing before the black-painted oak doors, Lena took a deep breath before knocking twice. The door swung open after a moment, and she was immediately on her knees before Lord Stark's blessed son. She aired her grievances and wetted the boots of the little lord with her tears. It was a miracle that the guards never noticed what was happening, but she begged his help all the same. If the blessed Stark could not help her, she feared her dear Mina would never open her eyes. If that happens, there was no reason for her to remain amongst the living. So, she earnestly begged the Stark who was blessed by the old gods to save her daughter. XXXXXXXX. The spring sickness, many called it. Harry would have just called it the flu mostly because there was no spring in the north. At least, it was not spring season when the sickness began to spread among the small folk of Wintertown. It was still snowing outside, so he was baffled why anyone would coin the term spring sickness. Strange names aside, it was undeniable that people were falling sick. Thankfully, the mortality rate seems to be keeping a low bar for the time being. The elderly were the most affected, as Wintertown was for the moment mostly inhabited by old men, women and children. Many of the able-bodied men were away fighting the war. That doesn't mean there were younger victims falling prey to the spring sickness. The daughter of one of Winterfell's cooks falling ill is an example. Now, according to Maester Luwin, the spring sickness had once wreaked havoc in Westeros during the reign of Daeron II. The Great Spring Sickness, the Maesters called it. Mostly it was a plague that struck almost all the major cities of Westeros. The worst affected was the capital city itself, King's Landing, where the Targaryen kings reigned. Despite strenuous efforts from the learned men of the Citadel, no cure was discovered to tackle the plague. The only good news is, the spring sickness gripping Wintertown is far less dangerous than the Great Spring Sickness of 209 AC. While the sickness had quickly spread amongst the small folk, it is not dangerous enough to kill people in one day. Although, there are some cases of quick deaths, but Maester Luwin is of the opinion those people were far from healthy, to begin with. Harry suspected Maester Luwin was keeping the veracity of details surrounding the sickness and its danger from his mother. After all, she was expecting to deliver his sibling any day now. The last thing the Maester or anyone would want was to trouble the Lady of Winterfell with ill news. And this was also a reason for Harry to find a sure cure that can eradicate the infectious disease from spreading. He considered Lily Potter to be his birth mother, and yet he felt more emotionally attached to Catelyn Stark. Perhaps it was because Lily Potter has always been an idea for him. He never experienced or knew the person that was Lily Potter. He only knew her from accounts of others and hence never experienced the relationship that ought to have blossomed between a son and mother. But now, things were different. His birth mother was heavily pregnant and she is surrounded by the threat of a dangerous disease. It could either kill his mother or the babe she was carrying in her belly. Not to mention, his other 3 siblings were also in danger. And the sad thing was he knew no sure way to eradicate this disease. Harry was no professional healer and his meager potion skills were of no use because of a lack of specific ingredients. It's not as if the North was teeming with magical plants and magical creatures. All of a sudden his eyes widened at the thought of magical creatures. Harry rushed out of his room towards the gift room with all the speed his small legs could churn out. The gift room was an old chamber where all the gifts the lords of Winterfell and Winter Kings of old received were safely stored. Chandeliers, purple-dyed DS, ruby-encrusted weaponry and stuffed heads of animals adorned the chamber. Not to mention dusty old S possibly holding many more expensive and exotic items. The guards stationed outside the chamber were reluctant to let him pass, but a simple confundo did the trick and he was inside. Accio unicorn horn. The white-colored horn that was gifted to his father by Escagosi flew into his waiting hand. It didn't have the silvery shine that he was familiar with, but the horn belonged to a unicorn nonetheless. Harry placed the Elder Wand on the unicorn horn and closed his eyes. A small stream of magic trickled down from his wand into the horn while he waited patiently. 2 minutes passed before he felt a dull echo from within the horn. The echo proved the horn was magical in nature and it could hold magic if channeled into it properly. Harry was not so surprised by the fact that the horn was drained of almost all residual magic. He was more than sure the weirwood trees were ing magic dry from anything that is living for some odd reason. He had an idea why that was happening, but he thought he'd confirm his suspicions with spring. But then, the spring sickness blindsided him and the castle was in lockdown for days under the orders of Maester Luwin. The old master only deemed the castle safe once every nook and cranny of Winterfell was smoked using some medicinal herb. But even now, some preventive measures were in place. All inhabitants of the castle were only allowed to drink boiled water. The floors, cloths and other utensils were daily washed with boiled water and everyone was required to wash their hands from time to time. The restrictions around his mother's chambers were far more strenuous. However, now that he was holding a unicorn horn, Harry's mind swam with ideas. But first, he needed more information. Tucking the unicorn horn safely under his arm, Harry stepped out of the chamber ready to seek out Maester Luwin. XXXXXXXX. I'm so sorry, Maester. If only I had known those merchants were carrying this sickness, I'd have had them booted out of the north. Lewin fought the urge to rub his forehead and pondered a way to get rid of the overly apologetic Lord of White Harbor from his chambers. The man has been apologizing for days and still, Lord Manderley was not satisfied with his long string of apologies. In the first few days of the outbreak, it was understandable as Lord Manderley was in a precarious position. The Lord of White Harbor has unwittingly put the heavily pregnant wife and children of his liege lord at risk by bringing sick Bravo Sea merchants to Winterfell. The merchants were wooed by the promise of Valyrian steel and they were willing to buy it at an exorbitant price. If everything had gone as planned, Lewin imagined the Starks would have been some million gold richer. Instead, the whole castle was now being scrubbed floor to floor and the town below remained under the grip of the spring sickness. I couldn't easily say no to those merchants, you know. They were representing some of the wealthiest families in Bravos. White Harbor can ill afford to alienate the oligarchs of Bravos, said Wyman Manderley, his pale blue eyes shining earnestly as if to convey his precarious position. I understand, Lord Wyman. Nobody is blaming you, said Lewin for the umpteenth time. That's good to know. How is Lady Catelyn? Asked Lord Wyman. Lady Stark is in good health, my lord. She has been isolated to a wing of the castle where she will be kept away from any chance of infection. Lewin said, eyeing the portly Northman. Oh, that's good to know. Mayhaps, you would like the assistance of my maester. It would be no trouble at all to have Maester Liren give his aid in these troubling times. Lord Wyman offered earnestly. My lord, there is a small-scale spread of this sickness in White Harbor as well. It'd not be wise for Maester Liren to abandon his post. Lewin pointed out patiently. Of course, you are right, Maester Lewin. I forgot, but if there is anything you need, anything at all, please, don't hesitate to ask. Lewin smiled and nodded. He understood the Lord of White Harbor was going out of his way to ensure nothing bad happens, but Lewin had everything under control. The moment he treated the Bravo Sea merchants who fell ill, he had the whole castle in lockdown. The symptoms exhibited by those Bravo Sea were remarkably similar to the symptoms reported during the Great Spring Sickness. Blistering skin, nausea, dry cough, vomiting and red eyes were some of the well-known symptoms. The only consolation was that those who fell ill didn't die within a day. Some had managed to even partially recover, like the Bravo Sea merchants under his care. The Great Spring Sickness was far more dangerous than this one, and he thanked the gods old and new for this small mercy. There is no known cure known to him or the Citadel for this sickness. The only thing he could do is to prevent the spread of the sickness and thereby eradicate it. Healthy food and water should maintain the body's health condition, and the only form of medicine he knew to combat this disease involved using the lemon leaves. Archmaester Orsman was the one to find medicinal uses for lemon leaves during the Great Spring Sickness. Lemon leaves, either fresh or dried, are dipped in hot water inside a closed vessel for 10 minutes. Once the leaves are soaked well in the hot water, the medicine will be ready to drink. The medicine thus produced should be taken 3 times a day, and it was shown to increase the chances of survival among people. Another valid way of treating this disease is to use lemon juice, but lemons are far more expensive and hard to obtain in large quantities. So, he was limited in his abilities to chase the disease away from Wintertown. This put him in a uniquely disturbing position. The longer this sickness lingers in Wintertown, the greater are the odds for the sickness to spread into the castle. His musings were cut short when Harrion decided to barge into his chamber, surprising not just him but Lord Wyman as well. And as usual, Harrion held another unimaginable claim to share. Maester Lewin, I can cure the spring sickness. Of course, you can, Harrion. Why would it be any other way? Lewin thought, palming his face at the thought of the strange trajectory his life has been taking with each passing day. XXXXXX. Harry was no potion master, but he is an expert in runes. He had to become one to learn the secrets behind the Deathly Hallows. He may have failed to reverse the effects of the Hallows, but his journey to the goal did leave him with a better understanding of runes and rituals. Ancient runes were the foundation upon which modern wizarding magic was built upon. Even potions were developed with the aid of runes and basic arithmancy. There is a reason why runes are strenuously used in rituals instead of just using a specific spell to fire up the ritual. Runes provided a platform for more complex components to work in tandem with the required effects expected from a ritual. As rituals usually pull chaotic magic from the world, it is quite common to use runes that induce vitality in the recipient. This was done to ensure the recipient to not only avoid getting overwhelmed by the chaotic magic but also to cleanse any unforeseen defects in the body that may tamper with the ritual. Usually, the script used for this purpose is the Ouroboros script that represents renewal or the cycle of life and death. The unicorn horn Harry took was nowhere magically strong enough to heal the sick. Mostly because there was little magic left in the horn, to begin with. But, a few combinations of the Ouroboros script and some Magicae Effusio scripts etched on the horn would ensure the healing properties of the horn to climb high. It was by no means anywhere close to the effects of a full-fledged unicorn horn, but it should be close enough to tackle this non-magical sickness. Etching the runic scripts or even making the medicine is not the hard part. The hardest part is to impugn the horn with enough magic to kickstart its medicinal properties. Being the unfortunate owner of an underage body, Harry was not developed enough to imbue magic into a dense magical construct without drawbacks. The unicorn horn adorned with runic scripts specifically set for absorbing magic would be a catastrophe for Harry, who was only developing his magical powers. So, only one other person could imbue the horn with magic in Winterfell. "Are you sure you will be able to gather enough magic in one day?" Harry asked, watching Spring arrange small rocks in a circle on the ground before the heart tree, with the unicorn horn sitting conspicuously at the very center of the circle. Weirwood trees are saturated with ancient magic, Harry and Stark. The heart tree, on the other hand, holds magic as old as this world. It holds a portion of the magic of all those who have bonded to its life thread. Greenseers and children have imbued the heart trees with their magic for thousands of years. If it is your goal to imbue this horn with as much magic as quickly as possible, this is the way, said Spring, her melodious voice flowing like a gentle stream. "Can't you directly imbue magic into the horn?" he asked. "I can, but I prefer this method. If it is healing the sick among your people that you seek, then this will be the best way. The ancestors in the heart tree will judge your intent and bless you with their magic," said Spring. Setting the whole arrangement, Spring climbed back into the heart tree while Harry observed everything from the ground. "The horn will be ready by sunrise tomorrow," said Spring, after settling into a thick enough branch. "How do you intend to use it?" "I'll show you if you come into the castle tomorrow," Harry offered, but as always Spring declined his offer. "It is better for my presence to remain a secret." "It will be better if you come out in the open," said Harry. "My people once lived peacefully amongst mankind. We got slaughtered and chased out of our lands by your kind. If it wasn't for the danger lurking beyond the wall, I wouldn't have visited these lands," said Spring, before disappearing behind the cover of blood-red leaves of the weirwood trees in the Godswood. Even if the druid he was not calling a highly intelligent and old race children hid herself among the thick leaves, he knew she was observing him. "So, we never spoke about the three-eyed raven and what he wants with me," Harry said as he leaned back against the heart tree. "The three-eyed raven is a powerful greenseer who is gifted by the old gods to have watched the beginning and the end." Harry's eyebrows were raised all the way to his hairline hearing Spring's claim. He could feel the end of the world vibes coming from the druid. "Good for him, I suppose. So, what's that got to do with me?" he asked. "The cold winds are rising, Harry and Stark, and the dead rises with it. You are the only one blessed with strong magic south of the wall. The three-eyed raven would like to teach you to control your gift and use it when the realms of men face their great enemy." "What great enemy?" Harry asked, struggling not to roll his eyes. This was getting too dramatic for his tastes. "Death, Harry and Stark. For what else is the enemy of life?" asked Spring. "I could think of other enemies far worse than death. Death is a release from the bonds of life. Without death there is no meaning for life," said Harry, closing his eyes, feeling the weight of the years he have lived for a brief moment. "Only if the death you are talking about is not subverted from its natural course, Harry and Stark. The White Walkers serve a terrible entity that intends to consume the spirit plane. They kill and absorb the souls of their victims to power this terrible entity so that it may eradicate all light from this world," said Spring, making Harry frown. "That sounds an awful lot like a super dementor or something," Harry thought, involuntarily letting out a shiver at the very thought. "What's this entity's name, if you don't mind me asking?" "We don't know, Harry and Stark. It came during the Age of Dawn to this continent, fleeing from the east. It slumbered far away in the coldest part of Westeros, surrounded by darkness and frost. My people knew nothing of war and so we never bothered the creature. Little did we know that it would rouse from slumber once the Green King set foot in our lands." "Green King? Who's that?" he asked, enthralled by the story. "Another time Harry and Stark. The cover of darkness is near and I need to meditate," said Spring, before falling silent. Harry scowled looking up but he could only see the red leaves of the heart tree. Disappointed that he was not getting a cool story out of Spring, he decided to call it a day. Tomorrow, he'd pull the story out of Spring. With that consoling thought, Harry took his leave from the Godswood. It was a wonderful morning with bright rays of sunlight streaming through the blue sky. The snow finally stopped dropping and it looked like warmth was once again returning to the north. It was a joyous occasion. Winter represented stagnation, cold and struggle. Oftentimes it was the unfortunate reality of life, but summer meant joy, prosperity and rejuvenation. And it seems winter was dying down in favor of summer. It was at a great timing too in Harry's opinion. He eyed the unicorn horn sitting inside a clay pot with runes shining eerily in bright green color. The water inside the pot slowly turned into a thick viscous green liquid in a matter of minutes. When the process was complete, Maester Luwin picked the horn out of the pot using a set of tongs before placing it in another pot filled to the brim with hot water. It was truly a marvelous piece of magic, and the funny thing was he never intended to create this green concoction. The runes Harry had carved into the unicorn horn was supposed to absorb magic at an incredible rate, and then when the horn was dipped in water it was supposed to impugn the water with healing properties. Yet, the water changed into a green concoction that exhibits all the properties that he imagined and then some. Turns out, the green concoction not only acts as a drinkable healing potion but also as a salve capable of eradicating any skin diseases. Maester Luwin applied the green paste on the blistering skin of the two Bravo Sea merchants just to see whether there were any healing effects. It only took 5 minutes for the skin to absorb the green paste, and left in its wake was clear dark skin with no sign of blisters. The two Bravo Sea were considerably interested and quite grateful to be free from the grip of spring sickness. In short, the two merchants were guinea pigs for his healing potion. Maester Luwin has so far kept that little detail quiet from the two SOC merchants. Once it was proven that the potion was quite effective, Maester Luwin was quick to distribute it to all the residents of the castle. Obviously, this was cause for celebration as a deadly disease was about to get eradicated within a short span of time. However, this was not the only cause for celebration. The little bundle of silk and fur hiding the newborn baby in Maester Luwin's hand was enough reason for Winterfell to be in a celebrating mood. "Maester Luwin, please let me touch my sister," Robb begged. "I'm afraid not, young Robb. Your sister must rest easy for the coming days and away from unnecessary contacts. The spring sickness remain at large and it's not safe for the baby," said Maester Luwin with warning in his eyes. "But, have you made the green water that makes everyone happy?" "Everyone says so," Sansa said, training her large blue eyes on the maester confusedly. Harry's hands twitched to pinch his sister's chubby face at the expression on her face. Sansa reminded him of his eldest daughter Stephanie, whom he loved so dearly and was too cute for her own good. All it took for her was to shine her puppy eyes at him and he would fold to whatever whims that took her fancy. "Yes, little Sansa. But, the baby may fall ill. In time, you can touch the baby, but for now, let your sister rest safe," Maester Luwin cautioned. The maester showed off their new sibling for a bit more time before walking back into their mother's chamber with the baby in hand. Since the sickness was still at large, it was deemed dangerous for their mother to step out of her assigned chambers. Not to mention, she had only just given birth and the dangers of winter were still in play. The weather was improving, but that doesn't mean it was all perfect. This meant their mother would remain confined to her chambers for many days to come. This was not taken well by Robb or Sansa. No one felt the absence of their mother more so than Sansa. It didn't help that Septa Mordane was no longer among the living, standing ready to organize fake tea parties for his little sister. Harry would have felt responsible if not for the fact that the zealot Septa dug her own grave by whispering nonsense and hatred in his mother's ears. In his opinion, it was a terrible misjudgment on the Septa's part to underestimate the love a mother holds for her children. After all, Harry is the living proof that a mother's love can transcend even death. So, he was not all that surprised to see the Septa hang on a rope for all of Winterfell to see. What surprised him the most was how little this bothered the inhabitants of the castle. But, that all changed with the arrival of the Bravo Sea merchants and the subsequent spread of spring sickness. Some people, including Maester Luwin and his mother, were afraid that the new gods were punishing them for hanging the septa. It was a legitimate fear for the ignorant masses, and the timing did not help at all. However, that bit of bad business could be put behind them now, seeing as the cure was available and it was quite effective. Of course, there was the matter of distributing the cure, and he had no idea how that'd work. Despite Harry's showing of far-fetched skills, he was still treated as a boy of his age. Maester Luwin was reluctant to divulge any details on how the medicine would be used. Frustrating as that is, he understood the Maester. That doesn't mean he didn't leave some listening charms on the Maester's chain links. It was one of the reasons why he decided to break away from his siblings and shut himself inside the confines of the library. There he could listen keenly to what was going on, and it was an important conversation as well. Mostly it was surrounding the updates from the war front. Apparently, Stannis Baratheon, the Lord of Dragonstone, managed to break the Iron Fleet near Fair Isle. The good news didn't end there. Jaime Lannister managed to lead the Lannister armies into victory by reliving the Crag and Banefort castles from the raiding Ironborn. The defeat in the sea pushed the Iron Fleet back to the shores of the Iron Islands. With the western shores free from Ironborn raids, the king, as well as his armies, sailed for Pike with the Royal Fleet and Redwyne Fleet. While this was happening, Ser Barristan of the Kingsguard and Lord Stannis was sieging Old Wyck and Great Wyck respectively. With the Iron Fleet reduced to a handful of longships and the king laying siege to Pike itself, it was hoped the war would come to a speedy conclusion. No one was doubtful of the war's inevitable conclusion. The Greyjoys were about to lose the war they started, and King Robert was assured of another victory, cementing his rule. Harry could hear the audible sound of relief from his mother when the Maester unraveled the affairs of the South. He listened for a few more minutes before he grew bored of eavesdropping and decided to spend some time hunting for some information. Chief among them was more details about the Age of Heroes. To ensure no one disturbed him in his research, he set up a Muggle-repelling ward around the library. After which, he dove headfirst into the dusty old tomes of Winterfell's library. The good thing about having a library as old as one in Winterfell is that there is quite a large anthology of manuscripts and books. But, the sad part is quite a good portion of that collection was decaying and being lost to the wheel of time. The only saving grace is that a wave of the Elder Wand can restore those decaying books and scrolls in a jiffy. But, Harry could not cast a wide area charm, rather he was forced to selectively use the charm owing to his diminished magical power. And so, his quest for knowledge continued unabated, if only held back by some small factors. The history of this world fascinated him to no end. Chiefly, the stagnation suffered by Westeros, and Essos for that matter, astounded him. His family, the Starks, claimed descendants from Brandon the Builder, a mythical hero who lived in the Age of Heroes. The book that he was reading at present, True History, written by Maesters Quincy and Satyr, claims the wall was put up around 8,000 years ago. There was no substantial proof, but merely it is a claim made by the two Maesters based on their research into northern myths and stories. Even if this claim is false, the next claim by some Maesters put the time to 6,000 years. The Andal invasion is also a contentious issue among the learned men of the Citadel. The True History claims the Andals came 4,000 years ago. Some Maesters like Deniston claim it's only 2,000 years since Andals sailed to Westeros. Either way, the point stands that the human race of this world remained terribly stagnant. It is not clear exactly when the first men began using bronze weapons and tools, but it took them nearly 2,000 years to start using steel. The Andals had learned the steel-making process from the Rhoynar far earlier than the first men. Yet, they were content in their knowledge and never made any significant progress for almost 6,000 years. The most advanced civilizations supposedly lay in the Far East, beyond the Jade Sea. And this information came from rumors and hearsay, so he was reluctant to believe anything of the sort until he lay his eyes on those famed cities. The Valyrians were also a civilization of interest purely because they managed to subjugate dragons to their will. That was a feat not even seen in the wizarding world. The dragons of his world were fiercely independent and would never allow any other creature to dictate its destiny. There were rumors that Merlin had a pet dragon, but rumors often held not a drop of truth. Even the most esteemed and powerful of wizards never managed to tame a dragon as the Valyrians had supposedly done. While he found the Valyrians interesting owing to their incredible magic, he was more interested in the first men. For the North, everything and anything started with Brandon Stark, or Bran the Builder as he is called among the Northfolk. It is said Brandon Stark was the first king of Winter and learned his craft from the children. Supposedly, he learned magic from the children and raised the wall to keep the others from threatening the realms of men. There were even stories of other petty kings of the North like the Barrow Kings, Red Kings, the Glovers, and 1,000 other petty kings and kingdoms. But, try as he might, he could not find a peep about the Green King Spring was talking about. Maybe, I should explore the historical and mythical figures outside the North. Harry thought before he flipped the pages of true history and started from the Riverlands. So lost in his search he didn't feel the time pass away at all. It was only when the door to the library slid open did he look up from the large tome. To his surprise, it was Maester Luwin, and somehow the old Maester managed to penetrate the wards Harry set up. How did that happen? Harry wondered in the confines of his mind even as he stood up from his seat to greet the Maester. Maester Luwin, what a surprise. His greeting was waved away by the old Maester, who proceeded to sag into a nearby chair. The chain that signified the knowledge of a learned Maester of Citadel clinked away like no tomorrow. And among those links, Harry eyed the brightest one that supposedly represented the mastery of the occult, or higher mysteries as Maester Luwin called it. That link was supposed to be made of Valyrian steel, but it was nothing of that sort. After all, Harry had checked by comparing the magical enchantments with those he found on ice. He could say with confidence that the link did not contain an ounce of Valyrian steel. This made Harry wonder why the lords of Westeros never suspected the sham the Citadel was pulling. If Maesters surely knew to make Valyrian steel, then surely the Citadel would have been spawning out weapons made out of the coveted steel and making a mountain full of gold. He suspected no one bothered to ask the right questions to find out the truth simply because the lords of Westeros were simpletons. Or maybe, they knew and they were just turning a blind eye to what some old geezers in grey robes were claiming. I suppose you have no idea how much time has passed, do you? Asked Maester Luwin with disappointment shining in his eyes. I'm sorry, Maester. I was looking for something. Maester Luwin eyed him suspiciously. Looking for what? I was looking for someone called the Green King. Do you know someone like that in the North, Maester? For a moment Maester Luwin eyed him silently. You should be out there with children your age and play rather than chase grandiloquent tales of ages past. If I was like every other child, then I wouldn't be me. That seems to take back Maester Luwin somewhat. I suppose you are right. Maester Luwin muttered reluctantly. Now, why are you interested in this Green King? I have to know, Maester Luwin. Do you by any chance know of any First Men mythical figures by this name? The Green King, huh? Maester Luwin pondered with a frown adorning his aging face. The creases on his temples stood pronounced. There is no First Men called Green King, certainly not in the North. Although, what is it? Harry leaned forward eagerly. You could call Garth Greenhand the Green King. Some stories describe him as the High King of First Men, but of course, the Northerners do not believe that story, and the same goes for Maesters of the Citadel. Said Maester Luwin. Who is Garth Greenhand? And why have I not heard anything about him? The Northerners don't like the stories surrounding Garth the Gardener, especially the Starks. The Gardeners were once the kings of the Reach before Aegon's conquest. According to legends, Garth led the first men to the continent of Westeros. He was of green skin and had antlers protruding from his temples. So, he was like the Green Men? Harry asked, remembering the nighttime tales spun by old Nan. Green Men are not real, Harryan. They are just stories passed down from ages past. We Maesters believe Garth to be just like any other man, except maybe he was the leader of his tribe. The ancient First Men were tribal, and most likely Garth was the leader of one of the largest tribes to settle in the Reach, said Maester Luwin. Tell me more, Harry said eagerly. Not now and perhaps never. The Starks dislike this legend. Why? Because, the northern houses and most importantly House Stark derive their right to rule the whole North from the first king, the king of all First Men that came to Westeros. Garth Greenhand is a rival to that claim, and the Starks of old have repeatedly refuted the claims made by Gardeners most fiercely. Master Luwin explained, shaking his head. Now, enough of these old tales and myths. There is something else I want to talk to you about. Oh, I'm all ears, Maester, said Harry, setting aside the Green King for the moment. I've received a raven from your father. He asks whether you will be ready to forge another Valyrian steel weapon. If anything, this news was surprising. He'd have never imagined his father would ask him to do such a thing. Harry got the impression that his father was troubled by his ability to wield magic. But, that concern was somehow swept away if his father was asking for another Valyrian steel weapon. Perhaps, I may have misjudged Eddard Stark. Harry thought. So, another sword then. I can do that, Harry said, nodding to himself. Oh, no Harrion, it's not a sword but rather a warhammer. You'll be having the honor of making a weapon for King Robert Baratheon, said Maester Luwin. Oh. Despite all the serious business of the day when night came, Winterfell was lit up by colors courtesy of his runic firecrackers. The night sky lit up with 1,000 lights celebrating the arrival of the medicine. The coming days certainly gave them all hope to be free from the grip of spring sickness and a return to normalcy. XXXXXXXXX. Robert's booming laughter prevailed over the chaos of the battlefield. The more Ironborn that came at the King of the Seven Kingdoms, stronger the swings of his warhammer became. And on every swing, the eldest Baratheon proved that he was every bit of a descendant of the Storm Kings of old. Ours the fury indeed, Eddard thought, as he cleaved the head of an overzealous Ironborn who tried to one-up him in this dance of steel. After facing down into the jaws of death at the tip of Sir Arthur Dayne's sword, some foolish Ironborn with subpar skills was child's play for him. The same could be said of Robert, who faced down Rhaegar at the trident. His friend had crushed not just Rhaegar but the Dragon Prince's lackeys on that fateful day. 6 years later, Eddard was once again witnessing the demon of the trident take the field. Another group of Ironborn charged towards his position, but Sir Roderick and Jory Castle, flanking him on the sides, dispatched them with ease, leaving a lone Ironborn as his opponent. Eddard didn't even entertain the fool and merely swatted away the man's axe before smashing his shield on his enemy's head. The Ironborn fell with a cracked skull, never to rise again. The rocky terrain upon which the castle of Pike sat was difficult to traverse for a large army. Yet, by the grace of gods, they were steadily gaining ground. Eddard was quite disheartened to see the Ironborn were fighting to the last man. He'd have gathered Balon Greyjoy would see sense and surrender. It'd seem old Balon has more pride than sense, your grace. Eddard shouted as he swatted a sword that came too close to Jory's side, allowing the captain of his personal guards the upper hand in his duel. All the more fun for me, Ned. Robert boomed with laughter. For a moment, Eddard wondered whether the sound was Robert's laughter or the cracking of skull. It could be either of those, but Eddard was hard-pressed to wonder about such trivial matters when he was pressing in into the castle. Sieging the castle of Pike was no easy task. The seat of Seastone Chair sat on a barren rock surrounded by barren islands made of grey-black stone. The same stone which was used to build the ancient seat of House Hoare. On these barren rocks, numerous towers sat interconnected by bridges to defend the Gret Keep. To access the main castle they had to take Lordsport and anchor their ships there. From there, the royal army fought for every inch of land. One by one, the towers surrounding the castle fell to the might of their swords, and yet the Ironborn were quite ready to spill their blood for a doomed cause. If nothing else, he commended the loyalty these people held for Balon Greyjoy. The fighting ensued without end, and the rocky islands were wet with the blood of Ironborn. Time passed and their army pushed further and further, felling many Ironborn warriors. The Greyjoy guards wearing black iron plates were most ferocious in defending the Isles. For all their valor, the Ironborn were no match against the combined armies of Stormlands, Westerlands and the North. Lord Stark, I might be wrong, but I think I see a stone bridge not too far away. Garyon Lannister shouted over the Song of Steel. Eddard generally distrusted any Lannisters after his encounter with Jaime Lannister and Tywin Lannister in the Red Keep. But, he found Garyon Lannister to be someone with a sense of honor. The man has been nothing but courteous during the whole campaign, preferring to dine with fellow soldiers rather than seeking comforts and extravagance afforded to his station. He could respect someone like that. He remembered a lesson his father imparted before he was sent off to the Vale. Judge a man not by how he treats his equals but by how he treats his inferiors. Eddard considered himself a simple man owing to his position as the second son. He was not brought up to rule from Winterfell, and he learned early on to not covet glory or power. Those were assigned to his elder brother as the gods willed it. And yet the gods were cruel to take his brother away, leaving him with far greater responsibility and power than he ever imagined. He could easily see some parts of what he would have been in Garyon Lannister. It was one of the reasons why he took a liking to the youngest brother of Tywin Lannister. It helped the man was also a good storyteller. Unlike the songs would have you believe army camps are terribly dull. It is often the storytellers and bards who alleviate the cold grip of death over a soldier's neck. Look, Ned, we are near the stone bridge, Robert shouted. Sure enough, he could see the stone bridge bonding the bloody keep to the great keep. The stone bridge led to the seastone chair. This war is nearly over. Eddard thought with some relief. He missed his wife and his children. He was eager to see them, but first, he had a kraken to crush for his king. How about this, Robert? Let's see who can first reach the seastone chair. The sturdy Northmen by my side or the bold Stormlanders by your side? Ha, I thought you'd never ask. Robert roared, smashing a poor sod with his warhammer, spilling blood and bone in a single strike. Some enthusiastic fighting later, Eddard stood beside Robert in the throne room of Pike. He eyed the seastone chair made of a rock so black it seemed to out the light. The whole hall was dreary looking, it was no different from the rest of the Isles. The words of House Greyjoy are, "We do not so." It'd seem these Isles were enshrining those words by the looks of it. If these people were living on barren rocks all their lives, he could see why they considered it normal to steal from others. The Ironborn are a bunch of thieves, but they are far worse than the average bandits. Eddard thought, eyeing the thralls inside the castle. So, you are the Lord Reaper You don't look like you can stand a strong wind, old man. I hope you realize the folly of rebelling against your king. Robert mocked. Rebel. I did not rebel against anyone, said Balon Greyjoy, in a rasping voice that made Eddard liken the sound to grinding rocks. You rebelled against your rightful king, Lord Greyjoy. Have you forgotten the oaths you and yours swore? Eddard reminded the would-be king. Oaths, Lord Stark. I have not sworn any oaths to a Baratheon. No Ironborn has ever sworn any oaths to any Baratheon. To the dragons we bowed, and the last dragon is dead. Your king is no dragon for my oaths to bind. Balon growled. Eddard thought the man just have a death wish to bring up the Targaryens in the presence of Robert. He could already see his childhood friend was ready to crush Balon's skull with his hammer. Robert, he cautioned his friend, and that seems to work, as Robert took a deep breath and let go of his rage. Very well then, Greyjoy. Have it your way. Robert surged forward and sat on the seastone chair before all the assembled lords and knights. Someone bring me my crown, Robert shouted, and a boy quickly brought a steel crown with antlers. Wearing the crown, Robert sat as regally as he could on the seastone chair. Eddard gathered that the current throne must be a world of difference compared to the Iron Throne, as he could see Robert hum appreciatively. You say you have not sworn any oaths to me, Greyjoy. I shall correct this travesty. Bend your knee, swear your fealty to me and my heirs. Do this and you may live and rule Pike as your ancestors have. Robert demanded. Eddard let out a sigh of relief when Balon Greyjoy bent his knee and swore his oaths. That was not hard now, was it? Now comes the matter of reparations for this costly war. I will be taking all your stolen wealth and distributing it to those who were affected by your attacks. And I suppose there ought to be hostages to ensure your good behavior. I am told you have a son still breathing. Robert guffawed, breaking into laughter while calling for wine to celebrate his victory. Eddard shook his head at his friend's antics and hopes he'd stop needlessly antagonizing a beaten enemy. Either way, he was happy that the whole war has come to an end. He could finally go home and be surrounded by the warmth of his family. The Greyjoy Rebellion, as the maesters were calling it, was finally over. The room was dark save for the golden runes blinking away like no tomorrow. Robb, Jon and Sansa were looking at the glow with wide bright eyes. Old Nan and her great-grandson Hodor watched the runes with worship in their eyes. Old Nan was even whispering a prayer to the old gods in the old tongue, the ancient language of the First Men, which was fast disappearing even at the heart of First Men culture. It was a crude language, primal even. Perhaps that's why the old tongue resonated well with raw magic. Harry stayed focused on the task despite the audience. He had tried to do this discreetly, but Jon came across what he was doing. From Jon, Robb learned of what was happening. Unfortunately, Robb was staying with Sansa, and that's how she came here. On the way, Sansa let Old Nan know what was transpiring, and so Old Nan came over to watch the spectacle. He had no idea how Hodor wandered in, but he was sure there was a reasonable explanation. Anyway, the runes glowing eerily on his hands were carefully crafted over the course of hours and perhaps even days if the time it took to make the ritual knife is to be counted. The ritual knife in his hands looked like it was made of pure gold. It was not pure good, but it was gold all the same. It took some creative maneuvering for him to possess that much gold, but being the son of a lord of Winterfell has its perks. The ritual knife shined brightly as he carefully carved the runes in small circles around each of his fingers. It's a dangerous task, but this remained the only way he could think of to hold greater amounts of magic within his body for the time being. The runes were of Nordic origin, just as most runic magic involved with the raw magic of the planet is concerned. The first men runes were not suited for what he intended, as the first men rarely used to store magic in their body. The same could be said for the children of forest. They consecrated their hard-earned magic on weirwood trees or the stone idols that they bury around the heart tree. There were some strange customs even among the druids of this world. Sometimes, even he struggled to fathom the intricate customs Spring talks about, and he thought he had seen it all. Anyway, Harry found an effective solution to his magic drain problem. Since it became clear that rune-enforced objects can hold magic in considerable amounts in this world, he decided to carve runes on his body. Not just any runes. These were runes carefully constructed over weeks of intense brainstorming designed to restrict the drain of magic from his body. For an average wizard, 3 specific parts of the body are capable of releasing and absorbing magic in large quantities. Among the 3, the first place goes to the hands. It is well known that wrists are capable of releasing large quantities of magical energy. It's one of the reasons why wizards use wands, staffs and rings as conduits. The second place goes to the eyes, followed by the legs. Magic performed through a visual medium is often dangerous. Usually, it leads to wide-area spells that stretches the limits of a wizard. Often, this mode of magic is performed under extreme duress. Then there are the legs, which are the weakest of the 3 in the case of wizards. Anyway, the idea Harry was pushing through was to restrict the flow of magic from his wrists. Usually, creating blocks like these are not exactly healthy, but in his case, it remained the only solution. If he is to conserve his magic and ensure he had the magic at his beck and call, then this was the only way. Else, he might just become magically impotent by the time he reaches 16, when his soul stabilizes in his body. After carving the last piece of runes on his right pinky finger, he looked at the handiwork. All 10 fingers now sported blood-red runes which looked like illegible scribbles to the untrained eye. "Does it hurt?" asked Rob, concern shining in his eyes. "I used a numbing charm on my hands. Someone could cut my hands off and I wouldn't feel a thing," said Harry, preparing to start the next step of the ritual, missing the squeamish look on the faces of his audience. Summoning the Elder Wand into his right hand, Harry began drawing runes on the floor along with the pentagram. Rituals that involved any living beings required the use of pentagram. The 5 tips of the pentagram represented the basic forces of nature like earth, wind, water, fire and lightning. It's not just about the forces of nature, but also about the congruence of the feminine and masculine within oneself. After completing the ritual circle, Harry began placing 6 cups in specific places in the circle. 5 cups were placed along a circular axis tracing a pentagon shape, while the 6th was placed at the very center of the pentagram. He filled 3 cups with mud, water, fire, and the 4th he left it empty to signify the realm of wind or space. The 5th cup was a bit tricky, but he drew the rune for power in place of lightning. Now, only the 6th cup remained. After dismissing the Elder Wand, he took out the ritual knife once more. With the sharp edge pressing into the palm of his left hand, he squeezed hard, letting his blood fill up the 6th cup. When the cup was half filled with his blood, Harry took the knife away from his palm. Kneeling down, Harry placed all 10 of his fingers on the ground. He leaned down so that his face was hovering over the 6th cup. Illuminaire. Harry breathed out into the cup. The blood in the cup rippled 6 times and the runes lit up with a bright blue aura. There was a strong gust of wind signaling the pull of great amounts of chaotic magic. Seeing as he was performing the ritual inside one of the old chambers of the first keep, he was not so surprised. Just as Hogwarts sat on one of the ley lines, he was sure the first keep was built over a similar one, albeit not as strong as the one in Hogwarts. The pentagram slowly lost its blue glow in favor of taking on a golden hue. The magic suddenly rushed into his hands through his fingers, lighting up the runes around his fingers. There was a blinding flash of light, and then the ritual circle disappeared, as did the contents of the 6 cups. The runes on his hand continued to glow eerily for a time before growing dimmer. It was beautiful. "Do it again," Sansa said, clapping her hands exuberantly. "Maybe some other time," Harry said, which made Sansa pout. Alright folks, the show is over. Now, let's take our leave before Maester Lewin somehow finds all of us and proceed to make our lives difficult. They all took their leave and Harry slept soundly that night. The next day he was in the training yard trying desperately to keep up with the grueling training exercises. He was padded up from head to toe. On his head, there was a helmet and the stupid visor messed with his vision. He could barely see anything in front of him and he felt like he was a tortoise pawing around trying to make a move. Harry, and stop being lazy and swing that sword. Sellos Poole ordered while tapping on Harry's helmet with a wooden sword. Harry flinched and scowled inside the helmet. He so wanted to escape this ridiculous training, but outside of using the Imperious Curse, he could think of no other way to escape. Using the Unforgivables were reserved for the most desperate of moments. Besides, he doubted he is holding enough magic in his body to perform an unforgivable curse. After all, the effects of the ritual would take 6 days to take effect. So, with some effort, he began swinging the wooden sword in his hand, a slash to the left, a slash to the right, and finally a jab straight ahead with the tip. Just doing that made him huff and he was sweating up a mountain inside all the padding. Not bad, Harrian. Now, keep those legs apart. Let me see some foot movements, boy. Sellos grunted. Harry grunted but acquiesced with his trainer's orders and tried his best, but as always his best was not acceptable for Sellos Poole. The man had it for him for some reason. According to Sellos Poole, Harry is a lazy slob, unlike his two siblings. He didn't totally disagree with the man. He has a lackadaisical attitude to the whole weapons training program put forth by Sellos. It's not cause he has any disrespect for the man. He just didn't see much advantage in using weapons when he has magic on his side. In the worst case scenario, he could always fall back on a knife as a hand-to-hand combat weapon. Swinging around swords is not his cup of tea. He suddenly thought. His mind conjured up the sweet aroma of hot tea. It felt like Ian's since he tasted tea. A blow to the back of his head broke him out of his daydream. What are ya doing, boy? When you have a weapon in your hand you focus your mind on that and nothing else. Now, do those steps, this time no mistake or I'll make you run around the courtyard in those padding. That threat roused Harry to focus. The last thing he wanted was to get stuck in this attire more than strictly necessary. Somehow, Harry managed to drag his feet through the training session. Rob and John on the other hand loved these sessions. They couldn't wait to get their hands on some true steel weapons. He shuddered thinking about two boys swinging around large steel swords. His mind went back to that fateful day in Slytherin's chamber where he was forced to use the sword of Gryffindor against the basilisk. It was by sheer dumb luck he survived the basilisk, not to mention not getting skewered by the sword as well. While he certainly loved making swords, he was not obsessed enough to use them in combat. Mostly cause, there was no reason for him to use one. If Harry wanted someone cut in half he could use the Sectum Sempra curse. Why use a sword and take the risk of getting outsmarted by the enemy when he could cut his enemies like ribbons with a wave of his wand? At least, that's the thought running through his mind, but he was careful not to share that with anyone. The last thing he needed was for people to know that he can weaponize magic in such a way that'd trounce all the conventional weaponry. After all, the North has a good track record in dealing with those who weaponized magic in the past. Examples of the old Greenseers and the Warg King came to his mind. The Winter Kings of old slaughtered all those magic users and their male progeny. The female heirs were then married into House Stark, strengthening the bloodline. He wondered if there was some hidden magical potential among his siblings. Waddling off to the small shack close to the courtyard, Harry started the process of getting out of the bulky padding. Rob and John joined him a bit later as they were far too enthusiastic to beat each other with a wooden sword in the mud. You ran away before we could have a bout. Rob accused, stepping into the shack followed by John. It's called a tactical retreat, brother. Harry shot back while struggling with the padding tied around his back. I'll help, John offered, making Harry turn his back to half-brother. You are making that up. You are afraid I'll beat you, said Rob. Harry detected a hint of smugness from his twin, but he let it slide. Harry was more than aware Rob was a bit disappointed that he could not perform magic. Perhaps, this was Rob's way of coping with the envy rearing up. You're right, of course. My two brothers are so skilled with a sword and it makes me afraid, said Harry. Being the children that they were, both Rob and John believed him, going by their shared identical grin. Kids. So gullible. Harry thought amusedly. After shutting off their protective gear, Harry, Rob and John stepped out of the shack. The next bit of activity on their schedule was to go play hide and seek with Sansa, who should be free from her sewing lessons. Instead, they faced an irate Catelyn Stark outside the shack waiting for them with an exasperated Maester Luwin. Just one look at the reddening face of his mother, Harry knew there was trouble. She shouldn't be here and should be busy redecorating the castle in preparation for the king's arrival. So, the fact that she is out in the open, especially in the courtyard, means they were in big trouble. It's a nice day we are having. Warm sun and all. Harry's misguided attempt at diffusing the tension backfired spectacularly. His mother fished out a piece of black cloth on which a yellow pentagram was stitched and shoved it to his face. Why is your sister obsessed with this, and why is she saying this is the symbol of the old gods? While you are at it, explain to me what in the name of gods old and new made you carve on your flesh with a knife. Harry stared at Catelyn gobsmacked before turning to his two siblings for support. To his surprise, they were nowhere to be seen. Traitors, he muttered. The door closed firmly on his back and Harry let out a sigh. He was back in his room, and this time there was double the guards standing outside his door. His mother was not taking any chances and was intent on seeing that he serve out his punishment term. Good thing I had the presence of mind to sneak in some books from the library. It's going to be a long week, Harry thought before jumping into the bed with a book from his secret collection. XXXXXXX. Tywin Lannister went through the reports in his solar written by his kin in Lannisport. The extent of damage the Greyjoys have dealt them was truly massive. He didn't worry about the gold lost cause. He was going to wring that out of those thieving Ironborn for everything they took with interest. No, rather he was worried about the precarious position he found himself in owing to the lack of a Lannister fleet. One night his family possessed the strongest fleet in the Sunset Sea after the Red Ones, and the next morning they didn't. Even if he has the gold to build the fleet back, he lacked the expert hands to do so. The Greyjoys were thorough in their attack. It's one of the reasons why he put a 20,000 gold dragons bounty on Euron Greyjoy's head. Sadly, the youngest of Greyjoy brothers were nowhere to be found. No matter. The Kraken will eventually find himself between the lion's jaws, he thought. A knock on the door disturbed his thoughts. Come in, said Tywin before going back to reviewing the reports and cataloging possible remedies he thought the ports should take. My Lord Lannister, a message from your brother Lord Garyon, said Maester Crelin, placing the sealed parchment on his table. Anything else? He asked without looking up from his work. The preparations for the tourney and the victory celebrations are coming along well, my lord. But, Crelin hesitated. But what? Shall I send invites to Dorne? That gave Tywin pause and look up at Maester Crelin. Send out the invites. Let them decide whether they participate or not, said Tywin. Of course, my lord. Maester Crelin bowed before taking his leave. Once he was alone, Tywin took Garyon's message into his hands. Breaking the seal, he read through the contents of the parchment. By the end of it, he was of two minds regarding the contents of the letter. King Robert in his infinite wisdom has decided to travel straight to Winterfell instead of accepting his invitation for the tourney. Thankfully, he was prepared and had yet to send out the specific date to any lords. But, it still left a sour impression in his mind that his good son thought to spurn him. On the other hand, Garyon has chosen to travel to Winterfell with Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark. Apparently, the king has commissioned a Valyrian steel warhammer from his dearest friend. This interested him very much, and Garyon's presence will gain him some good information about this Haryon Stark. If Eddard Stark's son was indeed capable of forging Valyrian steel, then he'd have the boy make one for his family to replace their long-lost ancestral sword Brightroar. Perhaps, it'd be in his interest to have Haryon Stark as a part of his family. He could even offer the boy a lordship in the Westerlands with a Lannister bride. He was sure either of Stafford's daughters would be a suitable match for the Stark boy. Or maybe, his daughter would be having a girl this time around. After all, Cersei was with child. He'd have never thought to give away a princess's hand to a second son, but if the Stark boy can make Valyrian steel, then it remained imperative to tie the boy close to the family by any means. Even Robert would love to tie the Stark and Baratheon bloodlines together. But, those were plans for the future. There are a great many enemies he could see on the horizon. Robert remained blind to them and was hunting the Targaryen siblings when those resources could be better spent on the enemies close to home. The Reach and Dorne were dangerous foes. Unlike any other time in the past, the Tyrells enjoyed an iron grip over the Reach Lords thanks to carefully maneuvering themselves after the Blackfire rebellions and marrying into their regional rivals. The Hightowers and Redwinds were now kin with the Tyrells. Only the Florents remained estranged with the Wardens of the South. It remains to be seen whether House Florent would prove to be useful in undermining House Tyrell. He was not blind to those ambitious up-jumped servants and their schemes with Renly. They were for the moment worming their way into Robert's good graces through the youngest Baratheon. Tywin was keeping a watch, and for the moment the Tyrells were content with sending expensive gifts and whatnot to the young Lord of Storm's End. The real threat, however, was from the Martells. They were silent, too silent in his opinion. There was something brewing in the sands of Dorne and he'd be there to foil their plans. They crossed him one time with betrothing Elia Martell to Rhaegar. He paid them back for that insult, and if they persist in crossing his path again he'd teach them a valuable lesson. Lions are the kings of the forest. His blood will sit on the Iron Throne, thereby forging a dynasty that shall last for ages. Anything that threatens this legacy of his will be culled from the Seven Kingdoms. The bells of the Great Sept of Baelor rung 7 times before falling silent. The High Septon has graciously ordered the bells of the Sept to be rung 7 times at the end of each week till the day the king returned to the city. To Jon, this was not only welcome but also quite a joy. He loved to hear the great sept sound off the bells of victory. As someone with no son of his own body, he considered Robert a son. Even though a bit unruly at times, he loved Robert dearly. Now, Ned was the favored student. Someone that he could be proud of by simple virtue of Ned's existence. There is no greater student he could ask for when it comes to passing on the chivalry and honor born out of an oathbound knight. In this regard, he considered himself blessed to have Ned as a ward. Many of his fellow lords were not so sure of taking a Stark as a ward, but Jon had paid them no heed. There were past misdeeds from both House Stark and House Arryn. But, the past should not dictate the terms of the future. He befriended Rickard Stark on the battlefield. Bonds that are forged in steel and blood are not so easily eroded because of a darker history neither he nor Rickard barely remembers. Clinging to the past made the Targaryens weak and arrogant. If there ever was a better example, then the fall of the dragons would be the one. Jon thought. Aerys Targaryen forgot he depended on the support of the lords of the realm. It was this ignorance that led to the fall of the Targaryen dynasty. Thankfully, this was not the case for Robert. Jon was more than aware of the vices of his favored ward and king. Robert was brash, loud, a womanizer, a squanderer, and least bit interested in ruling as it is. But, Robert made up for all of that by having one powerful quality that attracted friends and foes alike. Robert's ability to befriend someone was uncanny. He knew how to handle the lords of the realm very well and pull them in by his natural charisma and boisterous personality. With the recent victory over the Ironborn, Robert has ensured the remaining Targaryen loyalists will keep their heads down for the foreseeable future. Now, his work was just beginning, not just to oversee the matters of the realm but also to undermine the Targaryen loyalists. Only a fool would say there will be no more conflicts. The Martells in Dorne is lying in wait for the right time to sink their poisoned fangs into the Baratheon dynasty. He was more than aware that the Dornish are not going to forget what happened to their princess when the Lannisters sacked the capital. Nonetheless, he was not going to lift a finger to punish Tywin. Mostly, cause it would only weaken the Iron Throne in the long run. Tywin remained one of the important pillars that grants power and legitimacy to the Iron Throne. If Jon was to throw that all away by moving against the old lion, he'd only make it easy for the Targaryen loyalists to undermine the Baratheon dynasty. Besides, he didn't see any of these honorable lords lift a finger when his kin suffered unjust death at the hands of the Mad King. Let those hypocrites grumble all they want. The Baratheons were here to stay and rule, and if he had to partner with Tywin Lannister to accomplish this task, he will. The Seven Kingdoms can ill afford the madness and stupidity that plagued the Targaryen dynasty for so long. It was time for the reign of dragons to be sidelined to the history books once and for all. The work for this was already underway, and once Robert returned from the north he could start in earnest to pull the Reach into the fold. His plan to have the marriage of Stannis as a threat to the Tyrells was nearly thrashed with the stunt Robert pulled. Thankfully, the Florents were not offended, and now the axe was hanging over the Tyrells. It was now Lord Tyrell's move, and Jon waited patiently how Mace Tyrell would react. The recent incident with Lord Tyrell's heir and a Baron Martell was just a blessing from the Seven. He'd be an idiot to not use the opportunity to widen the fissure that was surely forming between the Tyrells and Martells. My lord, hand. Jon turned around facing Maester Pycelle, who was slowly climbing up the stairs. Grand Maester. I hope the morning suits you well. Oh, yes. Yes indeed, my lord. Even in my old age, I am blessed enough to enjoy these summer days. Another winter is gone and I thank the Seven to be among the living, said Pycelle, wheezing out the words tiredly from climbing the flight of stairs. Jon secretly detested the Grand Maester for these word plays. While he appreciated the man's insight could bring, he also remained cautious of Pycelle's proclivity to side with the Lannister cause. He was not blind to the Queen's attempts to fill the court with her kin, and Pycelle was quite supportive of the Queen's endeavors. He just wondered how Lord Lannister managed to own Pycelle. Perhaps he ought to look into Pycelle's past more keenly. Is there anything important that requires my attention, Maester? Jon asked, seeing as Pycelle was not budging from his spot. Oh, yes. Forgive me, my lord. Sometimes I forget myself. Jon just nodded with a polite smile. Of course, he knew Pycelle was merely putting on the act of being tired and old. Take your time, Grand Maester. Ah, yes. A raven from Lord Tywin arrived, my lord. Now, that piqued his interest. What did the Lord of Westerlands want from him? Accepting the parchment from Pycelle, he traced his eyes over the contents. It seems Lord Tywin is hosting a tourney to celebrate the king's victory over the Ironborn. He offers quite a sum for the victor in the lists, said Jon, gathering his thoughts on holding a tourney at Castle Rock. He had plans to hold celebrations in the capital. He was sure Robert would have loved the idea, not to mention he could gather the lords of the Seven Kingdoms under the auspices of the Iron Throne. No matter. I'll have to arrange for a separate tourney in the capital lest the lords think this war to be the victory of House Lannister. Politics remained a dreadful business and he detested the games he had to play to secure the Baratheon dynasty's future. Yet, he was forced to play this game of words for the sake of peace in the realm. He longed to see the days when he could retire back to the Eyrie and forget about the woes of the kingdoms. But first, he must ensure peace is properly restored and Robert's hold over the kingdoms remained strong. Any word from Robert, Grand Maester? He inquired. The last he heard from his former ward, Robert was enjoying the hospitality of House Ricewell. From the Raven the Maester of the Rills sent, Robert was quite taken with the wild forests of the north and was hunting all sorts of game available beyond the neck. While he'd not have advised Robert to take a royal progress across the vast north right after the war, he was nonetheless not opposed to his decision. The North has proved time and time again to be a crucial ally to have in some of the most critical wars fought on Westerosi soil. The dance and the rebellion came to his mind. The Targaryens foolishly never rewarded their northern subjects despite being the least troublesome kingdom of the Seven Kingdoms. Even at the lowest points of Targaryen power, not a single lord of the North ever rebelled against the Iron Throne. In the rebellion, if not for the armies of the North, they'd have not crushed the royal army as they did. The sturdy Northmen held the lines at the Trident, allowing the finest knights of the Vale to cut through the Loyalists. So, Robert visiting Winterfell seems a pertinent decision. Robert would become the second king of the Iron Throne to visit the North right after Jaehaerys Targaryen. However, Robert's visit held an ulterior motive. Jon was of two minds of the rumors spreading about Ned's second son. He was just as curious about the truth of the matter. The claims were frankly far-fetched in his opinion, but he'd keep an open mind for Ned's sake. If the rumors proved to be true, then Jon would actually be quite happy. Having a strong and prosperous North actually made his work that much easier. He needed the North, Riverlands, Vale, Crownlands and Stormlands to be as strong as possible. With the original Alliance member kingdoms growing in strength, Robert's reign will not be threatened again so easily. If Harry Stark can indeed replicate Valyrian steel, then it was another blow to the supposed House of Dragons. It would prove that the Targaryens were not so special after all. Without their dragons, they were not worth the respect and fear Aegon the Conqueror instilled on Westeros. He'd eagerly await Robert's raven from Winterfell. A warhammer made of Valyrian steel is another cause for celebration. It would be a weapon worthy of a king, not to mention one of the most unique weapons made of Valyrian steel. The prestige alone would be a crowning moment for the new Baratheon dynasty. And perhaps, if the Seven smiled upon his house, he could commission a sword worthy of House Arryn from Ned's son. It was something to look forward to. Letting out a sigh, Jon took his leave to the Tower of Hand. If the realm is to prosper, much work has to be done, and he was not one to shirk his duty. XXXXXXXX. The North, the land of the heathen, Septon's back home, called this land the oldest and largest of the 7 kingdoms. To Robert, this was not just the ancient land where the first men called their home. It was the land where his true love slept after being desecrated by the accursed dragon. Each night in his dreams he kills Rhaegar over and over, yet his thirst for vengeance remained unquenched. Perhaps it never will, Robert thought as he rode his horse through Wintertown. Robert looked over the neutral faces of the small folk. There were no trumpets or flowers to greet him. No hoorays or drums sounded from the gathered people. He could only see silent judgment shining in their eyes. "The Northerners don't much trust outsiders," said Eddard, riding beside him on a horse. "I wouldn't have been an outsider if it wasn't for Rhaegar. We would have been family," Robert said, a faraway look in his eyes. "Rhaegar lies beneath the ground by your hands. Justice was done for my sister and my father and brother," said Eddard. "Not enough, Ned. I kill him over and over in my dreams. It is never enough. For what he did to Lyanna and your family, it's never enough." Robert growled, his fingers closing in to make a fist. He gritted his teeth as rage surged within him. "Lord Stark, forgive me if this offends you. I couldn't help but notice the 5-pointed star drawn on each of the houses." "What's with that?" asked Esser Barristan. That's when Robert also took note of the strangely shaped star drawn on many of the houses. Some had it painted on their doors. Some has it drawn on their stone walls, while some houses have the star carved into stone and wood. There were even some banners of the like hanging from trees up ahead. It was truly surreal. "I am as baffled as you, Esser," said Eddard, looking around, noticing the changes that have undergone. Robert heard Ned charge Jory Castle to find the verity of the matter. He eyed the Valyrian steel sword fastened on Jory's hip. The young man earned the right to wield the blade as he had seen Jory Castle's bravery in defending his friend during the Siege of Pike. Although, Eddard did explain the sword was merely loaned to Jory for the duration of the war. It is quite an honor to wield a Valyrian steel blade, but Robert felt the man deserved a good reward. This was why he personally knighted Jory Castle and Jorah Mormont. Both of them showed valor and skill during the siege, and that's why he knighted them both. As the trees and other obstructive constructs of the town escaped his line of sight, Robert finally gazed upon the towering castle of Winterfell in the distance. There was a misty tint to the air and a bit of fog clung to the castle, but his eyes showed the mighty castle true. "It is massive, just as you described," said Robert to Ned, who smiled upon setting his eyes on his childhood home. "Welcome to Winterfell, Your Grace," said Eddard. Robert smiled. It took him nearly 7 years, but finally, he was at the resting place of his Lyanna. XXXXXXX. Catelyn kept her composure as she watched the banners of House Stark and the king moving into the courtyard. She would have preferred to see her husband, who was away at war for nearly a year, immediately, but the king's presence complicated the situation. It'd be disrespectful towards the king if she were to behave in such a manner. Proper decorum has to be followed after all. So, even though she had her eyes all over her husband searching for any signs of ailments, she still went to her knee once the king dismounted his horse. She had to force Harryan down as her troublesome son still thought it acceptable to stay on his feet. Thankfully, her son didn't open his mouth to say something highly contentious right at the moment and instead knelt. She sent out a prayer to the mother for this small mercy. The last thing she wanted was for the king to get offended. She didn't have to worry about Robb or Sansa. Robb took her advice to the heart, showing proper respect to the king. He was, after all, going to be the Lord of Winterfell one day. Thankfully, Robb was the least troublesome of her children, and he had sportingly agreed to watch over Sansa, who was increasingly taking after her rebellious older brother. She'd have a word with her husband about the issue regarding these new banners coming up everywhere. The castle in Wintertown were getting filled with this new symbol, which her son called the pentagram. She can see the symbol almost everywhere she looked. Sansa was the one to draw the symbol all across the castle walls, and from there the small folk took it upon themselves. Now, the small folk thinks this pentagram is a symbol of the old god's favor. She was truly afraid of what the lords of the north would think. Quite a few of the lords were accompanying the king and her husband. Some others were staying in the castle, and so far they have kept mum about the matter, if only to not offend her. Mayhaps, her hasty execution of Septa Mordain has given her an intimidating reputation among the lords, as suggested by Maester Luwin. Maybe, that's why the lords were keeping their opinion to themselves. "Rise, all of you," ordered the king. Catelyn took to her feet and so did the others. Even so, she maintained a tight grip on Harrion's shoulder. She only released it when she was sure her husband remained unscathed from the war. It was truly a blessing and she thanked the seven for this mercy. "Your Grace, Winterfell is yours," she said, performing a perfect curtsy. "Ah, Cat." The king embraced her as if she was his own sister. By the stories Ned has told her, King Robert would treat her as such, seeing as her husband remained brother in all but blood to the king. Coming out of the embrace, the king turned his attention to her children. "And these must be your children," the king commented, taking a good look at her 3 children. Then the king moved towards her eldest son. "Red hair and blue eyes like your mother. You must be Robb," said King Robert before shaking her eldest's hand. "Little Sansa Stark, you will grow to be a beauty like your mother and all the lords will vie for your hand in marriage," the king complimented before moving on to her second son, Harrion. "Black hair and grey eyes, you must be Harrion Stark, the famed blacksmith. I shall look forward to your work, young Stark." By the grace of 7, her son silently accepted the compliment and shook hands with the king. It was a relief to her that Harrion didn't snap back any offensive comments to the king. "Well then, Ned, take me to your crypts. I will have to pay my respects," said the king. Catelyn took note of the sad look flashing in the king's bright blue eyes. It has been 7 years and the king has a beautiful wife and an heir. Yet, King Robert still pines after her good sister. She had of course known King Robert loved Lyanna Stark very much, but not to this extent. Is this how Ned thinks of the bastard's mother? She wondered, as her husband led the king towards the crypts. The thought blindsided her for a moment and she couldn't help but throw a resentful look at Jon Snow despite her best efforts to control herself. The bastard was standing far back behind the lords and other household guards. She knew the boy was hardly responsible for her husband's infidelity, but Jon Snow remained the living memory of her shame. No matter how much she tried, she could not entertain the thought of another woman sharing Ned's bed. Perhaps she wouldn't have felt this deeply if she hadn't fallen in love with her husband. She also knew her husband loved her. But, her worry has always been whether Ned loved Jon Snow's mother more than her. After all, Catelyn was a political marriage for Ned, while the other woman must have taken her place in Ned's heart. When she saw Jon Snow looking in her direction, she put those dark thoughts away. There were far more important matters to deal with rather than wallowing in depressing thoughts. "Family, duty and honor," she whispered in her mind to settle herself. A gentle breeze glid into their home through the open window. The cool breeze flowed over him carrying a lemon tint. Looking outside the window, Viserys took note of the large lemon tree with its leaves dancing in the wind. This was a sad day for Viserys. Truth be told, he has not known happy days ever since his mother Rhaella Targaryen, the true queen of the Seven Kingdoms, passed away. He is the last male Targaryen and only his sister shared his name and blood. A sister he despised for robbing his mother's life. It has been hard to live in exile. Each day he lived in fear of the usurper's dogs. Not just for his life, but he had to worry about his sister's life as well. Even though he blamed Dany for his mother's death, he could not help but worry for her. Dany was his sister, his blood. He could hate her and love her, but no one else was allowed to harm her. He would not allow that so long as he was alive. He is a Targaryen, the blood of the dragon. No one harms his family. He'd burn them all as Aegon the Conqueror did. The giggling of his little sister brought a smile to his face. He watched from the window as his sweet sister ran around the lemon tree chasing after a small puppy. The small animal was a stray that walked into their home on a rainy night. His sweet sister immediately took a shine to the creature, and ever since then the puppy remained under her care. He didn't have the heart to deny his sister the companionship of the creature, especially when it reminded him so much of his niece Rhaenys, who had a pet cat named Balerion. He remembered the cat well. His niece thought of her cat as the Black Dread and reenacted Aegon's battles while running around the Red Keep. The Red Keep. Viserys could hardly remember the intricacies of the seat of power of Targaryen kings. He knew it was made of red bricks and it has numerous chambers. But, living in exile for over 6 years was sapping away the memories of his home. He may have forgotten some chambers and layout of the Red Keep, but he'd never forget, nor will he forgive, the savagery unleashed by the usurper and his dogs upon his family. It is said his niece was stabbed 100 times by Tywin Lannister's mad dogs. His nephew Aegon had his head smashed and his good sister was done to death. The only reason he and his mother escaped the blades of the usurper's dogs was that they were safe in Dragonstone. But, even the ancient seat of his family proved to be unsafe after his father was struck down by the false knight, Jaime Lannister. The castle of Dragonstone was crawling with spies and traitors hoping to garner goodwill with the usurer. If it wasn't for Esser Willem Darry, he'd have also died at the hands of the traitors. But, Esser Willem was a true knight and did his duty by serving his rightful king dutifully all his life. As such, it was painful for Viserys to watch the good knight waste away in the bed. He looked at the weakened form of Esser Willem and barely held back the tears waiting to spill out. The knight was not just his trainer and teacher but also a confidant. The knight was someone he could speak openly with and someone he admired. It was the last wish of his mother that he learned from the man and listened to Esser Willem's advice. A wish that he took to heart, and so far the knight kept him and his little sister safe. For this, he would remain immensely grateful. Viserys dearly wished he could reward the knight with something, but he was rich no longer. The riches in gold and land were no longer his to give. The usurper has seen to that with his treachery. He is the prince of the 7 kingdoms, yet he possessed very little wealth to his name. His inability to provide some comfort to the knight who saved him and his sister from a gruesome death weighed heavily in his mind. He felt as if the whole world was mocking him and his ancestors looking upon him with shame from the heavens. He was reminded of the fact that he is currently the same age as Darenai, who had launched the conquest of Dorne at the ripe age of 4 and 10. When the young dragon turned 5 and 10, King Daeron became the youngest Targaryen to win a war. Daeron succeeded where even the Conqueror and his sister wives failed. Viserys looked upon the young dragon for inspiration. One day he would emulate the young dragon and take what was taken from his house through war. Yet, time was passing by and he could not see a clear path to the Iron Throne. The Ironborn rebellion in Westeros had given him hope. Surely, the lords would see the usurper to be a weak fool and raise their banners to restore House Targaryen to the Iron Throne. At least, that's what he hoped when the Greyjoys launched their rebellion. He hoped they were the first of many, and he had laughed so heartily when word reached him of the burning of Lannister fleet. He waited day and night without sleep for any scrap of information from Westeros. He dreamed of the Targaryen banner proudly raised over the highest towers of the Red Keep. He saw himself seated on the Iron Throne, the seat of power his ancestors forged through fire and blood. He dreamed of a massive armada that'd sail into the Blackwater Bay. The same armada that'd burn the coasts of the traitorous kingdoms like the North, Riverlands, Vale, Stormlands and Westerlands. Yet, nothing of the sort happened. The accursed usurper managed to crush the rebellion. No lords raised their banners to restore him to his rightful throne. No ships came to Essos to sail him home. All his dreams remained dreams while the usurper and his dogs celebrate their victory. Why? He screamed in his mind. Why is the usurper winning? Why are the gods not answering my prayers? Why are the lords refusing to welcome their rightful king? Your Grace, a raspy voice called him. Viserys broke off from his depressive thoughts to see the tired gray eyes of Esser Willem being trained on him. He doubted Esser Willem could even properly see him. The poor man is half blind and yet he remains staunchly loyal to my house. A knight worthy of the White Cloak. Viserys thought. The old wrinkly hands of Esser Willem beckoned him and Viserys moved closer to the old knight's reach. The hands of Esser Willem were shaking and so he took those hands into his. Have you completed your training in the yard, Your Grace? The gruff voice of Esser Willem came out accompanied by a series of coughs. I have, Esser. Good, good. Esser Willem rasped. Do not let your skills with the blade dull. You will need it when you retake the Iron Throne from the usurper. I will train twice as hard, Esser. Viserys promised, eyes blistering with tears. Esser Willem smiled, showing the few teeth the knight has left in his mouth. It will not be easy, taking the Iron Throne. But, I'm confident you will take back the Iron Throne. There are allies hidden, waiting for the right moment to strike. Esser Willem rasped out. Viserys struggled to hear what Esser Willem was saying. Before he could ask for clarification, his sister chose that moment to barge into the room. Thankfully, her pet dog was nowhere to be seen. Princess. Esser Willem fondly called as Dany skipped next to Esser Willem's bed. His sister was another reason to be thankful to Esser Willem. Dany grew up without knowing her father and mother. The only Targaryen she knew was him. She saw Esser Willem as a father figure. A sentiment shared by Esser Willem, who treated Dany as if she was his own daughter. Viserys knew his sister was a sweet little thing. But, every time he looked at her he saw the dead eyes of his mother lying in a pool of blood. No matter how hard he tried, he could not forget the light leaving his mother's eyes. The anguish he felt that night on the ship as they sailed away from their home was overwhelming. The helplessness he felt that night still clung to him, and it made him unable to properly care for his sister. So, he always kept her at an arm's length, fearing what he might do to her in a moment of weakness. "Tell me a story, Esser. A story about home," Daenerys asked sweetly. "Esser Willem is ill, Dany," said Viserys, looking sternly at his sister. "But Viserys gave his sister a frosty look that made her flinch and shut up. Seeing the fear on his sister's face, he calmed down. "Esser Willem needs his rest. I will tell you the tale of Aemon the Dragon Knight after we pray in the sept for Esser Willem's health," Viserys offered as a compromise. The radiant smile that graced his sister's face lightened his heart. That evening Viserys took his sister to the sept. The proximity of Bravo Sea coastlands to the Andal heartlands ensured there were small septs scattered throughout the land. While these septs had nothing compared to the great sept of Baelor, they gave him a sense of belonging and familiarity. Of course, they could not afford to expose their identity. So, Viserys had turbans wrapped around his head as well as his sister's to keep their silver hair shielded from curious eyes. After saying their prayers, they walked back to their home. It disturbed him to pray to a small stone sculpture. The lack of gemstones for eyes in the Sept's 7 sculptures also made it difficult for him to pray. In King's Landing, it was believed the gemstones were the eyes of the 7 through which the gods judged those who pray in the Sept. Maybe, that's why his prayers remain unanswered while the usurper ruled from the Iron Throne without trouble. Once they neared their home, Viserys frowned as the servants were arguing outside the door. Esser Willem had purchased their home near an isolated farmland. Even so, he was strict to keep discipline in the house, hiding from any sort of attention. "What's happening?" he wondered, feeling a sense of impending doom. Viserys tightened the grip on Dany's hand and slowly made his way forward. Once the servants saw him, they quieted down. But, he remained wary of these servants. He could feel many eyes on his person, and without a sword by his side he felt exposed. He dragged Daenerys with him and rushed into their home. It didn't take long for Viserys to find Esser Willem, who had passed away in his bed. He didn't know how long, but he stared at the knight who had taken care of him and his sister all these years. Daenerys was openly crying, but Viserys could not afford to show such weakness. However, despite his best efforts, a single tear rolled down his cheeks. He might be a dragon, but even dragons have a heart. Bowing his head, he discreetly rubbed that stray tear away even as his heart drowned in anguish. "Now, I'm truly alone. XXXXXXXXX. Harry should have known children are a strange breed. They are easily distracted and have the extraordinary ability to misinterpret something in ways that'd flummox an adult's mind. He should have remembered this simple fact before he unwittingly involved his siblings in the ritual. Maybe this body is inhibiting my mind far more than I thought." Harry reasoned within his mind as he watched iron beginning to melt in the melting pot. It is possible that his mental faculties were not up to par, just as his magic remained weakened compared to his older self. The Department of Mysteries had long since realized magic in a wizard and a witch remains intrinsically tied to their brains. This is true for all magical creatures. It is the reason why they were able to reshape reality to their imagination. The brain is the centerpiece of magical ability, and that's why the mind arts was such a difficult branch of magic to master. Now, Harry's situation was a difficult one to comprehend. His present situation is beyond the edge of reason and quite frankly beyond the scope of magic. Reincarnating into a different planet after walking through the Veil of Death is not exactly covered under any branch of magic he knew of. Not to mention the biological constraints must be making him more volatile emotionally and mentally. After all, he stepped into the Veil convinced he was going to die, and yet he was alive on another planet. In some ways, his mind might be affected by his experience of death and rebirth. How else could he explain his poor judgment by letting children witness a ritual that required blood sacrifice? This thought was just burning inside his mind, and he felt like he was in a melting pot. No matter how much experience he had gathered, it seems the biological impulses of this young body are strong enough to overwhelm his otherwise accumulated wisdom and rationale. I need to increase the practicing time of occlumency techniques, Harry thought. Setting that aside for the moment, Harry focused on the work at hand. The king was away from the castle with his father. The two of them, accompanied by a slew of lords and knights, had gone out for a hunt in the Wolfswood. It was a good thing the king was taking so much of his father's attention. It means he has got more time to work out how to properly deal with the mess Sansa made. Although, Harry was not exactly sure whether it had become a mess. The pentagram was well received in Winterfell as well as in Wintertown. It's possible that the northern lords may not find the symbol offensive. It's hard to say, seeing as they are all hard men to read. Leglemancy would have yielded some results, but he was suitably cautious in using that branch of the mind arts, especially when he was this vulnerable. A child's brain is not suitable for this kind of offensive mind art. Either way, he decided to roll with punches and was going forward with the pentagram. So, if you don't mind me asking, just how do you keep the steel from forming slags if you are casting the hammer as bronze weapons were made in the past? Harry shifted his attention to Garyon Lannister, a funny man who happened to be the brother of the most feared lord in the south. House Lannister is an old house, as old as House Stark. They could trace their ancestry all the way to the Age of Heroes. They blazoned their cloaks and banners with a golden lion. The Lannisters are also the House in the Seven Kingdoms. Most of all, the current queen is a Lannister, and that puts them in a powerful position. By this man's presence in the forge, Harry deduced one thing. House Lannister is interested in commissioning a sword. A welcoming prospect in Harry's opinion. If he somehow has caused any offense to the northern lords, then some gold might come in handy to smooth over some ruffled feathers. I have a spell to sustain the temperature in the iron so that the metal remains in a molten state. Harry answered before gesturing for his assistants to take the melting pot away from the fire. Huh, interesting. Tell me, how are you doing these spells? Asked Garyon Lannister, eyes shining with unbridled curiosity. That's a difficult question to answer, Lord Garyon. How does your stomach digest the food you eat, the wine you drink? How does your heart pump blood without your conscious decision? Even when you sleep, the faculties of your body function without your express permission, said Harry, applying a spell to cushion the flow of the molten metal as his assistants began pouring the metal into the mold through the sprue hole. Smoke billowed out of the vents as the molten metal began to settle into the mold. As the molten metal slowly filled up the mold, Harry began casting the forging spells with the Elder Wand. The forging spells emulated the folding techniques that refined the metal layer by layer while imbuing it with magical properties. Just as there are chain spells dedicated for defense and offense, there are chain spells for enchanting charms. Harry created a chain of charms dedicated to replicating the everlasting properties of Valyrian steel. Each layer of the metal gets threaded together by this chain of charms, thereby keeping an everlasting cohesion. Now, all these spells were in danger of getting eroded, and that's where the runes come in. So, these spells, magic is something within the human body. The Lannister Lord prodded. Magic is an energy prevalent in nature, Lord Garyon. It resides in the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, the creatures that we share this world with, and even in our bodies. Everyone has magic in them, but only a rare few souls can wield magic. That's the only difference, said Harry, without taking his eyes off the mold. There was some soft murmur in the far back of the forge. Harry placed the identity of those people by their distinctive Bravo C accent. For some reason, the two Bravo C merchants were hanging around Lord Manderley like bears who found a honey pot. It's easy to say they are quite interested in his magic, going by the thorough inquiries they conducted yesterday. Mostly, they wanted to know if there were any sacrifices involved to fuel up the spells. He was curious how these Bravo C came to this conclusion. Knowing the history of Bravos, Harry had a strong suspicion the Valyrians charged up their spells using sacrificial magic. Maybe, that's what got the Bravo C spooked. But, this was another problem to worry about some other time. At the moment, there were better things to worry about. After ensuring the layers were properly tethered by magical spells, he applied the cooling charm on the molten metal, ensuring instant solidification. With the process complete, he nodded at his assistants. They removed the top flask and Harry laid eyes on his handiwork. The hammer was 36 inches long, but it was currently covered in sand. A simple flick of his wand cleaned all the dirt and the smooth surface of the hammer was revealed to everyone. The hammer was black as night except for the golden pentagram Harry impressed upon the center of the hammerhead. He tapped the hammer with the tip of his wand. The runes ensuring the integrity of the spells flared up with a golden hue before disappearing altogether. Well, I believe King Robert's weapon is ready. Eddard liked to think he is a simple man with simple tastes in life. He was never attracted to the extravagance that came with his position as a son of House Stark. Oh, he knew he was afforded many comforts an average northerner could only dream of. He was born in a warm sturdy castle, one of the largest in the Seven Kingdoms. He was blessed with a lovely family, a lovely wife, beautiful children and the necessary wealth to lead a healthy as well as peaceful life. What more could a man ask for in this world? Holding his newborn daughter in his arms he was once again reminded of how fortunate he was. His daughter's eyes were a deep shade of gray. And hair as black as night. A Stark in looks and name. She has Leah's eyes, said Benjen softly, scratching the underside of the newborn's feet which made her snuggle into Ned's arms. I know, said Ned, looking longingly at the gray eyes of his newborn daughter, a mirror to his beloved sister's eyes. Have you thought of a name, Cat? Asked Benjen. Eddard also looked at his wife curious to see if his wife has any suggestions. I'm afraid not, Benjen. My husband was too busy entertaining his friend for the past week rather than thinking of a name for our daughter. Benjen cracked up beside him making Ned frown. He got the feeling Benjen was about to make fun of him, a favorite pastime of his younger sibling. Lyanna would often say that Robert was only interested in her because he pictures her as Eddard with long hair and teats. If the laws would have allowed him, Robert would have married my brother instead of his Lannister wife. Benjen joked, before dissolving into peals of laughter. Even Cat joined Benjen in laughter at Ned's expense. A feeling that he didn't like at all mostly cause it reminded him of his childhood when Brandon, Lyanna and Benjen made fun of him. You come down from the wall once a year only to insult me in front of my wife. It'd seem even the wall has failed to temper your character. Ned groused. Surely the Lord of Winterfell and the Warden of the North can appreciate a joke once a year. Benjen japed, sharing a smile with his good sister. Only if your jokes are not at my or the king's expense, especially when the Lord of all Seven Kingdoms is a guest in our home. Wars have been started for less. Ned cautioned, his mind going back to thoughts of an elder brother who brazenly offended powerful people on a fairly regular basis. A habit their father had tried to curb but failed. You have no sense of humor, brother. Now, let's see whether my niece has more humor than my dour sibling, said Benjen, carefully taking the baby into his arms. Ned saw his daughter let out a small yawn which put a smile on his face. He watched Benjen pace around the room making cooing sounds and funny faces at his daughter. Seeing this, Ned shook his head. His brother has always been excited when it comes to babies and yet he chose the wall. In an ideal world, Benjen should have married a good northern lady and had started a family of his own. Ned had planned to raise a castle at Sea Dragon Point and assign Benjen the lordship of the land. A marriage to House Mormont or Tallheart would have helped his little brother govern the long strip of land most ably. Instead, his younger brother chose to take the black. It was a decision he didn't approve, but Benjen was adamant to become a brother of the Night's Watch. The watch may have fallen to decay at present, but many of the first men houses still considered it an honorable service to their land. After all, the Night's Watch protected the north from wildling raiders. Ned took note when Benjen handed the baby to Catelyn before eyeing him with an uncharacteristic serious look on his face. Catelyn, would you excuse us for a moment? Catelyn eyed the two of them before she took her leave, closing the door behind her. How long does the king plan to stay here? Asked Benjen. I frankly do not know. Ned answered after brief thought. Why? What's the matter? Why else? Jon. Benjen whispered. Ned became alarmed. What about Jon? He asked, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead, and it had nothing to do with the warmth provided by the castle. You brought Ser Barristan Selmy and other people who knew Rhaegar as a child to our home. They could notice the similarities. I've kept Jon far away from any curious eyes, brother. Besides, Jon takes after us in looks. Ned reasoned. There are people here who have seen Rhaegar since childhood. It wouldn't be a stretch for them to note Jon has a similar skin tone and cheekbones. Just today, I had to carefully lead both Jon and Harrion away before they garnered Ser Barristan's attention, said Benjen. Ned turned away from his brother to gaze out the window, his face thoughtful and overcome with fear for Jon's safety. "Promise me, Ned. Promise me." Ned could still hear the voice of his sister's last words ring loud and clear in his ears. He could even smell the blood and roses of the room which he found her in her last moments. Oh, how he wished he could save her that day. He had never felt so helpless and useless as he watched the light leave his sister's eyes. He cursed Rhaegar for what he did to his sister. The Targaryen prince ruined her life just as he ruined the lives of thousands. If Robert hadn't killed that madman. Ned. He heard Benjen call, which snapped Ned out of his musings. "Ned, we need to move Jon away from Winterfell at least until Robert and the others leave." "You are right. It is dangerous for Jon to stay here. The risk is too great. But, moving him abruptly may also raise suspicion." Ned thought out loud. Suddenly, he smashed his fist on a piece of furniture in frustration. "I should have found some way to keep Robert away from Winterfell. As a matter of fact, I do have an idea that could see Jon quietly moved from Winterfell without suspicion," said Benjen. Ned was pleasantly surprised to hear that. "Truly? How?" "Harrion has been telling me about the spring sickness and his cure the other day." Ned frowned. He was hoping to have a talk with his son regarding that topic, but Robert's insistence on going for a hunt had made him postpone. "I'm aware of it. What's that got to do with Jon?" asked Ned. "Well, it turns out no one has found a cure for the sickness till Harrion. The medicine that was in excess after curing the people of Winterfell and Wintertown was sent to the White Harbor. However, it's not enough. Also, Braavos is dealing with a small outbreak as well. So, the cure is being sought out by the Bravo Sea. Harrion tells me that he needs unicorn horns to make more medicine." Ned looked at his brother as if he lost his mind, understanding where Benjen was going with this. "Are you mad? You want to take—" "Yes. I want to take Harrion on a journey to Skagos where we have the clans help us find the unicorns. Jon can be taken along for the journey and no one would suspect a thing," said Benjen. "You have clearly gone mad. I will not allow my children anywhere near that island full of barbarians. Besides, Harrion is needed here to present the king's weapon," Ned argued. "They will be traveling with me and written orders from you should be enough for the clans to ensure our safety if you are that worried," said Benjen with a shrug. "As for presenting the king's weapon, I think Robb can do that as the heir of Winterfell." "I don't know, Benjen. This comes off as a bad idea." Ned remained unconvinced. "I may not be as knowledgeable when it comes to Harrion, but do you really want him to address the king and the entire court? The lad spews out offenses every time he opens his mouth. He could have given a real challenge to Brandon." "Well, there is that, but still. Sending them to Skagos is a bit extreme, don't you think?" "No. There's no time to waste on overthinking everything. If you have a better idea to move Jon inconspicuously, then let me hear it." Ned had no answer to that, and so he agreed to Benjen's plan reluctantly. "You better find a good name for your daughter to make your wife happy, cause she won't be pleased to learn her son is going to Skagos," Benjen said as a parting shot, leaving Ned alone in the room. XXXXXXX. "Careful, Master Harden," Harry cautioned the smith. "Worry not, young lord. I have steady hands," said Master Harden, a young blacksmith whom Harry charged with a crucial task. Harry kept a keen eye on the liquid metal pouring into the mold. As the last drop was emptied into the mold by the steady hands of Master Harden, Harry began humming chants in Parseltongue. He flicked his wand, silently casting the summoning charm. A small cup flew into his waiting hand. Inside the cup lay powdered weirwood leaves treated with the sap from the heart tree. It was also thoroughly blessed by the unique magic of the resident druids of this planet thanks to spring. The powder was a strong mix, just oozing with nature magic, or old magic as wizards of his world called it. Harry poured the powder into the mold. It quickly caught fire, but that wasn't the point. The magic contained in the powder seeped into the molten metal under the careful application of Parseltongue. After this was done, Harry used the spellforging method to bind metal and magic together layer by layer. A few minutes later, Harry observed Master Harden carefully removing the mold. And there it was. A perfectly strong magical foci in the form of a Valyrian steel ring, perfectly capable of performing magic and storing away his magical power. A magical battery of sorts. At first look, it looked like a gold ring with a small dragon head as a headpiece. But, it was no ordinary ring. It was a ring filled with enormous power. Or at least, it will be when I fill it with magical power. Harry mused. Harry took the ring into his left hand. Flipping the ring on its side, he looked at the small pentagram on the inside surface of the ring. He pricked his finger to get a drop of blood and pressed the blood to the pentagram. The runes that run along the ring's surface lit up with magic, ensuring his sole ownership of the ring. Harry put the ring on his index finger. The ring was unsurprisingly a bit loose, but that was not an issue. The ring let out a small shiver before it shrunk down in size to fit his finger perfectly. Reaching out with his magic, Harry was relieved to find the ring welcomed his magic in. It felt like the first time he was holding his wand. There was a euphoric warmth that spread out from the tip of his fingers to all ends of his body. "Nice," Harry said, looking at his new magical foci. The Elder Wand is undoubtedly a powerful magical foci, but it was certainly not having a good time in this world. The Elder Wand's greatest advantage is that it holds impressions of powerful wizards from ages past. So, any spell he performs using the wand gets a boost from these age-old impressions gathered by the Deathstick. However, the magic drain happening in this world has the potential to wipe the slate clean, so to speak, and leave the Elder Wand as just an ordinary wand. So, an idea came to him to make a new magical foci. Hence, the ring. Of course, using magic rings is not exactly a new idea. Ancient Aryan wizards used spellforged rings as conduits for spells. Although, rings are not exactly preferred for sophisticated magic. They were best used for wide area affecting spells. "There you are, nephew." Harry stopped admiring his new magical foci in favor of looking at his uncle, Benjen Stark. "Ah, I was hoping to find you," said Harry, nodding at Master Harden to present the gift he had prepared for his uncle. The young blacksmith picked up a wooden box from a nearby table and presented it to Benjen. "What's in here?" Opening the box, Ben was left speechless as his eyes took in a beautifully casted longsword having distinct ripple patterns all over the blade's surface. "You made this for me?" Ben asked, taking the blade out of the case and appreciating it with a few swings. "I know you just had your 22nd name's day. Consider this a gift," said Harry. "Have I ever told you just how weird you talk? No 6-year-old talks like you do," said Benjen, still marveling at his new sword. "There are no 6-year-olds like me," said Harry, shrugging his shoulders. "I've noticed," Benjen said, sardonically. "Well, this is a fine gift, Harry. In fact, I have a gift of sorts for you as well." "Oh, I'm curious to see what you have for me, Uncle Benjen." Benjen gave him a crooked smile. "How do you feel about a trip to find some unicorns in Skagos?" Harry stared at his uncle to see whether the man was joking. Seeing as that is not the case, a smile blossomed on Harry's face. "When do we leave?" he asked eagerly. "Now," said Benjen before picking Harry up in a scoop despite his protests before leaving the smoke-filled shop of the smith. The next half an hour was sort of a blur for Harry. He was quite confused at the pace by which everything was happening, but he was not complaining. A trip to the secluded island of Skagos where he could examine unicorns and other magical beasts of this planet is the most exciting thing that's ever been about to happen in the last 6 years. So, he was very happy to start this journey. The downside, however. "You all right, Harrian?" asked the newly knighted Jory Castle. Harry was sitting on Jory's horse with the newly appointed knight holding the reins. In his excitement about the journey, he had almost forgotten just how slow the journey was going to be. This would not be an easy journey where he could cut out travel time with portkeys, brooms and apparition. "Can I at least have my own horse?" Harry whined. "Not possible, nephew. As it is, your mother is just about ready to eat me alive. So, count yourself lucky you are even having this journey," said Benjen, who was holding John close to his on his horse. Benjen and John took the lead while Jory and Harry followed them. 10 guards accompanied them on horses and they were out of the north gate before long. Harry watched the castle disappear behind him with his father and mother looking at them from the distance. He couldn't help but wonder why they'd agree to let him go. Either way, he was quite happy he does not have to present the warhammer to the king. He was hardly one for ceremonies and his father plans to hand over the weapon to the king in a formal setting. That kind of thing was reserved for Robb as he is the heir to the seat of Winterfell. However, Harry was the one to make the weapon, so it is his prerogative to put a price on it. He just hoped Robb is successful in presenting the price he was asking for the weapon to the king. Moreover, he hoped the king would oblige, especially after the trouble he went through to add some extra spells on the weapon. I suppose I'll find out if everything went according to plan when I return. Harry mused, looking towards the road ahead. Theon hated this cold and unforgiving land called the North. These people were strangers to him, their customs were strange to him, and even their gods were strange to him. He had of course heard of the Greenlanders inhabiting the lands of Westeros. He could not fathom how people can live so far away from the sea. It's ludicrous. How can men turn their backs on the call of the sea? How could any men not heed the promise of adventure and glory the seas offered? He could not fathom these Greenlanders and their strange ways. How can any self-respecting man live all their life in these lands? And Theon saw just how vast the North was. Not just vast but empty as well. Theon had ridden a horse from the rills and he saw more empty tracts of land filled with trees and snow than people. The North, he gathered, was just a vast wasteland with no one living in this cold snowy land. There were some villages here and there closer to the main castles of Lords of the North. But, those villages were filled with small folk whose only trade is tilling lands and other nonsensical things his people considered cowardly and unimportant. A good Iron Man loved and breathed to sail all the known seas. He earned his spurs not by tilling lands or learning numbers and letters but by paying the iron price. His people sailed all the known seas and took whatever they saw of value back to their home on their strength. The Iron Men of old were fierce battle-hardened men with iron in their blood, so fierce that they felt no pain or fear. At least, that's what his father said an ideal Ironborn should be. And yet, for all his people's vaunted strength they were beaten back by the Baratheon king. He was present that day when his father knelt in the throne room and the Baratheon king took the crown atop his father's brow. His two brothers Meryn and Roderick were killed in the war. His uncle Victarion was defeated at the sea by the king's brother while his other uncle Euron was nowhere to be seen. Frankly, Theon was in a struggle with what he should believe. According to his father, the Lord Reaper of the Pike, a good Ironborn lived and died in accordance with the old way. The Ironborn do not build anything except ships to sail the seas, and when they die the drowned god accepts them into his watery halls beneath the sea. We do not so. These were the words of his house. These were not just words but a pledge that guided his people. Despite all this, Theon was also skeptical of his father's claims. If the drowned god protected their islands and demanded the Iron Men to pay the iron price, why did the Ironborn lose the war? If his father truly followed the old way, why did his father give him up as a hostage to the enemy? Why did his father kneel to the Baratheon king and swear oaths of fealty? Shouldn't the Ironborn be superior to the Greenlanders? Why did they lose the war? Why did his brothers die if they were great warriors? Why did the drowned god abandon them when their ships were smashed in the seas by the Greenlanders? Most importantly, why was he the one to be sent to the north? Why wasn't his sister taken hostage? With his brothers dead, shouldn't he stay by his father's side as the heir of Pike? But no. Instead of being by his father's side, he ended up in the clutches of his father's enemies. Enemies who proved they are far more powerful than his father and his people. So, Theon was no longer sure what he should believe or who he should blame. Should he blame the Starks and Baratheons for making him a hostage? Undoubtedly yes. But, shouldn't the blame also lie at his father's feet for bending his knee to the Greenlanders? That's also a yes. This left Theon disenchanted from everyone around him. He dearly wished his father would somehow save him from this place. Wrapping the cloak tightly around him, Theon let out a shiver as snow continued to fall. Theon carefully took measured steps as he walked down a couple of stone stairs lest he slips and falls. The slippery stone steps tested his balance, but he managed to stay on his feet and finally embraced the safety of the ground. Theon. Hearing his name being called, Theon turned around abruptly, facing the cold Lord of Winterfell. He involuntarily let out a shiver as his eyes connected with the cold, indifferent gray eyes of the Lord of Winterfell. Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, was a cold man. A man who encompassed everything Theon has seen of the Northerners. Cold, emotionless, scary, indifferent, silent, and most of all huge. Lord Stark looked like he could snap his father in half. Although, the man has nothing on Robert Baratheon, who looked like he could smash 100 Iron Men all on his own. If rumors were true, that's what the Baratheon king did in the Siege of Pike. However, Robert Baratheon was easy to laugh and made a ruckus wherever he went. That's not how the Lord of Winterfell behaved. The Northern Lord was silent and as cold as the frigid air of the north. This made Theon all the more afraid of the Lord of Winterfell. The Northerner behaved akin to the sigil on his banner. A wolf that looked for weaknesses just before an attack. Lord Stark. Theon greeted the Northern Lord with a respectful nod. Theon didn't know what else to do. He was not exactly sure how he should behave. His mother had warned him to behave respectfully towards his captors. His mother hoped the king would allow him to return home if he behaved well. Theon had also learned Lord Stark is good friends with the king. So, he gathered he would be allowed back home if he behaved respectfully to the Lord of Winterfell. Theon, I gather your accommodations have been acceptable. Of course, Lord Stark. Theon answered. He was not even lying to be polite. The Northern Lord might be a cold hard man, but Theon was treated well in the castle ever since he arrived. Servants arranged his bedding and prepared his bath every day. He was afforded a warm room in the castle that warded off the cold prevalent outside the walls of the castle. He was well fed and watered every day. Though his stay has only been for a week, he could find nothing to complain about the hospitality of House Stark. That's good to hear. I was meaning to have a talk with you, but the king and the guests took up most of the time. I understand, my lord, said Theon. Truly, there was nothing else to say. Not that he expected the Northern Lord to spend his time talking to him in the first place. Even his Lord Father rarely spoke to him. It was mostly his mother and his sister who looked after him on Pike. Even his older brothers Meryn and Roderick only took an interest in him to beat him up from time to time. Supposedly, the beatings were supposed to make him a better Ironborn. Seeing as both his brothers died in the war, Theon was seriously doubting the claims of his older siblings. Come walk with me, lad, said Lord Stark, taking the lead. Theon closely followed the Lord of Winterfell, who took a stroll through the grounds. People rushed about their daily business, but they all bowed or dipped their heads in respect before their lord. I was once fostered far away from my home. So, I know what you are going through, lad, said Lord Stark, startling Theon. But of course, your situation is different than mine. I was sent to the Eyrie by my father to be fostered by Lord Jon Arryn. The Arryns and Starks have fought for thousands of years, so you can imagine it was no easy decision for my father despite his tentative friendship with Lord Arryn. Despite many doubts, my father's decision turned out to be wise in the end. For when the Mad King broke his vows to the realm and became a tyrant, the Vale and the North set aside their differences to stand together. Lord Stark let out a loud sigh before stopping in his tracks. The Lord of Winterfell came down to Theon's eye level and placed his hand on Theon's shoulder. Perhaps one day, you could become the bridge that does away with the enmity between our people and even unite as two kingdoms in common cause. Theon nodded as he somewhat understood what Lord Stark was saying. Good. Now, let me introduce you to my son, said Lord Stark, leading Theon towards the training grounds. XXXXXXXX. Eddard hid his smile behind a cup full of wine as Helman Tallheart boasted of downing 100 Ironborn at the Siege of Pike with his bowmen. Of course, his fellow Northmen were not going to let the master of Torrhen's Square. While you were at a safe distance, we Glovers were fighting side by side with Lord Stark. As I saw it, the Quiet Wolf took 100 squids on his own, said Lord Galbart Glover. It was a claim that was far-fetched, but wars tend to be exaggerated. House Mormont and House Ricewell also made bold claims. Don't let all the glory go to your head, Ned. I remember crushing more skulls of the squids than you ever did, said Robert, who decided to butt in. That's only cause you had a head start, your grace, Ned reminded. Ah, Ned, just let me enjoy this victory, said Robert, his words slurred by the wine. I'm sure the Ironborn fled once Lord Stark took the field. Who'd want to test their mettle against the man who downed the Sword of Morning and other Kingsguard knights? Said Lord Glover. I'll have you know, Glover, your lord became better with the sword because of me. I knocked him down enough times at the Eyrie with my hammer. Because of that, he's now a renowned swordsman, claimed Robert, with thunderous laughter. Ned was about to give a befitting reply to his old friend, but he took note of Maester Luwin discreetly vying for his attention. Ned discreetly stepped away from the group and approached Maester Luwin. My lord, there's a small problem. The troubled look prevalent on the Maester's visage made Ned frown in concern. What happened, Maester? I don't think Robb has been entirely forthcoming with Harryon's suggestions regarding the price of the Warhammer, said Maester Luwin, keeping his sound low so that it was only audible to Ned. What do you mean? I thought Harrion and I came to an agreement that the price shall be set for 1,000,000 gold dragons. I think Harrion had other plans, my lord. I chanced upon a small scroll Robb has been hiding on his person. I think Harrion left written instructions for young Robb. Ned could feel a headache growing right about now. Why didn't you say anything before? Robert is ready to receive the weapon right about now. Ned asked heatedly. I apologize, my lord. I only found out because Robb is waiting outside the hall with a scroll in his hand. No matter how much I tried, the lad refused to show me the contents of the scroll. I immediately grew suspicious and I came to you right away, said Maester Luwin. Robb, what have you done? Ned cursed himself for not pressing his eldest son regarding Harrion's opinions. Just as he was about to find Robb and have a quiet word with his heir, he was startled by a small wagon being dragged into the feast hall. On the wagon, there was a red cushion on which the warhammer was proudly displayed for all to see. Another wagon joined the fray, and unlike the first one, this one was holding a large stone. Robb followed behind the second wagon with a scroll in his hand. Seeing the scroll in his eldest son's hand, he exchanged a look with Maester Luwin before rushing to Robb's side. But, before he reached his son, Robert materialized himself near the warhammer. Ned paused as his friend let out an appreciative hum after observing the pitch-black weapon. Your Grace, on behalf of House Stark and my brother Harrion who labored to make this weapon, I extend you our warmest welcome. My brother regretfully had to journey further north with my uncle Benjen Stark. However, he left me clear instructions regarding certain intricacies behind the weapon as well as its worth, said Robb before handing over the scroll to the king. Ned was quite proud of his son for keeping his decorum while addressing the king. It was an accomplishment for his 6-namesday-old son as far as he was concerned. He considered it impressive that Robb never stuttered or even panicked while addressing the king. However, he was going to have a word with Robb regarding this secret scroll. But, that time would come. For now, he was curious to see what sort of trouble Harrion has left in the scroll. Ned watched with bated breath for a reaction from Robert. But, starting him and everyone in the hall, Robert started laughing before handing over the scroll to Maester Luwin. Read aloud, Maester, Robert ordered. Though Ned was left in the dark, he nodded at Maester Luwin. Robert looked amused rather than offended, so he was half relieved already. Maester Luwin cleared his throat and began reading the contents of the scroll for everyone to hear. Your Grace, my father, Lord Eddard Stark, like most Northmen, is a simple man in nature. He exercises his power as a lord on his lands in your name to the best of his abilities. He leads the Northern Lords as the Warden of the North, following the example set forth by his ancestors after Torrhen Stark knelt before the Conqueror. However, following one's duty and oaths are often taken advantage of by those who were undeserving recipients. This has been the treatment my people has always endured. For saving our countrymen from the destruction wrought by dragons, Torrhen lost his sole daughter to the schemes of House Targaryen. For staying true to our oaths and not rebelling against the Iron Throne, Jaehaerys the Conciliator stole our ripe farmlands, sentencing the North to a cruel fate. For staying true to our oaths during the Dance of Dragons, a promise was broken. The insults and rejection by the Targaryen kings continued all the way to the Mad King. However, dragons no longer sit the Iron Throne. The North no longer holds any allegiance to House Targaryen. As such, it is my distinct pleasure to present to you the weapon that may even shatter the bones of a dragon. No shield or armor made of steel can withstand a blow from this hammer and stay intact. It is as light as a Valyrian steel sword, but a single blow from this weapon can crush stone to powder. This weapon is blessed by the old gods of the forest. Drop a single drop of your blood on the pentagram and the old gods will ensure only your progeny can ever pick up this hammer. This weapon is the most powerful weapon I have ever created. Just so, it remains priceless. But, for the King of the Seven Kingdoms, I require the price of 1,000,000 gold dragons, the legitimization of my half-brother Jon Snow, who shall take the name Jon Stark, and the return of the lands which was stolen from us by Jaehaerys Targaryen. I hope, what I ask is an acceptable price. Harrion Stark. Ned, tell your son that I accept. All that he asked shall be delivered, said Robert. Ned was stunned and quite at a loss on what to say, so he just nodded. Meanwhile, Robert paid no attention to the implications of his acquiescence. He was rather enthralled with the weapon before him. He took out a small knife from his belt and pricked his thumb with its edge. A small drop of blood clung to the knife's edge and he smeared it on the pentagram. The five-pointed star lit up with blood-red color before returning to its white color. Robert paid no heed to the mutterings of the hall and took the warhammer into his right hand. It was just as Ned's son claimed. The hammer was light, far lighter than his current weapon. He spun the weapon in his hand and it sang as it flipped through the air. The men pulled a large stone toward Robert and he decided to test out whether the weapon would perform as claimed. With a mighty roar, Robert swung the weapon with his full strength. It was as if a wave crashed into the castle. Someone screamed in the background but Robert paid it no heed and neither did Ned. They were busy staring at the aftermath. God's grief. I name the weapon God's grief, Robert declared. Ned looked at the remains of the large stone and thought the name fitting for the weapon. The hall was filled with applause as Robert raised his weapon high into the air for all to see. Garion laughed like all other occupants of the hall watching Galbart Glover trying in vain to lift God's grief. God's grief. What a pretentious name. Although, in this case, King Robert was right to be grandiose about the name of his new weapon. In the king's hand, the weapon was deadly enough that it could cause even the gods to grieve. Garion eyed the smashed remains of the boulder. He could still remember the sound as the king smashed the boulder with his new weapon. It was as if the storm god sent out a bolt of lightning from the heavens to aid the line of Durin. A better part of the boulder lay as powdered dust and the rest were turned into small pebbles. No man could claim to turn a boulder into a pile of dust in one strike. Garion was not as foolish as to believe Robert Baratheon managed to accomplish this feat because of his monstrous strength. No. It was God's grief that turned the boulder to dust. Garion was quite sure of this. This realization made Garion acutely aware of the possibilities of having the allegiance or even friendly ear of Ned Stark and Haryon Stark. For now, Haryon Stark remained a boy dependent on his family and the protective custody of the North. This will not be the case forever. The boy would grow into a man and with the skill set the boy displayed, Haryon Stark will undoubtedly become a powerful figure that'd change the course of Westeros. Even Garion, who prided himself being disenchanted from the politics of Westeros, wanted Haryon Stark to be aligned with his family. If not House Lannister, some other house would undoubtedly snatch the boy away. By now, ravens should be flying to all corners of Westeros carrying the word of the king's fearsome weapon. A weapon that can shatter stone boulders and can only be picked up by the king and his heirs. Garion pushed back his musings to a corner of his mind as the northern lords broke out into boos and laughter as Galbart Glover gave up his attempts to lift God's grief. "Ha, you Glovers got soft hands. You need a real man for things like this," said John Umber. "If you are so confident you brute, why don't you give it a try?" Galbart Glover challenged with rosy cheeks smarting from his failure. Challenge accepted, Glover. You can sit back and watch as a real man take this weapon. Lord Umber boasted before wrapping his meaty palms around Godsgrief's handle. Garion observed the strain that Lord Umber's limbs endured as the Lord of Last Hearth tried to lift the king's weapon. The hammer sat there without moving an inch. Its black surface stood intimidating as if it was ing away all the light. The silver five-pointed star glowed eerily under the light of the chandelier up in the ceiling. John Umber grunted and groaned with effort, but Godsgrief never budged as promised by Haryon Stark. It was not long before the whole hall was breaking out into laughter at the expense of Lord Umber. "Where's the real man you promised, Umber? Or did your manly bits freeze off at Last Hearth?" Galbart Glover crowed with delight, the guests of Winterfell further descending into laughter as Lord Umber visibly doubled his efforts to lift Godsgrief. In the end, Lord Umber's legs betrayed him. The giant of a man fell on the hard stone floor, struggling to breathe properly amidst laughter in the hall. "A valiant effort, Lord Umber. But, I believe you folks are not trying hard enough. Here, let me show you how it's done," said the king, who set his wineglass on the table and proceeded to skip towards the center of the hall where the hammer remained unmoved despite many trying their best. King Robert grinned as he gripped the handle of Godsgrief. With a mighty pull, the king raised his new weapon high into the air. Applause filled the hall and the king's booming laughter mixed in with the applause spread to all four corners of the hall. Despite knowing what to expect, Garion was still left amazed at the fact that Godsgrief could only be raised by King Robert. If Lord Stark's son could will it so that something can only be moved by those possessing the right blood, then what else is possible? Could it be true that Haryon Stark can deny entry to a castle the same way? What about blocking an entire army from a specific region? Garion thought about the many possibilities of the Stark boy's magic. He was by no chance an expert in magic, but still, he couldn't help but wonder. However, his musings were cut short as the king once again demanded the silence of the hall. It was 7 years ago the dragons were dethroned and Westeros was saved from the grip of a madman and his lunatic son. I don't claim to be a better king than my predecessors, but I think everyone here can agree that once I took the throne the Starks have been gaining strength in numbers. I say more Starks is good for the kingdoms, even though I hope they don't inherit the frozen face of my dear friend. Here, Robert paused and there was a smatter of laughter from the hall. Anyway, Ned is now a father to a newborn girl. His 4th child with Lady Catelyn, if I'm not mistaken. I for one am eager to know the name of the youngest daughter of the Stark of Winterfell. Now, all eyes were on the Lord of Winterfell, who for a moment looked stricken as the center of attention. But, that moment passed and Eddard Stark took to his feet. My daughter's name is Arya Stark. Garion watched as a wide smile settled on the king's face. Robert plucked a wine cup from a nearby table and raised it in the air. To Arya Stark. May the gods old and new bless her with happiness till the end of her days. Garion blinked. That was actually smart of Robert. And here he thought, his niece's husband was an oaf. He picked up his wine cup and joined the hall in the toast. To Arya Stark. Garion quietly slipped out of the hall while the lords, knights and those of noble birth tried to once again lift the hammer. He wandered around the castle until finally, he found his traveling companions. Most importantly, he found the Ravenmaster whom Tywin had loaned him before he journeyed with the king. I have a message for Lord Tywin. XXXXXXXX. Gideon Rodharries tapped his foot impatiently on the floor as he waited outside the large oak doors. Gideon felt the chill of the stone floor and surroundings very keenly. The dew of early morning was also there to make this uncomfortable, but such inconveniences has to be endured, for there is a matter of great importance at play. Gideon couldn't help but take peeks from time to time at the intricate carvings of the large oak doors that remained closed. The Titan of Braavos was depicted on the doors in a way that gave the statue justice. He had of course seen many carvings of the Titan, but this one carved on an oak door inside one of the oldest abandoned mines of Braavos felt more authentic. Perhaps, he felt this way because he knew of the powers that be behind these doors. Behind these closed doors lay the guiding hands that have shaped the past and present of Braavos. He did not doubt that the powers that be shall continue to guide Braavos long into the future as well. It was behind these oak doors the most powerful of leaders of Braavos gather. It was here policies were made, wars declared and crises dealt with. In the end, this council was not just about the ruling. The council was bound by sacred trust, passed down from the wise founders of this great city. Gideon was startled as he heard a bell ringing from behind the closed oak doors. Immediately he stood up and approached the oak doors. He fished out a double-headed key secured on a chain around his neck. He put the key into the keyhole and gave a full clockwise twist before taking the key back. As he secured the key back on his neck, the doors swung open with a distinct growl. As usual, there was a lone table and a chair further ahead with a simple candle providing the sole lighting in a sea of darkness. Taking a deep breath, Gideon walked forward and took his designated seat. He placed the scroll in his hand on the table so that the council may see it under the candlelight. He looked ahead into the darkness and he could make out 6 figures sitting behind a desk. He had no idea about their identity sans their number, gender and the color of their robes. All 6 were undoubtedly women of great power and wealth. He knew this of course from their sound and the golden keys proudly displayed on their necks. These 6 women were keyholders of the Iron Bank. Going by the fancy keys dangling on their necks, he'd say their hold on the bank is considerably more powerful than other keyholders. This is the extent of his knowledge regarding the council. The councilwomen all used iron masks to protect their identity. Not that he was in any rush to find their identity. He was quite afraid to bother his employers. It was common sense not to cross a keyholder of the Iron Bank. Seneschal Rodharries, you have a report for us. I do, councilwoman. As usual, a detailed report is in the scroll. Say your piece, Seneschal. Gideon gulped at the sharp edge in the councilwoman's command. The Stark boy remains immune to the sickness. His cure has effectively wiped away the sickness from Winterfell. It remains at large at White Harbor, but it won't be long before the entire North emerge free from the sickness. Only silence greeted his report. Though a bit disturbed, Gideon continued with his report. There is however one more crucial piece of information. My people can confirm the Stark boy is not using any human sacrifices to fuel his magic. What? Gideon was a bit startled to get such a reaction from the council, but he got over the initial surprise quick. Yes, councilwoman. The Stark boy is not using human or blood sacrifices. He is using first men runes to make these Valyrian steel weapons. Gideon could hear the council whispering amongst themselves, but it was not clear what they were saying. You are sure Harry Stark is not using human sacrifices? One councilwoman asked. I am councilwoman. One of my agents had gained access to see with his own eyes as the Stark boy made his Valyrian steel weapon. Not a drop of blood of a human or an animal was used. There was no blood magic involved. This certainly changes things. We shall study your detailed report and wait for more information. In the meantime, keep an eye on the boy, but be sure to be discreet. As the council wills. It didn't take too long for the large oak door to close behind Gideon. His work was far from done. After all, other potential threats were roaming around the world that he needs to keep his eyes on. A boy at a barren wasteland like the North was not the greatest threat to Bravos. XXXXXXX. Harry watched on as Jon rubbed his hands as fast as possible to alleviate the cold. The cold air of the North was not easy to endure despite his half-brother wearing a pair of woolen gloves. You are shaking like a leaf, Harry observed as he sat beside Jon. The campfire burned with red flames, but the heat was not sufficient. It also doesn't help they were dealt with a series of harsh winds that carried the frigid air of the North. Aren't you cold? Squeaked out Jon with chattering teeth. Harry got the overwhelming urge to laugh at the voice of his half-brother. Jon looked like a wet cat in a rain. Taking pity on the poor boy, Harry pressed his ring on Jon's head while focusing on his magic. The warming charm that he cast on Jon took immediate effect. Some color returned to Jon's cheeks and the shaking of his hands abruptly stopped. Wow, I can't feel any cold, Jon said excitedly, his eyes as large as saucers. Huh, what did ya mean, lad? Asked Doug, a guard assigned to their traveling party. As Jon explained his recent resistance from cold to the flabbergasted guard, Harry's attention shifted to his uncle, who was busy cooking a rabbit over the fire. Before they settled into an abandoned shack near the King's Road, his uncle had led a hunting party to scour the countryside for food. The only thing they came across was a pair of rabbits and a particularly vicious otter. Harry was no stranger to questionable food, as he had his fair share in his world after the war left the habitat in utter ruins. However, it has been quite a while now. The relative safety of Winterfell, where fresh water and good food was available, was quite a change from his routine in his old world. Despite 6 years of normal life, Harry was once again reminded of the war and its horrible effects. It was something that he hoped to never surface in his thoughts. But, when Uncle Benjen offered him a portion of the cooked rabbit, he was reminded of the devastation and famine the war unleashed. His people were fairly untouched in the first stages of the war, but the Muggles were living like rats. Little vegetation survived when the war escalated beyond control. The same was true for animals. Anything that survived was rendered useless when the radiation swept across the globe. Harry bit into the flavorless meat and slowly chewed it down between his teeth. His taste buds protested and he had the urge to spit it out, but he forced the urge down. You are taking this rather well. I assumed this was the first time you were living off the land. Benjen commented. This is the first time. I'm just tough like that, said Harry. What else could he say? It's not as if he could claim he had lived by his lonesome scavenging off the land on a planet filled with poisonous radiation. Well, at least your brother has much more of a natural reaction, said Benjen, pointing at the pinched look on Jon's face. Harry suppressed his amusement at Jon's woes before focusing on his uncle. So, tell me, have you thought of any name for the blade? Harry asked, curious to see whether the blade he gifted to his uncle was named or not. As a matter of fact, I do. Since Ned has ice, I thought Frost would be a good name. What do you think? Asked Benjen, who unsheathed his sword from the scabbard. The sword sang as it cut through the air. The light from the fire reflected off its polished surface. Under the light of the fire, the sword looked as if it was made of gold. Frost. I like that name, Harry grunted as he blocked a strike from Jon. Swatting the wooden sword away and putting enough pressure on his arm, he made for a sweeping swing. Jon was unfortunately far too canny and saw through his move miles away. His half-brother ducked under the swipe and caught Harry with the tip of the wooden sword to his neck. I win. Jon crowed happily. Harry shook his head and stepped back from Jon's sword point as his half-brother began jumping around celebrating the victory. Finally. This is over, harumphed Harry, letting go of the wooden sword. He promptly sat down on the snow-covered floor. Jon paused, celebrating. Over. What do you mean? Let's do it again. Jon crouched down and leaned towards Harry. Harry sensed a hint of whining from Jon, so he flicked his brother's nose. Ow. Stop being a baby. Now, let's wrap it up. All this fighting has made me thirsty, said Harry, before reaching for a small flask riddled with Saxon runes. It was one of his cleverest inventions in this world. Before leaving Winterfell, he had the flask cast using some spare steel. Then, on the journey, he would carve the runes to filter and heat the liquid inside. Of course, it became abundantly clear that getting water on their journey was becoming increasingly difficult. Most of the time they had to melt snow to get water. So, Harry came up with a simple solution. He tirelessly carved out runes whenever they stopped to rest. Until finally, he completed a runestone littered with spatial and instant transportation runes. Connecting 2 blocks of runes and transferring matter through space and time is the pinnacle of runework. But, this form of runework was no recent discovery. The Room of Requirement functions on the same runework Harry was using on the flask and the runestone. Although, such a comparison was frankly quite insulting to Rowena Ravenclaw's work. The Room of Requirement was frankly one of the greatest magical achievements by a witch in the history of the magical world. Anyway, Harry's admittedly humble knowledge about spatial runes allowed him to construct a runestone that could water from a water source and transfer it instantly to his steel flask. The runes on the flask ensured Harry's access to clean and warm water by filtering and warming the water of all impurities. Intertwining a bottomless charm to the flask with the runes ensured an infinite supply of clean water for as long as the runes are charged. Harry opened the flask and took a swig. The warm water trickled down his throat, making Harry let out an appreciative sigh. His throat has been feeling itchy for some time now, and the warm water provided a momentary respite to that issue. Harry threw a look to the east where the long lake lay covered with sheets of ice floating around. Summer may have come to Westeros, but the north remained ushered in winter. Summer snow, the people of the north called it. Well, Harry appreciated the water of the long lake. It was certainly sweet and he could enjoy it for a long time, seeing as he dropped the runestone deep under the depths of the lake. Unfortunately, all the ruckus Jon made attracted Uncle Benjen's attention. The man has taken a vow to teach Harry the glory of swordplay. Harry was quite sure that was not going to make any traction with him. After all, who wants to wave around a piece of metal like some barbarian when he has the power to alter the reality itself? With nary a thought, he could turn these swords into butterflies. Even with his diminished magic, he would have the advantage against any army in this world. In Harry's eyes, swordplay is not suited for him. There was no rational reason for him to learn swordplay, especially when his combat style revolved around his magic. Sure, he was a dab hand at making weapons, but that doesn't mean he was a sword enthusiast. His experimentation with incorporating magic into Muggle metallurgy was to build better body armor. Forging swords were just a hobby he picked up. Swords played no tactical advantage in dealing with the Muggles of his planet. Now, bow and arrow is more his speed. There was a certain elegance to the bow and he could incorporate magic into the arrows. In fact, he had seen many French wizards use this method after magic started disappearing from the people due to radiation. Up you get, Harrian. Before this journey concludes, I'll make a competent swordsman out of you, said Benjen, an unusual gruff tone. Taking over the youngest son of Rickard Stark. You should focus on Jon. He is the one with interest in swordplay, said Harry, trying to bring in Jon and escape what's obviously going to be a lecture about the traditional importance of swordplay and whatnot. You can't avoid these lessons, nephew. Knowing your way around a sword is a necessary part of your education as a noble. How else are you going to defend yourself from your enemies? How are you going to stand by your brother's side when he becomes the Lord of Winterfell? Said Benjen. Harry barely resisted an eye roll. Does a king need to learn farming for him to fill his belly with food? Does a lord need to be a musician to enjoy music? Harry asked, which gave Benjen pause. Similarly, I don't need to learn swordplay to defend myself or my family. I can do that with my magic. Really? You can defend yourself with your magic? Benjen asked skeptically. I can, Harry answered. Upon seeing the skeptical look on his uncle's face, Harry shifted tactics. "Tell you what, we can make a wager out of this. You can use any weapon you want and all you have to do is to touch my skin. If you can manage that, then I'll stop complaining and start learning swordplay in earnest." Harry offered, making Benjen raise his eyebrow incredulously. "You will start taking the lesson seriously and stop complaining if I can touch you using any weapon?" Benjen asked curiously. "You don't even have to use a weapon to touch me. Use whatever you want. If you manage to touch me some way, then you would win the wager and I'd be a good student. However, if I win, you shall no longer bother me in this matter, uncle. Do we have a deal?" Benjen was a little bit perturbed by the confidence in Harry's eyes. Nonetheless, he was committed to seeing through this wager. Besides, it's not as if his nephew was proposing an impossible task. "All right." Benjen shrugged before taking the wooden sword Harry had left on the ground. Harry eyed his uncle from his seated position. He could feel the eyes of the guards directed in his general direction as well. He knew he should not be doing this, but if he could just stop all the nagging about learning swordplay, he could focus a lot of his time on his magic. As his uncle made to tap Harry with the tip of the wooden sword, Harry made a sweeping gesture with his hand. In the blink of an eye, the wooden sword in Benjen Stark's hand turned into a pair of white lilies. He loved transfiguration. It was one of his go-to branches of magic while dealing with the muggles of his world. Harry laughed before he applied the sticking charm to his uncle's feet, making the man stuck on the ground and unable to move forward. He watched on with amusement as his uncle tried in vain to dislodge himself from the ground to no avail. "That fancy sword of yours is no good if it can't match my speed of thought. Now you see why I don't bother with swordplay." While Harry was focused on his struggling uncle, he was not blind to the reactions of the guards watching the events unfold. Before this moment, he had never used his magic as a weapon, least of all before an audience. He was more than aware there was going to be a fundamental change in how these people were going to view him. But Harry was not as concerned as he was before. He was cautious thus far only because his magic was fragile. But that's no longer the case. Of course, Harry was horribly weak compared to his prime moments in his world. However, in this world his present level of magic was more than enough to defend himself should the worst happen. The power ring he constructed and the runic blocks he carved to stem the drain of magic from his body were working far better than he hoped. Harry could already feel enough magic at his fingertips for a fiendfire curse if he pushed hard enough. It'll certainly be a challenge to sustain the curse. Nonetheless, he was confident his magic was improving day by day. As such, Harry felt it was time to slowly display his power and let the people slowly adjust to him over time. There was no point in keeping the true extent of his magic hidden. Hiding was the mistake his people did on Earth. No matter how hard one tries to hide, truth has a way of getting exposed to the world. It may take a long time, but truth tends to materialize in the most unexpected ways. Taking the faults of his world into consideration, Harry believed it was better to confront the world rather than hide the nature of his magic. He was fully aware there were going to be issues and it'd be a tremulous journey ahead. However, this struggle was part of life, and he theorized the decadence of the wizarding folk started when they gave up the struggle. Wizards had struggled with dementors, giants, werewolves, vampires, goblins and other magical creatures. These struggles had left the wizards and witches in a position to coexist with magical creatures without compromising their society. If his people had shown the same resilience with muggles early on, then it was likely his world would have been better off. Anyway, what happened has happened. Despite being the recipient of the Deathly Hallows and achieving a higher state of connection with magic, he had his limits. Master of Death. A pretentious and misleading title, Harry thought. Further thoughts were put aside for the moment when his attention shifted to the edge of a long line of trees near the long lake. There was something moving between the trees at a rapid pace. Harry was not the only one to take notice. The guards around him also had their attention on the cover of trees. They didn't have to wait long before the culprit stepped out from the trees. Harry was expecting some wild animal, instead it turned out to be a man in his early 20s. The strange thing was the man was running towards them with terror written all across his face. The guards around Harry were quick to react and they took up their weapons, fearing this was a bandit attack of some sort. It only took a few moments to disprove this assumption. "Help! Help me! Please help!" The man screamed as he ran as if his life was on the line. It was then Harry noticed a pair of golden eyes from the shade provided by the lines of trees. Without a doubt, it was a predator and was most likely assessing whether it should give chase to its prey. It clearly did not perceive them as a threat because it stepped out of the shadows and chased after the running man. Harry's eyes widened as he took in the form of a wolf with black fur. It looked like a giant mass of darkness with bright golden eyes. It was far bigger than a hunting hound and it was quick on its feet. The guards around Harry were only momentarily stunned before they spurred into action. The two archers in his company readied their bows and took careful shots at the wolf. Unfortunately, the arrows never met their mark, but they certainly forced the wolf to break its pace, allowing the fleeing man to put more distance from the wolf. The archers continued to target the wolf but to no success. The wolf became visibly agitated because of its inability to capture its prey. It began to switch from trying to approach linearly in favor of circling the perimeter and carefully making measured inroads. Over time, the wolf began to close the distance, making the guards worry. At a crucial moment when it looked like the wolf was going to come dangerously close, Harry decided to step in. The power ring in his hand pulsed with magical power as the spell in his mind took effect. Harry applied the levitation charm and suddenly the wolf was lifted straight up into the air. He quickly reinforced the spell with a levicorpus which dangled the wolf by its hind legs. The archers made to finish off the wolf, but Harry nipped that in the bud by disarming those archers. "Don't harm it," Harry ordered sharply. In all sense, the guards were not required to take his orders. He was just a 6-year-old kid in their eyes. But he was also a Stark, and he was no simple ordinary kid. The only ordinary kid nearby was Jon, who was hiding behind Benjen Stark while throwing fearful looks at the wolf. "Harrian, stop. Don't go near that. It's a direwolf," Benjen warned. Harry moved ever closer to the wolf despite the protests from his uncle. His interest was piqued by this latest revelation. Direwolves were a rarity beyond south of the Wall. At least, that's what Maester Luwin said. The Stark banner has a grey direwolf, so he was naturally curious about the creature during one of the lessons. The direwolf struggled in midair as Harry closed in. Its efforts were in vain as his spell held strong despite its struggles. He could see the fear in its eyes and it began to let out pitiful whines as it struggled to free itself. All of a sudden Harry's grey eyes locked onto the yellow eyes of the direwolf. The world suddenly shifted and Harry's perception changed. He found his senses heightened as he could hear multiple heartbeats. He could hear the breath of every living creature in his immediate vicinity. Most of all, he could see himself from the eyes of the direwolf. It was a jarring experience and he could feel an alien anxiety and the frenzy of hunger clawing at his mind. There were other primal instincts that were trying to claw at his mind, but he whacked them down quickly by reinforcing his occlumency barriers. Harry suppressed his emotions and the frenzy that he felt subsided. All of a sudden, his perception returned when a sharp pain flared up on the back of his head. "Ow!" Harry yelped. Harry rubbed the back of his head. It felt like someone threw a stone at the back of his head. Turning around, he faced his uncle who had his arms extended out. "Did you just throw a stone at me?" he asked incredulously. "I did. You just lost the wager and most importantly undo whatever you have done with my legs." Harry was fairly tempted to let his uncle suffer through the indignity of getting bested by a 6-year-old. But that'd be childish of him. So, reluctantly Harry undid the sticking charm. "I should have used the full body bind curse," Harry muttered gloomily. "Now, what should be done with this creature?" Benjen wondered out loud, smarting from getting stuck on the ground. "No one's killing it," Harry made his opinion known. The direwolf might be a dangerous creature, but he was reluctant to see it killed. The direwolf is a symbol of House Stark. It is a sign from the old gods. Clearly, our journey is being watched by the ancient spirits of the forest. Harry subtly added, measuring his words to push the right amount of religious sentiment to suit his needs. "You be a Stark, my lord?" asked the man whom Harry and by extension, the whole company of his men, saved from a gruesome death at the jaws of the direwolf. Harry eyed the man who wore only rags for clothes. The man had barely any clothes. There was not even a pair of trousers to cover the man's legs. Harry wondered just how the man survived this biting cold till now dressed as he is. My name is Harrian Stark. I'm Lord Eddard Stark's second son." Harry introduced himself, taking in the tired and frankly malnutritioned visage of the man he saved. The man fell to his knees with his forehead touching the ground. Please help us, my lord. Only the Magnar of Winterfell can help us. Well, isn't that just nice? Harry thought. Bloodraven pulled out from the ravens circling near the long lake. He was quite satisfied with how things turned out. He was not quite sure how Harry and Stark would take to the little gift he sent the boy's way, but it turned out his worries were unfounded. The young Stark took the direwolf alive. Of course, there was also the worry something unsavory might occur to the boy. While Bloodraven remained confident in his abilities to control the creature should the worst happen, he had committed mistakes in the past. He had mucked up when it came to Euron Greyjoy, and the madman was out there piecing together the grand old puzzle towards unspeakable power. A power that should have stayed dead after the egress of the Dawn Age. Unfortunately, due to his mishandling, a madman now was set loose on the world. There will come a time when he'd have to own up to the monster he made, but there was time. For now, his focus was on grooming the Stark boy for the threat beyond the wall. In his stead, the world would need a powerful skin changer. Who else but a Stark or Blackwood can fulfill such a role? After all, their blood ran thick with the blood of the first king. Grow, Harry and Stark, grow. When your wings grow as long as they can, you shall fly. The lands of the mountain clans were far from suited for travelers. There was only so long the horses could safely travel. For the rest of the journey, they had to take it on foot. There were no clear roads ahead to the scattered villages of the mountain clans. The best of the paths were filled with stones, thick vines and whatnot. The thick woods surrounding the path they took were filled with wild boars, shadow cats and other deadly creatures. But, most of all, this trip was getting hampered by bees, leeches and mosquitoes that were giving them a bloody welcome. Harry was seriously thinking of attempting to make a broom. He was getting tired of moving on his foot or even using horses for long journeys. A broom should solve his problems. Apparition should have been a fantastic solution, but Harry was not willing to test it out because of a lack of magical healers. If he managed to splinch himself in the process, it will certainly be difficult for him to reverse the effects by his lonesome. Are we there yet? Asked Harry, tired and getting frustrated as there seemed to be no end to this journey. Nearly there, my lord, Jen answered. Harry regretted saving the man from the direwolf's jaws. The man somehow managed to convince his uncle that it'd be a great idea to visit the lands controlled by the Burleys. As if a journey to Skagos was not enough, his uncle, for reason unknown to him, readily agreed. He was not the only one hating this trip. Harry eyed the black direwolf inside the makeshift cage they had built up. Some careful application of binding magic saw to the direwolf being confined to the cage safely. Harry even applied a feather light charm on the cage for good measure. This eased the burden on the horse that carried the cage. Although, Harry had to recast the charm daily as the magic would frizzle out by night. The direwolf growled at Harry, showing his displeasure. Yeah, you and me both, Fenris. Harry muttered while turning to eye Jen accusingly. The direwolf let out another growl, probably hating the name he gave it. But, Harry gave it no mind. If it didn't want to be in this position, it should not have charged out of the safety of the woods. Harry picked up his pace so that he was level with Benjen. Why do we have to go meet the Burleys? Harry asked once he was near his uncle. Because we are Starks. According to Jen, the Burleys, Knots and Wolves have been trying to send messengers to Winterfell requesting aid. This winter has been particularly harsh in the mountains. Their people are starving and they seek Winterfell's help, said Benjen. Why would their messengers not reach Winterfell? Harry wondered out loud. Most likely because of the wolf. Direwolves don't travel alone. They hunt in packs. The rest of the pack must have attacked anyone leaving the settlements of the clans. If that's the case, shouldn't we have just sent Jen on his way to Winterfell instead of climbing the mountains? Asked Harry. The mountain clans aid the Night's Watch and take care of any stray wildlings who circumvent the wall. If they have a problem, then it has to be addressed promptly. It is better to take stock of the situation, and I can write a message for your father for a speedy resolution. Benjen explained. Why don't they just send a raven to Winterfell? Asked Harry, a frown taking over his face. The mountain clans are incredibly picky when it comes to outsiders. They don't allow maesters of the Citadel into their lands. Seeing Harry's downtrodden face, Benjen clapped him on his shoulder. Don't be disappointed, nephew. The clansmen are good hunters and trackers. We can take some of them with us to Skagos to find more unicorns. With that settled, they continued the journey in earnest. In the end, it took the better part of the week for them to reach the first settlement. By which time Harry was ready to experiment with another piece of magic he has been working on for quite a while. The mountain clans just happened to be on the path for Harry. XXXXXXX. Benjen appreciated the lengths to which Meg Burley went through to welcome him as well as his nephews. It was customary to welcome guests into one's home with bread and salt. However, among the clans, northern ale and meat tend to be the norm. Benjen drained a full horn of northern ale in one go to the applause of the Burleys. "We welcome the brother of the Ned into our home," Meg Burley declared before pouring a small portion of the ale on the ground. "For the old gods." Benjen also joined in enthusiastically before asking for a refill. "How can you drink this stuff?" asked Harrion, looking like he was about to burst after taking a mouthful of the ale. "The biting cold at the wall is held at bay by this ale. The first time I drank this ale was with my father. Trust me, I had the same look as you do now. But, over the years I've learned to live with it," said Benjen, patting his nephew on the head. "I still remember the time when the Rickard visited us. Of course, Lady Lyanna was also present. She even took a liking to one of our steeds. My grandfather used to say Lady Lyanna was half a horse." Benjen smiled, but inside he was pained by the memories of the past. The past often held bitter memories and nothing else for Benjen. His father was a hard man, as attested by all who knew him. But, there were times when Lord Rickard would become considerate, warm and loving. Rarely did the people around him get to see this side, but Benjen was fortunate enough to see it. The trip to the northern mountains was one such time when his father behaved much more warmly. He still remembered his father helping Lyanna onto a troublesome steed. Benjen had of course climbed after his sister, and the steed did not like that one bit. He was thrown off the horse while Lyanna held onto the horse. His sister ended up riding the horse while he got injured. It was his father, whom everyone called an unforgiving and cold man, ended up staying the whole night taking care of him. Those memories felt like another lifetime away, and he felt incredibly fortunate to have lived them. Perhaps, that's why the guilt drove him to take the black and serve the remainder of his life as a brother of the Night's Watch. If he had spoken the truth, then his father wouldn't have died, nor would have Brandon. Benjen eyed John, who was coughing up a storm after taking a mouthful of northern ale. He smiled at the sight as Harrion tried to help John cope with the cold beverage. "Perhaps, even Lyanna would have lived if I had spoken the truth. Even the war could have been avoided and Rhaegar would have lived. John would have grown up with both his parents," Benjen thought. Even Benjen was in the dark of many undercurrents that happened. For example, he could not fathom how Lyanna fell in love with Rhaegar Targaryen of all people. The man was married and had 2 children. Then there is the whole mystery of how Rhaegar Targaryen fell for his sister. At least, his sister had heard stories of the Silver Prince who could make maidens cry with the magic he works on his harp. As far as he was aware, his sister should not have been a well-known figure before the events of the tourney of Harrenhal. So, it stands to reason that Rhaegar only became interested in his sister as the tourney progressed. It's an awfully short period of time for someone like Rhaegar to have developed strong enough feelings to end up eloping with his sister. After all, the man had shamed his wife in front of the 7 kingdoms and then doubled down by eloping with Lyanna. So, even Benjen, who knew better than most about the events around Rhaegar and Lyanna, was still stumbling in the dark. The only people that knew the truth unaltered were dead beneath the soil. Even Eddard, who managed to have the final word with Lyanna, knew little of what truly happened. In the absence of truth, he could only find comfort in blaming himself, and that led him to take the black despite objections from his elder sibling. In his own way, he could serve the North and protect what generations of Starks have built and preserved. Just so, Benjen took stock of the issues plaguing the Burleys. The small plots of land with crops planted were destroyed by the harsh winter. The mountains of the north were famed for producing fresh and tasty apples, cabbage, turnips, carrots, pine etc., which they used to trade away for wheat, fur, spices and other essential commodities. However, Benjen could only take stock of the apple trees and pine that has managed to produce enough fruits for the clans to trade away. The rest of their products took a beating, and they have barely enough products to be traded away for other essential commodities. And this was just one of the many settlements of the mountain clans. If he was to take the word of Meg Barley, then the other settlements were not faring any better. That's a lot of loss for a community this far away from any trade ports to easily handle. Harrion commented. "Aye, you're right," Benjen agreed. This is far worse than I thought. They'll need more supplies coming in. Of course, we will most likely have to ask for extra grain from the Riverlands or maybe even the Reach. I have another idea if you're willing to be a little bit patient, said Harrion. Benjen frowned. Don't tell me you can magic food out of thin air. Not thin air. How good are you at carving runes on a stone? Benjen could only look at his nephew with a look of total bewilderment. What does carving on a stone has to do with feeding a whole community? Apparently, there was a lot of merit in carving squabbled lines. Benjen only learned that when his nephew decided to spend a whole week on the Barley Land teaching anyone who'd listen to make perfect copies of a sample runestone. Of course, his nephew sold the whole thing under the pretense this was some fabled gift from the old gods and Brandon the Builder. Such ridiculous stories might fly with his elder brother, not Benjen. Benjen has seen the extent of magic. Harrion was willing to show throughout their journey. With what he has seen so far, he could not make any connection between Harrion's magical ability and the old gods. In all the time he served at the wall and the ranging beyond the wall, he has come across many strange creatures and magic of some form or another. He was not like those southern origin black brothers who easily dismiss the tales of skin changers and greenseers as myths or mere stories. But, he has never seen or heard of the things which Harrion can do with his magic anywhere else. With just a wave of his hand, Harrion had immobilized Benjen. Harrion did the same to the direwolf and even had the wolf floating in the air. Then all this way the wolf could hardly move because Harrion locked up the wolf's limbs with magic. Then there was that magic flask that conjures up warm water. He had tested the flask by holding the flask upside down. Water continued to flow until a large puddle formed right before his eyes. It was as if the flask contained an ocean of water within, which was ludicrous to think, but Benjen had no other choice but to believe this to be true. And now, his nephew claims he can do some miracle to alleviate the food shortages. So, how's this going to work? Asked Benjen as scores of people carved runes as they speak. It's a complicated process, but I'll make it simple for you. A portion of the runes will ward off the biting cold and keep the land warm. This will help in the growth of the crops. Another portion of the runes will pull the needed organic matter for the crops to flourish. Then the magic that I imbue into the runestones shall work to speed up the growth of the crops, said Harry, with the ease of discussing the weather. Benjen looked at his nephew as if Harrion had grown another head. You are telling me that these stones of yours can grow crops because they have some magic in them. How long does it take for the crops to grow if we do this? 2 to 3 days if the magic is strong enough, said Harry, shrugging his shoulders. Although quite struck by the notion that his nephew could easily alleviate food shortage for the North, Benjen held it in and acted as if nothing was out of the ordinary. The sheer potential behind his nephew was enormous. Harrison could change the North like Garth the Greenhand changed the Reach. If the true depth of Harrion's abilities spread wide, Benjen realized his nephew would attract all sorts of attention. Most likely not the good kind, as Westeros is filled with vipers ready to strike at anyone trying to shift the careful balance of power. It's bad enough that Harrion was already famous for spawning out Valyrian steel weapons like a baker making bread. All this attention may also endanger Jon. More than ever, Benjen became determined to increase the training of his nephews. In Westeros, every advantage should be exploited to the farthest extent if one intends to survive. And these two are going to need a whole lot of luck and skill if they are to face the world. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.